under 5,000 unaccompanied minors. 2 months later, that number almost doubled to nearly 9,500. The White House and more broadly the administration refuses to use the word crisis when talking about the surge at the border. In fact, Secretary Mayorkas today said the border is closed despite evidence to the contrary. He was asked about Title 42, a policy in place used during the Trump administration that expels migrants back to their home countries without any due process, citing the COVID-19 pandemic.
We do expel families. We are working with Mexico to increase Mexico's capacity to receive the expelled families. The border is secure. The border is closed. We've been unequivocal in that, and we are operationalizing our processes, executing our plans. We are a nation of laws, and we treat vulnerable children humanely.
The border right now is wide open because the Biden administration dismantled the very effective policies of the Trump administration and the agreements we had with Mexico and other Latin American countries.
The U.S. House passed 2 White House-approved immigration bills last Thursday. It's unclear the fate of those bills as they head to an evenly divided Senate. At the White House, David Spunt, Fox News.
We are now live, everybody, in Miami, Florida. Take a look at this gorgeous live picture before the sun rises here on the East Coast in about an hour and a half or so. I told you the weather out here in Florida was kind of weird. It looks kind of cloudy over Miami as well. Very, very popular tourist destination, especially during one particular time of year. A stern warning from officials all over the country to spring breakers: follow coronavirus guidelines, or all the progress made towards fighting the pandemic could be wiped away. In some states, vacationers proving they aren't interested in following the rules. Fox News correspondent Phil Keating has more from right there in Miami.
Even though a record number of Americans are getting the coronavirus vaccine every day and cases in some parts of the country are rapidly declining, experts are concerned that new potentially deadly variants mixed with spring breakers who are ignoring safety protocols could derail the country's progress towards fighting the pandemic.
These should be warning signs for all of us. Cases climbed last spring. They climbed again in the summer. They will climb now if we stop taking precautions.
In Miami Beach, officials declaring a state of emergency. Masks far and few between, and social distancing mostly ignored among the larger than expected crowds. With an implemented 8 p.m. curfew, police are blocking off the busiest entertainment district, and those businesses are forced to close early.
We all simply want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to keep our streets safe and our community safe and our visitors, frankly, safe.
The crackdown comes as air travel in the country appears to be bouncing back. Flight bookings on average are among the highest seen during the pandemic, despite health officials advising people against non-essential trips. But some vacationers are ignoring those warnings. Airline passengers Amy and Amelia Edelberg are headed to Maui for spring break.
The beach, the flowers, the weather, everyone's happy there. It's just so beautiful and peaceful.
Definitely. Yeah, and the beach is like the best part.
Officials say rising travel demand is prompting the airlines to fill the planes more to capacity, hoping to make up for the billions lost during the past year due to COVID-19. In Miami Beach, Phil Keating, Fox News.
In Orlando, Florida, courtesy of the SunTrust camera, News Now from Fox. Take a look, everybody, at the current weather conditions out here. I told you it was quite an interesting morning. It was pretty much misting on me the entire time I was driving to work this morning. Currently 59 degrees, which for out here is pretty cold. And yeah, it looks like this weather's going to stick around for just a little bit. Our high today, we are expected to only get up to 72 degrees, and then things start heating up a little bit later in the week. Matter of fact, on Friday out here in Orlando, we're expected to reach 93 degrees. I'm not ready for summer just yet, even though I'm an Arizona girl and I like the warmth. Warmth is totally different when humidity is involved. All right, everybody, well, rushing out the COVID vaccine may have been the wrong approach in some states. The Associated Press has found states that had a quick rollout with large amounts of eligibility ultimately ended up vaccinating less people than states that took a slower and smaller approach. Fox's Chris DeMayo explains.
I feel better. I feel safe. now that I've had it.
When it comes to vaccinating people against COVID-19, a slower approach may prove more effective, according to the Associated Press. Officials analyzed vaccine data from several states, including Florida, Missouri, and South Carolina, where local leaders have made a larger percentage of the population eligible for the shots. Meanwhile, states like Connecticut, Hawaii, and Alaska were slower to extend eligibility to different age groups. But the AP says states that offered shots to limited groups wound up vaccinating more people. Officials say rushing to get everyone vaccinated overwhelmed healthcare systems and inundated supplies, causing appointment websites to crash and creating chaotic scenes at vaccination sites.
I've been waiting for over a month, every week, to no result.
But not everyone is happy with the slower rollout process, citing limited appointment availability.
I'm on Publix, Walgreens, Kroger, CVS 3 times a week, 6:30 in the morning, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. That's the time I'm supposed to go. And everything come back. We're fully booked.
President Biden has asked every state to make every adult eligible for a vaccine by May 1st. Experts hope this report will serve as a cautionary tale that sometimes slow and steady wins the race. Chris DeMeo, Fox News.
All right, everybody, again, good morning. Thank you so much for watching News Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. Staying here in Florida for this next top story, some University of Tampa seniors decided to take May graduation matters into their own hands and give it the in-person touch after learning this year's ceremonies would be virtual yet again. Fox's Catherine Hawley has the details.
The UT class of 2021 was hopeful the end of their collegiate journey would not be celebrated online. But last month, the university announced May graduation will again be held virtually, citing advice from public health officials.
I think University of Tampa not being able to give us that in-person ceremony, I think takes away that special moment for so many of us.
Disappointed seniors started a petition appealing the decision, but UT didn't budge. So this group of friends decided to take action.
I texted JC and said, let's just do this on our own then. And here we are.
The last few weeks, they've been busy teaming up with parents to raise funds and plan their own alternative UT commencement ceremony. We're told the socially distant in-person celebration will be held at the convention center after the virtual graduation on May 8th.
I have a list of about 160, 170 students that have said that they're interested. And I think so far today, we've sold about 70 tickets.
They're confident their independent event will take place. What they don't have is the support of the university. UT issued a statement saying in part, "We are unable to ensure that this independent event will follow the university's Spartan Shield Health Safety Plan or CDC regulations, nor can we ensure the event will accurately represent or reflect the mission of the university."
This is definitely our graduation, not UT's.
The group insists a ceremony can be held safely, saying it's hypocritical of the university to require students to attend classes in person and host on-campus activities, yet deny seniors the chance to walk across the stage for their diplomas. Now, they just want to provide graduates another option for a special moment.
We want to make sure that all the people that are graduating this year feel like they have recognition for their ceremony.
Taking a live look now, everybody, at X-Rad radar. Looks like there's some systems in the northwest parts and middle of the country there. Pretty big one blowing over the state of Texas, but also many other states impacted, including Colorado, even going all the way up to Chicago area as well. So lots of Americans being impacted by some sort of weather system this morning. We'll keep a very close eye on it here. Coming up next here on News Now from Fox, the widow of a Louisiana politician who was elected to Congress has herself been elected to fill his seat. Her husband passed away from the coronavirus before he could take office. Louisiana Republican Julia LETLOW won the special election this past weekend. Fox News correspondent Mark Meredith takes a look.
Congresswoman-elect Julia LETLOW made history this weekend. She's going to be Louisiana's first Republican Congresswoman. But her path to Washington was not without pain. She's going to be serving in the House seat her late husband won last year. Now, she won a special election in Northeast Louisiana on Saturday. Her husband, Luke, won the seat back in November, but he died weeks later from coronavirus complications. He passed away before he could be sworn into office. LETLOW campaigned on her late husband's platform, and in a campaign ad, she spoke at length about the grief she and her family still faces. The 40-year-old had former President Trump's endorsement. She had also raised a lot of money. She put out a statement after her victory saying, "What was born out of the terrible tragedy of losing my husband, Luke, has become my mission in his honor to carry the torch and serve the good people of Louisiana's 5th District. We also got a statement from the former president who said, "I am thrilled for Julia and the entire LETLOW family. Luke is looking down proudly from above." Louisiana's Democratic Governor John Bel Edwards also releasing a statement following the election. He says LETLOW's victory created a bittersweet day and added, quote, "I know that these same characteristics that got her through the last few months will make her an excellent advocate for Louisiana in Washington, D.C." House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy also sending his congratulations. With LETLOW's election, House Republicans will have 31 women serving in their ranks. That's a number that has jumped significantly in just the last few years. Meantime, one House seat in Louisiana still up for grabs right now. Voters in the state's 2nd congressional district, they'll have a choice between 2 Democrats in an April runoff election. The seat opened up when Representative Cedric Richmond left Congress to join the Biden administration. In Washington, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
Taking a live look now, everybody, at the White House in Washington, D.C., and that's because President Biden is promising to visit the border as the immigration crisis there continues. Doug Luzader is joining us live this morning to talk about the administration and how they're blaming former President Trump for recent waves of illegal immigrants. Good morning, Doug. How are you doing, and how is it that they are blaming the previous administration?
Good morning. Well, President Biden indicates that he will go down to the border at some point. We don't know when that's actually going to happen, but this is really becoming a bigger and bigger issue for the White House, and it may really come to a head later this week as the president holds his first ever press conference as president on Thursday. He's likely to face more questions, more scrutiny about how this is being handled. The situation at the border seems to be getting worse. More and more immigrants, particularly unaccompanied children, are crossing the border. What to do with all of them? We're now learning that a number of illegal immigrants are being simply released into the United States without even setting a court date, which is very unusual. Meantime, the issue of what to do with the children continues to loom large here. Many of them are in very overcrowded facilities. Right now, the federal government is spending tens of millions of dollars to obtain hotel rooms for many of these immigrants. So this is really becoming a big issue. How it's resolved isn't clear. I mean, there is obviously a belief amongst many of these folks that they will get more favorable treatment under a Biden administration. The Biden folks have been blaming the previous administration, President Trump, for dismantling some of the systems to help process these folks. But the bottom line here is that the Biden administration made a decision very early on to end the Remain in Mexico policy, for instance, and that let this influx of people into the country. And now it's created a kind of a conundrum on how to deal with it. I think the Biden folks see this as a more humanitarian response, but it is creating a number of headaches there along the border.
Doug, and is it true that we're hearing that the president's actually going to hold his first news conference this week?
Yes, we mentioned he's going to be speaking on Thursday, so he will face more questions about this issue and many others. I think the White House would rather be talking about the COVID relief plan that recently passed Congress, but they're facing more and more questions now about immigration.
All right, Fox's Doug Luzader joining us live from Washington. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
All right, everybody, we are taking another live look at the White House in Washington, D.C. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. More news now from Fox is next. Welcome back to News Now from Fox, everybody. We are taking a live look at Atlanta, Georgia. Looks like there's a busy freeway there on the left-hand side of your screen. People likely headed off to start their workday. Some perhaps going to education as well, school and the like. Hope you're having a great morning so far. Hope you had a fantastic weekend. Once again, some Oklahoma State lawmakers are taking aim to let more school staff carry guns on campus. The proposal is making its way through the Oklahoma Senate now after winning the House. If passed, it would be up to the school district to implement, and the district could add in additional requirements for their armed staff. Fox's Angelica Brown has more.
Pencils, markers, and a gun. That's what some Oklahoma lawmakers want teachers and other staff to be armed with in the classroom. It's the latest gun proposal laid out in House Bill 2588.
How the bill is written, it would be up to the local school boards to decide if they want to choose this lower standard.
Catherine Bishop, vice president of the Oklahoma Education Association, says this legislation completely missed the mark, calling it a low standard.
This seems to be a common theme in the legislature this year to write bills that impact education when those bills haven't been asked for or requested. We currently have statutes that set high standards. Why are we needing to lower them?
The bill has already been amended while on the House floor, adding that the armed staff needs a handgun license and several hours of training. It also depends on how close a school is located from law enforcement. But all of that is still not enough for many Oklahoma teachers.
We have been and are willing to be human shields for our kids, but we did not sign up for this. Only trained security and law enforcement professionals who are CLEAT certified and specially trained in active shooter situations should be armed in our schools. That's it.
A bill like this seems to pop up every session. Bishop says lawmakers should stop trying to merge education and gun policies and focus more on legislation that benefits the students' well-being.
We need bills to make sure we have more counselors. We need bills to make sure we have more nurses. We need bills to make sure that we have those mental health services that students vitally need today.
In Oklahoma City, Angelica Brown, Fox 25 News.
All right, everybody, again, good morning. My name is Pilar Arias. I am one of 3 News Now from Fox hosts based here at the East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. While I have a moment, I would like to invite you all to please join me on social media. I'm on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. All you have to do is search for Pilar News Now. I would be happy to connect with you outside of the hours that I am actually hosting the show. By the way, did you know that News Now from Fox is a 24/7 operation? That's right. You can find us anytime, day or night, by going to newsnowfox.com. Also, while there, you can check out all the different ways that you can watch us, and you can take us with you. So if you're ever taking public transportation and you're bored on a bus or a train and the like, you can watch us. If you're in between classes at the university that you're attending, you can watch us, even if you're in between the classes virtually as well. Yeah, we air on weekends as well. Live, raw, unfiltered. That is who we are, what we do. So again, thank you so much for joining us. You know me, I always like to end the morning brief on the lighter, happier news. And matter of fact, we're going to head on over to my home state of Arizona for this next top story. 2 retiring service dogs are honored at an Arizona Air Force base before heading into retirement and sent off to new homes through adoption. Foxy's Christy Siefkin has the story.
It's an opportunity to honor the commitment that our handlers and our trainers and our kennel masters give to these dogs. These dogs don't get to go home at night. This is their home, and they make this a family for them.
2 military working dogs are retiring in the West Valley. Their names are Rango and Boss, and they're ending their lengthy service today.
They are able to recognize and detect things that the human is just not capable of, and their commitment to these handlers is bar none.
The dogs were assigned to the 56th Security Forces Squadron at Luke Air Force Base.
They have served many, many years. They're old, they're tired. They've been day in and day out in the heat, in deployments, overseas, here in Arizona, doing honest and hard work.
Military working dogs help protect the base and its 7,000 personnel. The Air Force says Rango and Boss are being adopted.
They have an undeniable commitment to serving our country, but more importantly, protecting our people. It's an opportunity for us to let the dogs go and retire and really just be a dog.
Combined, these dogs have served, traveling all over the world for about 16 years.
In dog years, that's over 100 dog years that we've got here. So it's just fantastic to be able to watch them go and relax and enjoy life.
Christy Siefkin, Fox 10 News.
All right, you know we get to travel all around the country right here on News Now from Fox. Coming up next, we're going to head on over to the state of California. Governor Gavin Newsom met with AAPI leaders. AAPI stands for Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in the United States. So let's take a listen to what they had to say right here in our In Case You Missed It segment on News Now from Fox.
There's a few more folks on here.
We'll have the governor here.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, members of the press. My name is Jenny Leung. I'm the Executive Director of the Chinese Culture Center. I want to welcome everyone to a safe space for Asian women and LGBTQ equality. We have been a bold voice for social justice through the arts. I want to welcome my fellow colleague, co-executive director of the Chinese for Affirmative Action, Cynthia Choi.
Thank you. My name is Cynthia Chen. I'm the co-executive director of Chinese for Affirmative Action. And also our organization is one of the founding partners of Stop API Hate. We are the leading aggregator in response to the surge in anti-Asian racism sparked by COVID and the racialization of COVID. To date, we have close to 3,800 incidents of verbal and physical attacks against the Asian American community. We have documented that women were more than twice as likely to be harassed and verbally abused, and we are seeing the intersections of racism and sexism being played out, and certainly what happened in the Atlanta area is a reminder that this is the experience of Asian women. One of the things I want to point out for all of you today is that close to 1,700 of the incidents are coming from California alone. So we're very grateful to the governor for listening to what we have been experiencing for so long. Violence and crime and racial bias. This is not a new experience. In fact, there is historic precedence right here in San Francisco, in California, and throughout the country. And we are asking for a whole of society and whole of government response. We have schools reopening where parents are fearful that their children will be bullied and encounter racism. We have private businesses that are fearful that if they are Asian-owned and have primarily Asian employees, will they be targeted? And the fact that we have so many vulnerable members of our community that feel unsafe being in public spaces, that should be a concern to not just the Asian American community, but to everyone. So we're grateful that, again, we have the leadership of Assembly Member David Chu and so many members of the API Legislative Caucus, and I'm very happy to invite him up next.
Good afternoon. Let me first start by thanking the community leaders who are assembled today, who really have been on the front line of responding to the most significant anti-Asian set of attacks that we have experienced in our lifetime. And we want to welcome, of course, Governor Newsom back to his hometown here in San Francisco, but also here in Chinatown. The governor is intimately familiar and has deep ties to our community from his youth, but certainly during his time as supervisor and as our mayor. And I want to just note that today, I understand, reflects the one-year anniversary from when those of us who are Asian legislators had asked him to speak out over a year ago on what we saw as the beginning of this skyrocketing trend. And I believe he was one of the first, if not the first governor in the United States to speak out against the hate that we saw a year ago in March of 2020. So much has happened, obviously, in this past year, in recent months, in recent days. And we all very much appreciate the wide-ranging conversation we had about how we ensure that we are preventing these incidents in the future with appropriate community-based policing and other forms of patrolling our neighborhoods. How do we ensure real investigations and accountability of these incidents and these hate crimes as they occur? How do we ensure that we are putting victims and survivors first? How do we ensure that government, working with all of the other sectors, are bringing a comprehensive approach to this? And how do we think about this in the long term? The community members here really have decades of experience in this that reflect the anguish of our community, the frustration of our community, the fears of our community, and how we are all at this moment compelled to.
Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we will actually be listening to California Governor Gavin Newsom.
California, Gavin Newsom. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblymember. Thank you for all your incredible leadership and and not just quiet, very loud leadership for many, many years as it relates to the issue that brings us together today. I also want to just thank Jenny, the entire team, all of you for an incredible conversation, for your leadership, for your stewardship, for your devotion to the cause, again, that unites us. And that's the cause that we hold dear in California. Many parts, but one body. The most diverse state in the world's most diverse democracy. That's California, this city where I grew up in, my kid's 5th generation San Franciscan. It's a point of deep pride that I grew up in a city with over a third of its population of Asian descent. It's something I brag about everywhere I go, how privileged I have been to have had the opportunity to grow up with an appreciation, a respect, and an understanding of people from every conceivable walk of life, and to be able to do that in a way where people are living and advancing together across so many conceivable differences is a remarkable thing. And that's something we've got to hold dear. We talk about that in the context of not tolerating diversity. We don't tolerate diversity. We celebrate that diversity. And so it breaks your heart doesn't just break your heart, it actually infuriates, I think, all of us. The idea that people have to live in fear because of their race, their ethnicity, because of the language they speak, because of their age or gender. The idea that we are today in 2021 still having conversations we were having in 1881, a year before the Chinese Exclusion Act in 1882, is painful and infuriating at the same time. The hell is wrong with us? You know, this is something very familiar to folks in the Bay Area. It should be familiar to all of us. Chinese Exclusion Act, its origins all came out of San Francisco, came out of the East Bay, came out of the Working Men's Party, Dennis Kearney, with his caustic speeches that began and end by saying, whatever else we do, the Chinese must go. Came out of the vestiges of an act that predated the Chinese Exclusion Act back in 1875, the Page Act, that excluded Chinese women from immigrants to this country. That's San Francisco's scar. That's this state's scar. That's our nation's scar. And so we have to be mindful of that as we work through this current moment in the contemporary reality that has been exacerbated throughout this pandemic, as this disease has been politicized. This disease has been used as a way to divide this country. And we have to be mindful of the incredible damage that has been done over the last number of years, and mindful of the work that now we must do to immediately call this out and condemn these acts of hate and violence and racial bigotry, the xenophobia, call that out and demand that that ends, to hold folks accountable, those that are perpetuating acts of violence, but also hold those accountable that are the quiet perpetrators of hate, that may not necessarily associate it with crimes, but with the kind of bigotry that's often whispered or unspoken, where someone's not getting served in a restaurant as they should, or not getting the opportunity or privilege to get a return phone call because of the language they speak or their birth parents. We got to start calling all of this out. And so we have a lot of work to do. But I also am inspired by the work that is being done. And I made that point to these incredible leaders that are here, that the answer to so many of our problems resides in the work that you're already doing. It resides in each and every one of us, in our capacity to manifest and scale the solutions that demonstrably and uniquely are being advanced in this city, this region, this state of ours. But we just have to do more, and we have to demand better of each and every one of us. This is not just about the Asian community. This is about who we are and what we represent. This should impact each and every one of us. Our lives are diminished in this constant. We have a responsibility to do more. And so I just want to express that, and forgive me, long-winded, circuitous comments. But, as the Assembly member said, I grew up in this city. I grew up, so many of my friends you took for granted happened to be of Asian descent. And we saw firsthand the bigotry. I remember appointing Chief Heather Fong, the first Chinese American woman to ever be police chief of this city. I still have the files of the hate letters. I still have some videos that depress every damn one of you, of the bigotry that came from within her department against her appointment. That wasn't that many years ago. We got a lot of work to do. We have a responsibility to own up to our responsibility to do more and demand more. And I certainly am included in that as well. And so I just, again, want to thank everybody for their commitment and for their fortitude and for your willingness to demand more and expect more. And I can just assure you we're going to do a lot more together. And David, thank you, the Assembly member has just been extraordinary, not partner in this, a leader in this, and he has got a lot of extraordinary ideas that I'm looking forward to supporting and moving on quickly in the state. So with that, we're here, of course, to answer any questions.
Two quick questions. One is, will you blame someone specifically for, this latest start or wave of bigotry or attacks against Asians? And second one, why would you say this has some influence, or other people need to care about these attacks that are not Asian, for example, the Latino community?
The acts of violence and bigotry impact all of us because we're all part of one community. You can't, I think it was Aristotle, can't live a good life in an unjust society. There's no justice when we demean people because of their race or ethnicity, because by definition, we all are impacted. And as a consequence, I think we all have a responsibility as a broader community to recognize our responsibility to support one another, because I can assure you, these are very familiar themes in the Latino community, very familiar themes in the African American community, very familiar themes, obviously, in the Asian community. And we have to call all of these out. The fact that the issues Black Lives Matter have come to the fore is extraordinary, and we're proud of Black Lives Matter movement. I certainly am. But these issues, the Asian community, they haven't been hidden members of the community, quite the contrary. They've just been raised in a greater consciousness because of the moment we're living in. Certainly what happened in Atlanta, in the Atlanta area. But look at the stats. 1,691 of these crimes occurred in our state out of the 3,800. And by the way, 3,800, is that a tenth, or is it even, even less that of the number of incidents that have occurred that haven't been reported? Those are just the ones that we know that have been reported. So this is serious and it's real. And, we're a majority minority state. Our capacity to live together and advance together is what defines this state. It's what makes us great. And so we just, we're better than this. And again, forgive me for not being succinct in a response, but more.
All right, everybody, we've been listening to California Governor Gavin Newsom, but we're going to switch gears here on News Now from Fox, and that's because we have a live report heading on out to Minneapolis, Minnesota, where Fox 9's Bill Keller is joining us to get us all caught up on what is now week 3 of the Derek Chauvin trial. Good morning, Bill.
Good morning, Pilar. And it could actually be the final week of jury selection. In fact, later this morning, 8 more jurors will be called in for questioning. And if all goes well, both sides could wrap up their jury selection by agreeing on 2 final alternates. Here's what went down on Friday. 13 jurors in all have now been seated. They include a breakup of 5 men and 8 women. After initially calling for 14 jurors, the judge now asking for 3 alternates. So they're looking to seat a total of 15. Derek Chauvin's defense team still has 5 strikes available to dismiss any juror without cause. State prosecutors still have 3 strikes remaining. Of course, the judge can let any go for his cause, but we're getting very close to getting this jury selection phase completed.
Bill, essentially every morning the judge can hear motions in the trial, right? What are we expecting to hear this morning?
Well, this morning, I don't believe there's any motions left over. Friday was the really big day. In fact, it was an important day because the judge, Peter Cahill, actually made several key rulings on Friday. He denied the defense motion to delay this trial. He also denied the motion to move it out of Hennepin County. Derek Chauvin's attorney, you'll recall, has been complaining about all the extensive media coverage, saying it would not give his client a fair trial. Well, of course, that has only increased since the city announced that record settlement with the family of George Floyd, though.
All right, and I'm hearing there's new evidence that's going to be presented.
Yeah, that was the third motion that was talked about on Friday, an important ruling, the judge allowing some evidence related to a previous arrest by George Floyd in 2019, a very similar arrest, almost 1 year to the day. The judge saying that a portion of the body cam can be shown at trial, saying there is some evidence because it shows an example of George Floyd's physical reaction. There were very similar things happening in both of these instances when he was confronted by police. And that's a decision that could actually help Derek Chauvin's defense a little bit. Again, they're not allowing the entire videotape to be shown, but just a portion of it. And some people who were involved would be allowed to testify as well.
All right, Fox 9's Bill Keller joining us live there in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Thank you so much.
You bet.
Take another live look, everybody, at Miami, Florida. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. More news now from Fox is next. All right, from Miami, Florida, out to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We're going to listen in. Another In Case You Missed It segment, the mayor touring a COVID-19 vaccination site.
Disparity between those areas in our community that are receiving the vaccination and socioeconomic factors. In fact, there's a model called the EVE model that's been developed by Dr. Ben Weston and his colleagues that has social determinants of health, basically, and ranks all of the zip codes, and more specifically all the census tracts in Milwaukee County on their social vulnerability. And what this analysis showed is that those census tracts and those zip codes that have the highest negative determinants of health and other social indicators are also the areas that receive the least number of vaccinations. In other words, those people who are most vulnerable have received the least amount of vaccinations. This came to us and we worked with the county, we took it to the state. And Governor Evers and his administration has been very, very responsive in working with us to address this problem. In fact, we first brought it to them a week ago Thursday. We talked to them again on Friday over the weekend, and then Monday or Tuesday morning they came back to us and said, well, what we're going to do is we're going to accelerate the next phase. The next phase being those individuals between essentially 18 and 64, in some instances between 16 and 64, who will be eligible to receive the vaccination. For many of them, they're individuals with pre-existing conditions, things like hypertension or heart disease or obesity or pre-obesity, which I would argue for many of us fits basically every person we know. If you look at BMI indexes, I hate to offend people when I say that, but just about everyone I know has a BMI of greater than 25. But the governor and his staff went a step further, and they said for those areas of the county that have these high indicators, we are going to open the vaccinations to everyone. And those zip codes, those zip codes are 53204, 53205, 53206, 53209, 15, 16, 18, 23, 24, and 33. In those zip codes, all individuals 16 and above if they receive the Pfizer, or 18 and above for the other vaccinations, will be eligible for vaccinations. So what we did in preparation for this is we have created several community vaccination sites. This site, South Division on the south side, and North Division, and they will both formally open tomorrow. They will operate from 10 a.m. until 4 p.m., Monday through Friday. The focus for these sites is all adults in these priority zip codes. The health department will ask everyone where they reside. These are walk-up clinics. So again, this is a new chapter. We have not done walk-up clinics before. No appointment is necessary. So as we continue to expand our outreach to Milwaukee neighborhoods that have a smaller percentage of vaccinated people, we really wanted to put our focus here. I want to stress that all the information people provide to get the vaccination is confidential. We are not requiring Social Security numbers, and we are not asking anyone about his or her immigration status. And I want to single out Alderwoman Jocasta Zamaripa because she was the one who brought the issue of Social Securities to our attention, and we were fortunate enough to get that resolved very, very quickly. Now, I also know that there are a lot of people in our city who are cautious about the vaccine. They are not yet sure whether it's the right thing for them. I can tell you I got my first shot on Groundhog's Day, February 2nd, and the second one 21 days later, and I am very happy that I did it. I am very happy I did that. But I understand people's concern and that people have lots of questions. And I want everyone to have good information to make an informed decision. The Milwaukee Health Department has good information at milwaukee.gov/coronavirus. And it's in Spanish at milwaukee.gov/coronavirus/ES. There are other good resources for COVID-19 vaccination information at the CDC, at the Medical College, and at healthymke.com. COVID-19 has hit us hard, and I want to make sure we're doing everything, and I mean everything we need to do to move our community forward, for our city, for our neighbors, and for our families. And vaccination is a huge part of that. My goal and the goal of the Milwaukee Health Department is to make sure the vaccine is available to every eligible person. And I want to make sure that people have good information in getting the vaccination. So I'm going to call on Jocasta Zamaripa, who's the Alderwoman of the 8th Aldermanic District, Judge Pedro Colon, Liz Claudio, who's the Vice President at 16th Street Health Community Center, and finally Michelle Bria to talk to you about the importance of getting vaccinated. Alderwoman, thank you for your assistance, and I will turn the microphone over to you.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Mayor Barrett. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Alderwoman Jocasta Zamaripa, and I am just elated to be able to announce that folks can come in starting tomorrow, March 22nd. Folks can just walk right up to South Division High School and obtain their shot, their COVID vaccination. This is so important, especially in the Latino community, and we know that part of that zip code program includes 53204 and 53215, which is home to some of the largest Latino populations in the great state of Wisconsin. It's paramount that we get our underrepresented communities to these sites, especially South Division, where they don't need to schedule an appointment. They can walk up, they can walk in. And so we want to encourage our constituents, our people, to make sure they're coming out. I was struck last week when County Executive David Crowley talked about expanding the zip code program, and the fact that as of last week, 150,000 white Milwaukeeans across the county had already obtained a COVID shot, while only 14,000 Latinos or Latinx Milwaukeeans had obtained theirs. And so we see the need, and it's so important for the city and the county to engage in this zip code program. So again, thank you so much to Mayor Barrett, thank you to the city, and thank you to the county, and we want to invite our people to make sure they're coming to South Division or North Division, walk in and get your...
Before we get to the top of the hour, most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. You've been listening in to Milwaukee Mayor Tom Barrett touring a vaccination site and talking to the media as well as other City of Milwaukee officials. More news now from Fox is 2 minutes away.
With the mask. So thank you, Jocasta. Thank you, Mayor. I became eligible for the vaccine, I think last Thursday as part of that order from the governor. And I signed up immediately, and I had to go through the typical log in, put in your information, do all these things. And I thought, oh, this is a little bit, it's not the most difficult thing in the world, but there are many people that aren't exactly sort of reflexive about this process of just giving all this information and logging in and getting into it. So finally, I got in, I got my appointment the same day. I couldn't believe that I had a vaccination appointment for COVID-19 on the same day, so I appeared there. I went to Kosciuszko Park at the community center, and I just, they said, well, now that you're vaccinated, why don't you wait 5 minutes? And I looked around, and over half of the chairs were empty, and I thought, oh man, this is not really working right now. We're not doing this in this neighborhood to the extent that we have to. So I'm really happy the 16th Street Clinic, together with the city and the city department, are doing this. This is really important to allow people to walk in without appointments, without having to go in through that login process, which I do readily, but I frankly found it a bit cumbersome. It's not the easiest thing to do. And so I'm really happy that we're doing this. We want to get vaccinated. We want to play baseball. We want to do all the things we love to do. And unless we get vaccinated, we're not going to be able to do it safely. So thank you. And Liz.
Hi, everyone. This community has lived through a nightmare this previous year with positive rates of 30, 40, even sometimes 50%. The vaccine is the light at the end of the tunnel. We encourage everybody to take advantage of the many opportunities to get vaccinated. Do it for your family, for your home, for the community, and join us as we begin to bring an end to this for the community, for 16th Street patients, and for the city at large. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Michelle Bria. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Journey House, and I cannot express how excited I am to be here today and hear this news. I want to thank Mayor Barrett and Governor Evers and Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley for having the foresight to open up to all eligible adults 18 and over in the 10 zip codes.
Welcome back to News Now from Fox, everybody. An exciting time in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Not only was the mayor touring a vaccination site, but it appears they are expanding their eligibility as well. I just realized, everybody, that I have a typo for Miami, Florida there on the screen, so I'm going to fix it. And there you go. just as quickly as that. The News Now from Fox hosts, we have total, complete control of the show. That means the graphics, the audio, the video. We do the best that we can. But it's a very fast-paced job, and sometimes typos happen. But again, good morning. Happy Monday. It is March 22nd, 2021. Hope you guys had a fabulous weekend. The sun is rising here on the East Coast, as you can see from the gorgeous Miami, Florida live picture there. I have taken a cruise out of the port of Miami. Very cool location for sure. Top right-hand side of your screen, that is Nashville, Tennessee. And on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, that is Atlanta, Georgia. So we are just past the 7 o'clock hour here. I want to welcome you. I want to say thank you so much for tuning in, starting your day and your week right with us here on News Now from Fox. Taking a live look now at the White House in Washington, D.C. I want to kick off this top of the hour with the latest remarks from Vice President Kamala Harris and President Joe Biden. Of course, they were supposed to go to Atlanta last week to talk about the stimulus package that was passed, $1.9 trillion deal that provided many Americans with about $1,400 stimulus checks. But following the shootings in the Atlanta area last week, they kind of had to shift their focus. So let's listen in. And in case you missed it segment this morning on News Now from Fox.
Good afternoon. Over the past week, the President and I have traveled across the country to mark the passage of the American Rescue Plan, to tell the American people about how 100 million checks are on their way, about how 100 million vaccines have now been administered. Big news, good news. And we plan to come down here to Georgia, to the place that made it possible, to share that information. And then Tuesday night, we learned that 8 of our neighbors were killed in a heinous act of violence. Violence that has no place in the state of Georgia or in the United States of America. And we were reminded, yet again, that the crises we face are many, that the foes we face are many. As the President and I discussed with our AAPI community in a meeting earlier today, whatever the killer's motive, these facts are clear. 6 out of the 8 people killed on Tuesday night were of Asian descent. 7 were women. The shootings took place in businesses owned by Asian Americans. The shootings took place as violent hate crimes and discrimination against Asian Americans has risen dramatically over the last year and more. In fact, over the past year, 3,800 such incidents have been reported, 2 of 3 by women. Everything from physical assaults to verbal accusations. And it's all harmful. And sadly, it's not new. Racism is real in America, and it has always been. Xenophobia is real in America, and always has been. Sexism, too. In the 1860s, as Chinese workers built the Transcontinental Railroad, there were laws on the books in America forbidding them from owning property. In the 1940s, as Japanese American soldiers defended our nation, more than 120,000 Japanese Americans were forced to live in internment camps, an obvious and absolute abuse of their civil and human rights. Asian Americans have been attacked and scapegoated. People who are perceived as Muslim know what it was like to live in our country after 9/11. For the last year, we've had people in positions of incredible power scapegoating Asian Americans, people with the biggest pulpits spreading this kind of hate. Ultimately, this is about who we are as a nation. This is about how we treat people with dignity and respect. Everyone has the right to go to work, to go to school, to walk down the street and be safe, and also the right to be recognized as an American. not as the other, not as them, but as us. A harm against any one of us is a harm against all of us. The President and I will not be silent. We will not stand by. We will always speak out against violence, hate crimes, and discrimination wherever and whenever it occurs. And it is now my great honor to introduce the President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Sorry a little late, but we had an opportunity to meet with leaders of the AAPI community downstairs, and it was heart-wrenching to listen to them. As many of you know, we originally planned to hold a car rally to thank our supporters. But given the recent days, events of the recent days, we didn't feel it was appropriate. So we canceled that rally. But we want our supporters to know we'll come back and hold that rally another trip. But today, we want to speak about something else. I said from the beginning of my campaign for president that we needed to come together, that we needed to unite as one people, one nation, one America. I said in my kickoff speech in Philadelphia, I said that very same thing when I spoke at Gettysburg. I said that in my inaugural address. And I believe with every fiber on my being, there are simply some core values and beliefs that should bring us together as Americans. One of them is standing together against hate, against racism, the ugly poison that has long haunted and plagued our nation. The Vice President and I, as I said, met a little bit earlier, just before this, with leaders from the Asian American community here in Georgia. We talked about Tuesday's mass shooting, about another example of public health crisis of gun violence in this country. 8 people killed, 7 women, 6 were of Asian descent. All fellow Americans, each one of them we mourn. Their families are left with broken hearts and unanswered questions. And the investigation is ongoing, and the Vice President and I are being regularly updated by the Attorney General and the Director of the FBI, working closely with Governor Kemp and Mayor Bottoms and local officials. But whatever the motivation, we know this. Too many Asian Americans have been walking up and down the streets and worrying, waking up each morning the past year feeling their safety and the safety of their loved ones are at stake. They've been attacked, blamed, scapegoated, and harassed. They've been verbally assaulted, physically assaulted, killed. Documented incidents of hate against Asian Americans have seen a skyrocketing spike over the last year, let alone the ones that happened and never get reported. It's been a year of living in fear for their lives, just to walk down the street. Grandparents are afraid to leave their homes. Small business owners targeted and gunned down. Attacks on some of the most vulnerable people in our nation, the elderly, low-wage workers, and women. In fact, Asian American women suffer twice as many incidents of harassment and violence as Asian American men. We're learning again what we've always known. Words have consequences. It's the coronavirus, full stop. The conversation we had today with the AAPI leaders and that we're hearing all across the country is that hate and violence often hide in plain sight. It's often met with silence. That's been true throughout our history. But that has to change because our silence is complicity. We cannot be complicit. We have to speak out. We have to act. In my first week in office, I signed an executive order directing federal agencies to combat this resurgence of xenophobia. The Department of Justice is strengthening its partnership with the AAPI community to prevent these crimes, in addition to its other work to take on violent extremists and domestic terrorism. I'm calling on Congress to pass and get to my desk the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act. And the House just passed the reauthorization for the Violence Against Women Act, a law I authored more than 25 years ago, and is one of my proudest legislative achievements. I call on the Senate to swiftly pass it and get it to my desk. But for all the good that laws can do, we have to change our hearts. Hate can have no safe harbor in America. It must stop. And it's on all of us together, to make it stop. Something else should bring us together, and that is a belief in science. Science isn't something that should divide us. There's nothing political about it. There's nothing partisan about it. One of America's best examples of commitment to science is headquartered right here in Atlanta, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. The CDC represents the best of this nation, brilliant minds, deep faith in science, and a strong commitment to public service. We came here to thank them for all the work they do, and especially the work they've done over the course of this pandemic. We owe them and their families our gratitude. We wanted to convey to them the absolute commitment to give them everything they need to do their work and get it done, free of politics and guided by science. And because of them, we're making real progress. We just met my goal of administering 100 million shots before my first 100 days in office. We did it in about 60 days. We're not stopping now. The American Rescue Funds, more vaccines, more vaccination centers, and more increase in testing. It's going to help us accelerate our nationwide effort to reopen schools safely. Last week, I directed all states, tribes, and territories to make all adults eligible to be vaccinated no later than May 1. But while this is a time of optimism, it's not a time for relaxation. I need all Americans to keep doing your part. Wash your hands, stay socially distanced, keep masking up as recommended by the CDC, and get vaccinated when it's your turn. None of this is political. It's all science-based. But now is not the time to let our guard down. That's science-based as well. In the last week, we've seen increases in the number of cases in several states. Things may get worse as new variants of the virus spread. That's why we need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as we possibly can, because it's the best thing we can do to fight back against these variants. We have to beat this virus. We have to, and we will. But we'll do it by setting aside politics and embracing science. Another subject, the right to vote, that should bring us together as well. But it now divides us. This is a democracy. The right to vote is fundamental. The fact that there was a record turnout in America in the last election, in the midst of a pandemic, should be something we celebrated, not attacked. The fact that you held a free and fair election in Georgia that stood up to recount after recount, court case after court case, is something you should be proud of. The fact that your poll workers, your election workers, your volunteers, your local officials, your state officials, your courts stood up to the immense pressure with character and honesty and integrity helped save our democracy. And this country will long be grateful for it. But as this state, home to Martin Luther King and John Lewis, knows better than most, The battle for the right to vote is never, ever over. And it's not over here in this state of Georgia. So we're in a fight again. It's a fight we need to win. Because if anyone ever doubted that voting matters, Georgia just proved it did. If anyone ever wondered if one vote could make a difference, Georgia just proved it. 11,779 times. And if anyone ever wondered if voting can change a country, Georgia just proved it can. Because when you elected 2 new United States senators, you made it possible to pass the American Rescue Plan. Landmark legislation will not only meet the emergency we're in, but transform this nation. Starting with this, for those folks who either already have or will soon have $1,400 in their pockets, you can thank Senators Warnock and Ossoff. But for their votes, it would not have happened. What does that mean? It means 85% of the households in America will get that money. Here in Georgia, it means 88% of all adults and 88% of the children in this state will get that $1,400 as well. Just add it up. A typical family, 2 parents, 2 kids, earning $100,000 a year, each will get $1,400. That's $5,600 for that family that's in distress, trying to figure out how to pay their mortgage, pay their rent, keep food on the table. And that's not all. There's something called a child tax credit. What that basically means is you get a tax credit for every child you have. The American Rescue Plan expands that credit. It means that families of over 2 million children in Georgia will be eligible for an increase in that child tax credit of $1,600 per year, per child. And it's going to be delivered on a regular basis. So starting this summer, families with young kids will get $300 a month per child. This is going to lift 177,000 children in Georgia out of poverty. The American Rescue Plan expands coverage and reduces costs under the Affordable Care Act. So for a family of 4 earning $90,000 per year with insurance under the Affordable Care Act, they'll see about $200 a month off their monthly premiums. And for Georgia schools, the American Rescue Plan provides around $4 billion for Georgia's school children from grades K through 12 to help them reopen safely. And here's one of the biggest things for Georgia. Because of the American Rescue Plan, Georgia is now eligible for about $2 billion to expand Medicaid. What does that mean? It means another 500,000 Georgians will be covered all across this state with Medicaid that don't have it now. For your state and local governments, this is what it does. State government will get around $5 billion to make up for lost revenue. Local governments will get around $3.5 billion. That's going to make it possible to keep a lot of police officers, firefighters, teachers, and other first responders on the job. And here's one final thing the American Rescue Plan does. For the first time in a long time, it puts working families, the middle class, people who built this country first, not last. 66% of the tax breaks in this plan go to folks making $90,000 or less a year. And how much for the top 1%, where 83% of all the tax cut, there was the last president's tax cut? 0. Top 1% get 0. But the American Rescue Plan isn't only about putting money in the pockets, people's pockets. It also will create and spur economic growth in America. That's why major economists, left, right, and center, support this plan. Even Wall Street agrees. According to Moody's, this law will help America create 7 million new jobs by the end of the year. And we'll do it by rebuilding the backbone of this nation. The working people, the middle class, the people who built this country. It's about giving those people a fair shot for a change. It's about providing and proving to the American people that their government works and can deliver for them. Which brings me to my last point. The American Rescue Plan is a plan that brings America together and benefits all America. That's why so many polls show that over 70% of the country support it, including Democrats, Republicans, and independents. Maybe Republicans in Washington didn't vote for it, but the American Rescue Plan sure has brought the country together. And for me, that measure of unity, that's what matters. Let me end with this. There's so much we can do if we do it together. If we remember who we are, if we stand together against hate, once again believe and invest in science, we stand up for the right of all Americans to vote and have access to voting. If we remember, we're here to help all the people in this country, not just those few at the top. If we remember to do justice, love mercy, to walk humbly as fellow human beings and as fellow Americans. If we remember we're the United States of America, and that together, there's nothing, not a single thing we cannot do if we do it together. So my heart goes out to all the family members who lost someone in those horrific shootings on Tuesday. I know they feel that like there's a black hole in their chest they're being sucked into, and things will never get better. But our prayers are with you. And I assure you, the one you lost will always be with you. Always be with you. And the day will come when their memory brings a smile to your lips before it brings a tear to your eye, as unbelievable as that is now. It will take a while, but I promise you it will come. And when it does, that's the day you know you're going to make it. May God bless all those families. May God protect our troops. Thank you very much.
Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. All right, everybody, welcome back to News Now from Fox. It looks like it's cloudy in lots of communities across the U.S. today. Here's a live look at Nashville, Tennessee. Nashville has been drawing my attention lately for a couple different reasons. One, I've never been. But two, there's a new show called Marriage or Mortgage that you can find on a streaming service. I've already watched the entire season, and it's based there in Nashville, Tennessee. It essentially has couples that have a significant amount of savings and need to decide if they want to buy a home or if they want to throw a large wedding celebration. So it was an interesting series for sure. Bringing you out now, though, to Tampa, Florida, and that's because we're going to hear from the mayor after touring a COVID-19 vaccination site. We are just a couple minutes away, everybody, from a planned live interview just at the 7:30 mark. So we will likely be interrupting this in order to take that interview, but we will finish playing it out for you a little bit later here on News Now from Fox.
What we just want to remind everybody as we're transitioning to tomorrow is that the executive order criteria changes. So just make sure you're following that criteria when you come on site. Next, I'm going to introduce Mayor Castor. She has a few words to say.
All right. Thank you so much. This is just an incredible opportunity for our region here to have one of the 4 federal vaccination sites here at the dog track in Tampa. You can show up at this vaccination site without an appointment. As was stated, you have to abide by the criteria, and that is the age limit and having a note from your physician if you have any comorbidities. Tomorrow, starting tomorrow morning, Monday, March 22nd, the age limit is being dropped to 50 years of age. So we expect that there's going to be a large crowd here, a large demand when that age range is lowered. So what we ask is, one of the things that you can do, my neighbors are both teachers. They were allowed to be vaccinated. All teachers and school staff are welcome here to be vaccinated as well with an ID. And so what they did is they just checked some of the traffic monitoring apps to see what the traffic looked like around this area, and they picked a time that wasn't as busy as some of the other times during the day. So there are a lot of ways that you can monitor the traffic and get in and out. I had my vaccination, my first vaccination on Friday, since I met the age limit of 60 years old, and it was a seamless process. This site here, funded by the federal government, run by the state of Florida in cooperation with Hillsborough County and the city of Tampa, is an incredibly efficient process. I came in, was registered with my driver's license, received my vaccination, had a 15-minute observation period, probably talked a little more than I should have, so it took 30 minutes, and I was in and out with my vaccination. Have had no effects whatsoever from that first shot. Could barely even feel it when it was administered. So this process is incredibly safe and seamless, and that is a tribute to everyone that is working at this location in cooperation to make sure our community is safe. Now, I cannot stress enough how important it is for everyone eligible to get a vaccination. This is not the only site. You can come here, no appointment necessary. The other state site at Raymond James, you need an appointment there, and you can go to myvaccine.fl.
Again, everybody, we've been listening in to Tampa, Florida Mayor Jane Castor at a vaccination site, of course, trying to inform the public as to how they can get their coronavirus vaccine. The same situation happening at many cities across the country. Taking a live look now at Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. The sun is rising here on the East Coast. It is time for a live interview here. Joining us this morning is Dr. Atul Grover to talk about the pandemic. 1 year later into this, we have surpassed the 1 year mark, and essentially how we can return to normal. Good morning, doctor. How are you doing?
I'm great, Pilar. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. So, of course, we're talking about the new CDC guidelines for vaccinated people that allow them to get back to some normal activities, and why it's critical for everyone to get the vaccine to reach herd immunity so we can get back to normal, right?
Absolutely. I mean, the thing you want to make sure of is that everybody gets their vaccines when their time comes and they are available. That will help us get to closer to normal a lot more quickly than otherwise possible.
All right, so now, of course, we're hearing that vaccines are becoming more readily available. How or why is it? Are you hearing that some communities are able to open it up to any adult 18 plus and others are still limiting it to the mainly seniors?
Well, I think part of this is trying to figure out how to deliver vaccines in the most equitable fashion. One of the things that you want to do is get high priority individuals vaccinated first, and that includes healthcare workers, some of whom are still reluctant to get the vaccine, about 1 in 5. So that's probably the most important group. But then you want to get other folks like sanitation workers, retail, people in transportation, teachers, people that are going back to service the schools. All those folks really need to be at the front. Now, each state is going to have a different supply of vaccine available, and each of the supply is going to be matched up to the number of people that they have within each category. So you may have some states going into the later categories, particularly some of the ones in the Midwest, some of the ones that have larger rural areas. They seem to have gotten a larger vaccine supply compared to their population. And in other cases, you're really leaving this up to the states. I think we saw that over the last year, almost everything was left up to the states. We're still leaving the actual guidelines about who gets vaccinated to those states, and they're making different decisions. And in some cases, you could say that they are really trying to get as many people vaccinated, whoever they can get in there first. And in other cases, they're trying to say, look, let's get the elderly vaccinated. Let's make sure people with pre-existing conditions get vaccinated, move on to some of those other categories that I talked about. And then we're going to get down to kind of the 16 or 18 and up.
Doctor, you touched on this a little bit, but if you could elaborate, please. Why are certain groups, Black and Hispanic adults, rural residents, and healthcare workers, concerned about the vaccines, and what are their specific concerns?
I think the concern about receiving vaccines in this case probably comes down to two things, and those are both really, I think, more predominantly of concern for patients, for communities that are most likely to be affected by COVID. And those are sometimes minority communities, poor communities, rural communities. And I think what's going on there, first of all, is some distrust of the healthcare system that has not always treated everyone equitably. We know we still have issues there, and we are working on those. But when it comes to this vaccine, I think the federal government now has a plan to try and reach the most disadvantaged, the most affected populations by not only going through this typical state health departments, state facilities, but also going directly to community health centers, to retail pharmacies, to try to reach people where they live. And some of these mass vaccination sites are actually really working very closely, not only with our hospitals like where you are, University of Central Florida, those schools and others, but also trying to make sure we work with community centers, with churches. The second, I think, sort of general concern about the vaccines that may be shared by a more broader swath of people is this happened pretty quickly. We know that most vaccines take several years to approve, to make sure they're produced, and to get them out into the arms of people and into the supply chains. That happened quickly. But the reason that happened quickly is because the government during the last administration made some really good decisions about investment. And the investments that they made, upwards of $25, $50 million in some cases for some of these vaccines, were made kind of out of order in the way that we usually do them. In this case, we invested in the vaccine development before we even knew a vaccine was going to be proven safe and effective. So for the dozens of trials that have been taking place, we know that the federal government's been able to speed them up by providing resources, enrolling people. Importantly, we know that people of color and those people who are typically not well represented in these clinical trials have been well represented this time. And so we know that we got the right people in the trials. We know that we got the right number in the trials. We were just able to do this much more quickly because of the federal government's investment, so that the private communities did not have to foot the bill entirely up front and take all the risk. That means these vaccines have gotten to be proven safe and effective in a shorter amount of time, but I think you still had a wait and see attitude among some populations. I hope that is abating now somewhat.
Doctor, can you please tell us, how were the vaccines that are being distributed across the U.S. developed? How do they work? And talk about the specific type of protection that they offer, please.
So the 3 vaccines that are now approved under the emergency use authorization, and again, that sounds a little scary. It's very thorough. It really means that we're going to do all the upfront tests. We're going to do the follow-on stuff later on. We'll get the full, hopefully, approval of the federal government through the FDA. FDA is incredibly rigorous. They're a non-political entity. They have largely been allowed to do their job here. So the testing is done by first making sure vaccines are safe in a large number of people. We then make sure that they are effective in a larger number of people, making sure that people are producing antibodies that can essentially glom onto pieces of the coronavirus in this case, tell your body, look, it's time to attack these pieces that have my antibodies attached to them and hopefully knock out that infection before you actually get any kind of infection in your cells. Those antibodies are circulating through your system. The 3 vaccines that have been produced, 2 slightly different ways, both essentially code for the production of pieces of protein from the COVID-19 virus. Not the entire virus. You are not injecting pieces of the virus. You're not putting in live pieces of any virus. You cannot get the COVID-19 disease from actually getting a vaccination. 2 of the vaccinations sort of take a step back and use single-stranded RNA, which is more than most of your viewers probably need to know, to essentially encode and produce those proteins. The 3rd vaccine, Johnson & Johnson, uses an adenovirus similar to a cold virus to actually inject a 2-stranded DNA particle in to tell your body to produce those proteins. So all your body is doing is producing the proteins that look like the COVID-19 proteins. Your body then is able to produce antibodies, identify those pieces, so that if you're exposed to the actual infection, you can knock it out before it actually enters into all of your cells and creates an infectious disease. They are all in the range of 90% plus effective. We know that people that have gotten these vaccines do not end up dying, do not have severe cases that require hospitalizations. Even with 90-95% efficacy, that means that one person in 20, 1 person in 10 may still get an infection, but they're not going to die, which is a huge advancement over where we were just 6-8 months ago, now with over 500,000 Americans dead.
Doctor, do you think we're at the point where we all know somebody who's at least been fully vaccinated, or not quite just yet?
I think not all of us know somebody who's vaccinated, but most of us do. If you know anybody over the age of 65 or 75, we've had a pretty good track record so far, among the best in the world, of vaccinating those populations. Over half of our over 65-year-old population has been vaccinated. That's even higher in some states and some localities. And a lot of this is local. So what you want to make sure of, I think, is that if you do know people that are vaccinated, if you are vaccinated yourself, you want to spread the message that, hey, this was perfectly fine for me. I've had no severe side effects that lingered beyond maybe a day. For myself, after my 2nd shot, I felt tired for a day, a little bit out of it. But after that, right back up to work. And all of that feels a lot better than being intubated, being put in an ICU, and being separated from your family and potentially dying. So what we really need to be doing is, when we hear about people getting vaccinated, to talk to them, have those people talk to others, and really reassure people in our communities that look like us, that know us, that are our friends and family, that it's safe and it's time to take these vaccines.
Doctor, that's a perfect segue. What side effects of the vaccines are actually a good sign? And can you please talk to us about the importance of employers making accommodations so people who do get vaccinated can recover from side effects?
So, these are both related questions. And one, I would say that the side effects that most people have experienced are relatively mild. They last for no longer than really 24 or 48 hours in almost every case. And they're limited to things like you might experience when you get the flu shot. And I hope everybody's continuing to get their flu shots unless they have a reason not to this year and next year. That will help a lot as well. But as with the flu shot, you may have some local soreness, some redness. I may feel achy. I may even feel a little feverish. I could take some Tylenol or some Advil, knock that out. And generally, people are up and running in a day or two. Now, why that might be a good thing is, remember, what your body is doing when it produces antibodies is causing the body to identify those foreign pieces of material, those proteins that look like they came from COVID, particularly after a 2nd shot, if you're getting a 2nd shot, and you're creating inflammation. So the inflammation you feel is not an infection. It's your body doing what it's supposed to be doing. It is activating the fight against those pieces of proteins that it thinks are part of the coronavirus. So that's why it might actually be a good sign for some people to say, hey, I got my first shot or my second shot, and I'm actually feeling kind of lousy for a day. Well, that usually means that the vaccines are actually kicking in, your body's doing what it's supposed to be doing.
All right, Doctor, a lot of valuable information this morning. Thank you so much for joining us here on News Now from Fox.
I appreciate the opportunity. Have a great Monday.
You too. All right, everybody, we're taking a live look again at Nashville, Tennessee. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. All right, everybody, welcome back to News Now from Fox. We're taking a live look at the gorgeous sunrise in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. But I'm going to bring you back out here to Florida, Daytona Beach, matter of fact. And that's because it is an exciting morning, and Fox 35 Orlando's David Martin is out at the first Buc-ee's in the region. Good morning, David. How are things going out there?
Pilar, it's funny you mentioned Milwaukee about 20 seconds ago because it looks and feels like Milwaukee, Wisconsin right now in beautiful Daytona Beach, Florida, where you're right, the new Buc-ee's has opened up. It's the second in the Sunshine State. Number 1 would have been in St. Augustine, but number 2 is right here in Daytona Beach. Now, behind me is one of the main reasons people come to a Buc-ee's, to fuel up their cars, their vehicles. Now, let's test you, Pilar. How many gas pumps do you think Buc-ee's has available for you to get gas at?
I'm trying to count. I always heard that it was 22 plus at Buc-ee's, but that looks like more.
22 plus. That plus covers you, doesn't it? 104, Pilar. 104 gas pumps.
That
now,
is a lot
Texas
of gas
big,
pumps.
right? And that's why I say Texas big. It is, and that's where Buc-ee's is headquartered, in the state of Texas. Now, we turn the camera around. This is the other reason people come here. It's for the shopping. It might be easier to tell you what they don't have in Buc-ee's than what they do have, but let's give it a shot here. When you come walking through the lobby, you see nothing but camping gear, maybe stuff for your RVs. They got grills. They've got, hey, how are you this morning? Good morning. Umbrellas and tents and chairs and coolers. And then when you walk in, that brisket smell just hits you right in the face. And you enjoy it, of course. Now, you know this. I know you've been to one of these. To our far left over here at Buc-ee's, you'll have a lot of your prepackaged foods and drinks and things you might typically get in a convenience store. Candies, dried fruits, nuts, ices, a coffee bar. They've got it all when it comes to that kind of convenience store stuff. But what your local convenience store does not have, that Buc-ee's has, is the world-famous restroom. Now, for men and women, you can walk right through the entranceway of the restrooms, and there is an art gallery on the way to the stalls and the urinals. You can actually buy the artwork from the restroom hallway of Buc-ee's. Now, we're not going to go into the bathrooms. We did shoot some video prior to the Buc-ee's opening up this morning at Dark 100, and you can see from the video it's very clean. All the stalls are constantly sanitized. You've got privacy walls from floor to ceiling. Your stalls have indicators on them that whether or not they're vacant, like your bathrooms on an airplane might have, for example. So you definitely know whether or not you need a spot, and there's always a spot. The bathrooms are enormous as well. That's a very important aspect. People say they are some of the best in the world when it comes to travel centers, and we agree. It looks great. Now, back out here live, we're walking through what I might consider the epicenter of a Buc-ee's, their brisket station and their sweet station. Here's where you can get brisket 24/7, made by a world-famous pitmaster named Randy Pauly. He has made sure that every recipe for your brisket sandwich and your tacos and your burritos is done
tacos.
right, Texas right. And
Yes.
you know what I'm talking about. They're right here, as a matter of fact. Sausage, egg, and cheese, and a rhino right there. Sausage, beans, eggs, potatoes, cheese, and green sauce. Green sauce right there for you, Pilar. That is a true rhino taco. Now, let me make our way down to this side of Buc-ee's.
David, let me ask.
A lot more dry goods. This looks like. Go ahead, please.
Are there cowboy hats and boots in that Buc-ee's?
To buy, yeah. People and all the employees have to wear cowboy boots and hats, right? But to buy, we're getting there. A lot of apparel here. How you doing this morning? This might look like a home goods store, perhaps. Or I don't know what other kind of stores might some maybe country western stores or your outdoorsy kind of stores. They've got everything you could possibly want. They've got soaps and candles and tchotchkes for your garden. And good morning, how are you? Good. Buc-ee's swag, right? You got kids chairs and T-shirts and stuffies. in the corner, I'm looking for those hats and boots. Possibly not boots. I'm not sure you're going to come here for footwear. You might have gotten us on that. But I will tell you this, Pilar. That 1982 shirt is a classic. Why is the year 1982 on this? Because in Lake Jackson, Texas, the very first Buc-ee's opened up in the year 1982. Got some cowboy hats, some big hats there, big 10-gallon hats behind us here. If you were looking for that, I guess we have that for you. But no boots. And of course, as you know, Daytona Beach would be the second Buc-ee's opening in the state. As I mentioned before, this would make it like number 42 or 43 in the country. And they are expanding in Florida. For those of you who say, why don't you come to Orlando? Maybe we just have to be patient. But they're making their way into the Sunshine State. So, Pilar, which Buc-ee's have you been to in your lifetime?
So I actually lived in Texas for 5 years, 3 different cities. So I've been to many Buc-ee's.
Oh, then you know their world famous jerky wall is very popular as well. I hear they have like 1.9 million flavors of beef jerky, and a lot of them are up here on this wall. I see a lot of people standing in front of it like they're at some kind of art gallery, and they're trying to soak in what is in front of them. There's a flavored jerky for every personality. Oh, ma'am, what kind of jerky would you enjoy this morning if you had to choose?
Steakhouse.
What does that mean? Like a steak flavored?
I think so, yeah. I think it's too early for lemon peppered and ghost pepper, but the steak always.
It's funny you said that. This place is open 24/7. It may be too early for you and me, but you know there's somebody out there who's eating a peppered beef jerky right now.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Are you enjoying this, Buc-ee's?
Oh, this is great.
Have you ever been to one?
No, it's my first time.
Me too. We're newbies, Pilar. Thank you,
I have
ma'am.
a recommendation for both of you.
Over here, I got to show you something. Go
Beaver
for it.
nuggets.
Oh, you're getting to that's my end. That's my finale. That's my finale. But before I get to the beaver nuggets, let me show you kolaches. Kolaches. I don't know how you pronounce it there in Texas, but
That's
I
right,
can tell
kolaches,
you straight
that's
up.
right.
They've got like 12 different kolaches. Yeah, it's like super soft bread. You cut it open, and there's a surprise in the middle, sausage and cheese, and it's kind of like a real tender empanada. Maybe is the closest thing I can kind of compare it to. But oh man, I've had one already this morning, and it is good. No regrets. And you mentioned, of course, something everybody has to get when they come to a Buc-ee's, and that is their world famous beaver nuggets. I have yet to try them, but they've got them at every station here. They come in bags like this. Maybe you could describe what it tastes like, Pilar.
Yeah, so they're corn puffs.
Oh.
Delicious.
Okay. That's it. They're corn puffs, Paolo. That's it. They're just corn puffs. But they're very special corn puffs, aren't they? All right, so here it is. It opened this morning at 6 o'clock. There was a line that formed at Buc-ee's here in Daytona Beach starting last night at 11 p.m., so there were crazies out all night long waiting for the open. They get free T-shirts and some swag. But now it's officially open 24/7. Come enjoy Buc-ee's at the corner of LPGA Boulevard and I-95 in Daytona Beach, Florida. We'll send it back to you in the studio. Back to you.
All right, Fox 85's David Martin. Thanks so much. Have a good one. Taking a live look now, everybody, at Miami, Florida. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back, everybody, to News Now from Fox. A gorgeous Monday morning in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. The sunrise looking as beautiful as anywhere. I'm going to take you out to Washington, D.C. here next to listen in on the latest press briefing with Jen Psaki. Regina Gonzalez is going to be joining you at the top of the hour. I will see you guys a little bit later.
We have another great guest today. Joining us today is our new Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Marcia Fudge, who was confirmed just last week. We wasted no time. As you all know, Secretary Fudge served as U.S. Representative for the 11th Congressional District of Ohio for more than 12 years. She's a former chair of the Congressional Black Caucus and earned a reputation of tackling the unique challenges of her district by working across political ideologies. In 1999, Secretary Fudge was elected the first female and first African-American mayor of Warrensville Heights, Ohio, a position she held for 2 terms. As mayor of Warrensville Heights, she adopted one of the first vacant and abandoned property ordinances in the state. Additionally, she brought new residential development to the city and addressed the city's growing foreclosure crisis through the formation of a long partnership that helped residents maintain the financial security needed to buy or keep a home. As Secretary Fudge has said, her first priority as Secretary of Housing and Urban Development is to alleviate the housing crisis and get people the support they need to come back from the edge. She's happy to take a couple of questions after she gives some remarks. Thank you again for joining us.
Thank you very much, Jen. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Oh, thank you. I was wondering if I was in this room by myself. Jen, thanks for inviting me to speak about the importance of the American Rescue Plan as it relates to the urgent needs, housing needs facing our nation today. What a way to complete my very first week as Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. At HUD, we know firsthand the severe impact of COVID-19 on our nation's housing crisis. HUD staff in every region of the country have worked tirelessly to assist grantees and recipients of HUD assistance in their response to the pandemic. We've helped housing owners, housing authorities, and communities provide additional rental assistance and support new efforts to eradicate homelessness. We've extended the Federal Housing Administration's foreclosure and eviction moratoriums until June 30th to support the immediate and ongoing needs of homeowners. Under the Biden-Harris administration, HUD is making greater efforts to keep Americans safe from COVID-19. We're strengthening partnerships between recipients of HUD assistance and public health agencies and healthcare providers. Many of the people living in federally assisted housing have risk factors that make them particularly vulnerable to COVID. These factors include disability, race and low income, along with racial and ethnic disparities in access to response care and treatment. We're making sure that federal, state, and local efforts to reach those most at risk of COVID are linking those efforts to people living in housing HUD supports. The American Rescue Plan is critical to our success in these efforts. Some of you may know that my last vote as a member of Congress was for the American Rescue Plan. I was proud to vote for this historic legislation to get help to the American people during this moment of great challenge. I thank President Biden for the leadership that has gotten us to this point. The American people can be confident that help is here. The President has described the American Rescue Plan as shots in arms and money in pockets. I would add, it relates to housing. The American Rescue Plan keeps people housed and brings people home. And with that, I would take any questions that Jen is going to allow me to take. So y'all make
anytime.
Jen is in charge. I'm just here.
Go ahead.
If I can, Secretary Fudge, thank you for being here. We appreciate your time today. The head of the National Housing Conference said that HUD's ranks have been gutted, morale has never been lower, and the challenges to HUD's constituents have never been higher. Just in simple terms, can you describe the state of your department as you take it over today?
Well, I would say this to you, and I actually had the opportunity to talk to the President about it since I've been here. We are thousands of people short of where we ought to be. Our staff is outstanding. They are under-resourced, understaffed, and overworked. But we are going to make some major changes and very quickly. The rescue plan is allowing us to do things that we may not have been able to do without it. So I'm especially pleased that the president had the foresight and the vision to give us a historic, maybe one-time opportunity to change what is going on in housing in this country.
You put out some new numbers today as they relate to homelessness in this country right now. Obviously, it's a number that the whole country is dissatisfied by. Thinks the number should be much lower. I'll ask this in two different ways. One, can you set a goal where you think that number should be, and in what time frame you think you can meet such a goal to reduce homelessness in this country, and specifically for some of the blue parts of the country that some Republicans have criticized, San Francisco, New York, where the homeless numbers have been high. What specific advice and what you can specifically do to target those communities to alleviate those high numbers?
Well, the first thing I'd say is that the president gave us a charge early on as to what he wanted us to focus on, especially in the first 100 days. Homelessness was at the top of the list. One was expanding vouchers. Thirdly, he wanted us to find ways to expand and put in the market new affordable housing. So with the $40 billion that we have now, what we expect is this. We have $5 billion set aside to do nothing but address homeless issues. So we know that with those resources, over the next probably 12 to 18 months, we know for a fact that we can get as many as 130,000 people off the streets. We also know that our local partners are going to assist us in finding other rental opportunities. So we believe we can put a major dent in it. But if nothing else, what we will let them know is that there is an opportunity to find a way off the streets. We have more programs in place to assist people who are already in public housing to find a way to buy housing. We know that affordable housing is a problem all across this country. I don't know where my Republican colleagues live that don't think that there is a problem, but there is. So many of us just choose to ignore it.
Mary? Thank you, Madam Secretary, for being here. The federal moratorium on evictions is set to expire at the end of this month. Are there plans to extend that? And if not, what do you say to families who are worried that they may be facing eviction?
Well, what I would say first is that the HUD moratorium expires on June 30th. The CDC is in the process of trying to determine what is the appropriate way forward, and I would hope that you would ask them that question.
And just one more, if I can. The experts tell us that the December tranche of COVID relief is just now starting to come online. People that we've talked to are still seeing some big glitches, when they try to apply. Are you confident that states and localities now have the systems in place to get this as well as the next round of funding?
I'm very confident. I've talked with Secretary Yellen. The Treasury Department is up to the task. I mean, certainly it is a different Treasury Department, so I'm very confident that if they say that they can get it out in a certain period of time, they will. Our job at HUD is just to give the kind of guidance and assistance once those funds are received.
Thanks, Secretary. Excuse me. You mentioned earlier that that housing prices are increasing. Also, the supply of new inventory on the market is decreasing at the same time. What can the administration do to either get more homes on the market or bring prices down? How concerned are you about that dynamic?
There are a couple of things that we know can happen out of this rescue package. One is if you look at places like a Los Angeles, where they have actually purchased hotels and motels, et cetera, to give people an immediate place to go, there are resources in the plan to do that. The other thing that we find is that part of the problem with the market is that credit is not available and accessible to people who actually do qualify. So since FHA is certainly a part of what we do, we're going to ensure that we can talk about down payment assistance. We're going to talk about maybe some restructuring. We are going to make sure that people who qualify have access to credit. We all know that there have been problems across this country for many, many years. That is why I'm so pleased that President Biden talks about equity. He talks about equality, closing the racial wealth gap, which is bigger today than it was 50 years ago. So we know that we have the tools. I think it was just a matter of making sure that we have the will to use them. We now have the will.
Madam Secretary, thank you again. Back to the homelessness report that you guys put out this morning. The way that test is done, as you know, is you test over a few days in January of the previous year. So that was pre-pandemic 2020.
580,000 people on the streets homeless, pre-pandemic, correct.
2.2% increase from the year before. Do you have any sense of how much more homelessness may have increased once that pandemic began, say, April, May into the summer?
I can't give you numbers. We know that it has increased. We just don't know those numbers.
So really not till next January will we
Correct.
be able to get some sense of how it might have affected.
Correct.
And Nancy and Alex, and then we'll have to let the secretary go back to work. Go ahead, Nancy.
Thanks so much for being here. I appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Two questions. One, does the Biden administration have any plans to restore or tweak that Obama-era fair housing regulation, which the Trump administration weakened in the summer of 2020?
We are looking at it. Certainly, we know that fair housing is, in fact, the law of the land, and we want to use every tool we have. I think that the prior administration did roll back some fair housing tools that we have, so we're looking at how we can go back and make those better and get them re-implemented, if possible.
And then just second question, what are your thoughts on whether or not there's a housing bubble right now in the U.S.?
Well, I would say that that's a kind of a tricky question. There are those who would say yes. I would say at this point that until I can get the kind of data that I need from the GSEs and from FHA, that's not something that I could really give you an accurate answer on. But I know that there is a problem with the market today.
Alex, make it a good one, Alex. No pressure.
Well, I got two because I'm going to be just a little bit greedy. One from our housing reporter, which is, are there some parts of the COVID response, whether or not in ARP or generally, that are currently temporary that you would like to see permanent when the crisis eases?
Oh, I'd like to see most of it permanent, no question about it. I think that when we talk about housing needs, we can't at this point come up with enough money to take care of all the homeless people in this country. We cannot, through this package alone, repair and restore 50-year-old housing authorities across this country, which are crumbling every day. We cannot abate lead in every single building we need to with these resources. We need at least another $70 to $100 billion to do those things. So yes, I'd like to see a stream of resources available to do this, not just in this package, but ongoing.
And the second question is, you may have seen that former Congressman Richmond weighed in on the primary to succeed him in his congressional seat.
Who?
Congressman Richmond. Yeah.
Never heard of him.
I was wondering if you want to take the opportunity to weigh in on your race and who you think should succeed you and what you're looking for.
No.
All right. How about the Senate race in your state? Is there Democrats that should run?
Oh, absolutely. I have two friends that are thinking about it. Tim Ryan, of course, is thinking about it. I understand Nan Whaley is thinking about it. I mean, I think we're going to put a good person in that race, no matter who we choose. But they're both friends. I think we have a good shot at it. I know people have written off Ohio. I haven't written off Ohio. I believe we can win the Senate race.
Thank you, Secretary Fudge. Looking forward to having you back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Thanks, Jen.
Thank you. Okay. Just have a couple. What'd you say?
You can have walk-off music for your
We can. Wait till month 3. Wait till month 3. We'll be rolling it out with people's second visits. As
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for joining us here on News Now from Fox on this Monday, March 22nd, another week in March, and we are nearing the end of another month. 2021 really flying by here. Taking a live look over dreary Orlando, Florida, guys. I think Orlando, Florida, the Sunshine State in general, missed the memo about it being the first weekend of spring here in 2021, because as of right now, you can see it is foggy, it is cloudy, and it doesn't just look cold, but it literally is a bit chilly. It's about 59 degrees here in the Sunshine State. It was a pretty cold weekend. I spent basically the entire day yesterday just inside watching Netflix, because that's what kind of day it was. So definitely a strange week here in Orlando, but things looking up, and it's starting to heat up towards the end of the week. So that's what we've got going on here. And I'm starting you out in Orlando, Florida, because that is where we are joining you from. Good morning, everybody. My name is Regina Gonzalez. I'm joining you from the News Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. Myself, Pilar Arias, and Rain Augustine join you from here every day for about Monday through Friday. And then if you tune into News Now on the weekends, you've got Rain Augustine here in Orlando, and then you've got Stephanie Weaver in Los Angeles. And then every day at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, 12 o'clock Eastern Time now, we pass the show along to Phoenix, Arizona, our News Now from Fox headquarters, where you've got Mike Page, Christy Larson, Daytona Everett, Andrew Kraft. So like we always say, we are a nationwide operation at News Now from Fox. Very exciting times for our show. And if you're new to our show, we bring you a front row seat to everything happening live across the country. We air press conferences in their entirety, so you can make your own decisions about the news happening across the globe. And we cover the top stories and do live interviews covering the topics that you want and need to know each day. So lots of news to cover here on News Now from Fox. I do want to bring you a live look at the White House in our nation's capital. For this first story, we're going to stay in D.C. for a majority of the beginning of our show, because today the House Oversight and Reform Committee will be holding a hybrid hearing on a bill that could make D.C. a 51st state. So we will get to that story here in just a second, and we will also be joined by D.C. Shadow Senator Paul Strauss, who will be talking about why this is important and why the people of D.C. would benefit from it becoming a 51st state. So that's coming up here in just a second on News Now from Fox. But first, we like to start here with Doug Luzader. So bringing you out to the White House, because President Biden promises to visit the border as the immigration crisis there continues. The administration is blaming former President Trump for recent waves of illegal immigrants. And as Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader reports from Washington this morning, Trump is firing back.
The Biden administration says the border is closed and secure, but that's not how it looks on the ground there.
Are you thinking of going to the border?
At some point I will, yes.
President Biden returning from Camp David late yesterday and immediately peppered with questions about the border. The system is so overloaded that the federal government is now releasing some immigrants into the country without even setting a court date. And taxpayers are footing the bill nearly $87 million to provide hotel rooms. The Secretary of Homeland Security was shown a host of border policy changes that Biden ushered in since taking office, including allowing unaccompanied minors to stay in the U.S. Does he see a connection?
I do not. What I am seeing is the result, and what we are seeing is the result of President Trump's dismantlement of the safe and orderly immigration processes that were built over many, many years by presidents of both parties.
Trump issued this statement. In the span of just a few weeks, the Biden administration has turned a national triumph into a national disaster.
Do you want to see firsthand what's going on in those facilities?
I know what's going on in those facilities.
But he may be one of the few who knows what's going on there. The administration is still refusing to grant media access to the overcrowded facilities housing the children who continue to seek refuge here. And we will no doubt hear much more about this later this week as the president holds his first press conference on Thursday. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Douglas Zader for that report. Taking a live look as the sun is rising over the Capitol building in our nation's capital. And today is going to be a big morning for the potential future of our nation's capital. So Mayor Muriel Bowser will be testifying at a hearing for D.C. statehood. If D.C. were to become the 51st state, D.C. would be able to have 2 senators and a representative who can vote in Congress and would be known as the Washington-Douglas Commonwealth. Well, before we get there and before we have our live guest who will be speaking a little more on this topic, how did D.C. become the nation's capital and why is it still a district? Well, Fox 5's Stephanie Ramirez is shedding more light on that for us today. So let's listen to that report here on News Now from Fox.
We turn to the D.C. History Center and the authors of the book Chocolate City, who dive into the history of democracy and race here in the nation's capital. First, here's the co-author, Chris Myers-Ash.
On the one hand, they want to have exclusive control over the national seat of government. That's at war with another fundamental principle, which is this idea of no taxation without representation, right? That's the rallying cry of the revolution.
We see a reminder of this on D.C.'s license plates every day. So what does that mean? D.C. has a member of Congress, but she can't vote in Congress. There's a host of other differences. Here's D.C. History Center historian Jane Levy.
The lack of full citizenship for the District of Columbia, which we've defined as either voting rights or statehood, is really due to the essential racism of American history.
Let's go back to the 1700s. Philadelphia is operating as the temporary capital. Some historians say a situation unfolded where a crowd of angry soldiers demanding payment for their service and Pennsylvania's governor sympathizing with the soldiers, refusing to have them removed, led Congress to later create a seat of government that Congress can have control over.
They were worried that if the capital of the country were placed within a particular state, then that state would have undue influence and power.
George Washington selected the location.
The Constitution gives a maximum size, 10 miles square, but doesn't say anything about a minimum.
The city's website says the location was a compromise between northern states wanting the federal government to assume war debts and the South wanting a location more friendly to slave-holding states. On the Maryland-seated side, voted in Maryland elections, and the same for Virginia. But historians say that changed in 1801 with the Organic Act, placing the district under Congress's exclusive authority and stripping Washingtonians of all rights to vote and locally self-govern.
Washingtonians went ballistic.
We're told they were able to win back municipal self-government for a few decades. Through that time, D.C. was home to the slave trade. The Smithsonian Magazine called it the slave capital. The book Chocolate City also details a thriving black community that still grew here and a growing abolitionist movement. And then came Reconstruction and what Ash calls the flowering of interracial democracy that he says led the country.
Congress got very concerned about black political power.
At the end of Reconstruction, the white leaders of Washington relinquished their ability to vote in order to stop black people from voting too.
Ash says for about a century, Washingtonians didn't vote in any elections, and Congress had control through presidentially appointed commissioners. The attempts to fight this were squashed until the 1960s and 70s when D.C. became part of the civil rights movement, attracting activists like Marion Barry to the predominantly black city that still didn't have equal representation in Congress or the right to fully self-govern. D.C. residents were finally allowed to vote in presidential elections in 1964 and were finally allowed to elect their own mayor in 1973.
This is a moral issue.
Activists today say it's voter suppression. Last May, former President Donald Trump essentially said there's no way D.C. would become a state if that adds 2 Democrats to the Senate. But now with this push and Democrats leading both the White House and Congress, some historians say this might be the closest D.C.'s ever been to becoming a state.
All right, everybody. Very interesting report there from Fox 5 DC's Stephanie Ramirez, taking another live look over Capitol Hill in our nation's capital, 8:21 a.m. here on the East Coast. And as we stay on this topic, because today at approximately 11 a.m. Eastern Time, the U.S. House Oversight Committee will hold that hearing on the bill which would make the District of Columbia the newest U.S. state. So joining us to talk about it more right now is U.S. Senator Paul Strauss. He is joining us from Washington, D.C. Mr. Strauss, thank you so much for joining us on News Now from Fox. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. It's a great day for the people of Washington, D.C.
I was going to say, so very interesting topic here. We were just playing a piece before we had you live here about the history behind these efforts to make the District of Columbia and Washington, D.C. a state. So why do you feel that, this would be protecting the safety of D.C. residents and how it would benefit our democracy?
Well, the old myth that D.C. shouldn't be a state because a couple of hundred years ago, a mob threatened to disrupt the Congress has kind of been laid bare by the events of January 6th, where D.C., not being a state, actually had difficulty coming to the aid of the Capitol because we couldn't activate the National Guard quickly enough. We often talk about D.C. statehood in terms of not having a voting senator or a member of the House of Representatives who can vote for us. But the biggest impact that we often find is not having a governor and not having the rights of a state. The Constitution guarantees Americans rights under our federal Constitution and reserves to those citizens the other rights of living in a state. And if you don't live in a state in the United States, you don't have all of the rights that Americans have. You don't have the protections they have. And so we've seen this year with the inability to activate the National Guard in a time of national emergency, or even the differential resources we got to address the coronavirus. Not being a state has really adversely affected the health and safety of DC residents. And it hasn't made the country any safer. In fact, it's made it more difficult for us to protect our national assets as well.
Now, Senator Strauss, Mayor Muriel Bowser will be testifying today. What do you expect her to say, and what will you be expecting from the hearing that we will be getting live feeds from at 11 a.m.?
I expect the mayor to make the kind of arguments that have been expressed for a long time. Basic fundamental fairness. We're American citizens, we pay taxes, we meet the obligations of citizenship, and we don't have the rights of citizenship. That our population is greater than that of several states. That per capita, we pay the highest taxes of any Americans. And in the aggregate, we're one of the 22 highest states that actually contribute over $4 billion to the federal treasury. So for taxation without representation to have been a rallying cry for our revolution, but to be the state of political affairs in the 21st century of the capital of the nation is just an outrage. And I expect that she's going to do that in the articulate way that we've come to expect from our mayor. And I think she's also going to point out some very overdue arguments about the unfortunate racial history of DC's lack of enfranchisement. You know, all of the parts of the United States where the population is majority non-white, whether it's DC, Puerto Rico, Guam, et cetera, all lack voting rights in the Congress. There's probably much more to that than just being a coincidence. And it's time we had an honest conversation about that.
Senator Strauss, what are people against this bill saying? Why should DC not be a state?
We're boiling down to two main arguments in this country, which is either everybody deserves a right to vote if you're an American citizen, or constantly restricting the right to vote for people. And so just as you're seeing voter suppression efforts play out in various states, DC statehood is the ultimate form of voter suppression. Yes, some people will point to the idea that historically, the Constitution set up a federal seat of government, but DC statehood actually is true to that vision. The federal seat of government under the exclusive jurisdiction of Congress is absolutely maintained, but the rest of Washington, D.C., the residential portion that has nothing to do with the federal government, gets to take its place in the United States on equal footing with the 50 other states. And you know, right now, we are a country facing many, many problems. And so the idea that there will be 2 more Americans serving in the United States Senate working to address those problems means a lot, not just to the residents of DC, but to the entire country right now. So I think it's long past the time to give DC residents the equality they deserve, not just for the people of Washington, DC, but for the United States as a whole, so that all Americans who live here can finally be represented in our national government.
Senator Strauss, forgive me if this is a crazy question, but let's say DC is made the 51st state. Will it still technically be the capital of our nation? How would that work?
Absolutely. The District of Columbia becomes the 51st state, but the seat of government, the federal district, remains the capital. All we're doing is shifting the lines a little bit. And so you saw that in 1846 when we shrunk the capital once to return some of the land to the Commonwealth of Virginia. And we're simply shrinking the seat of government to the part that really is the federal government. You know, right now we have an area called the National Capital Service Area. And that's the part of Washington, D.C. that everybody thinks of when school groups come to visit, when you tour your nation's capital. It's where the lovely museums are. It contains the National Mall, the White House, the Congress. So many wonderful places that Americans love to come and visit. And of course, that's still going to be there. Of course, we're going to welcome all Americans to their nation's capital. But the jurisdiction is a real border. In fact, a lot of Americans got a glimpse of that state line in a very dramatic fashion when we had to fence off the national capital area around the inauguration for security reasons. But the rest of residential Washington, D.C. continued unaffected. And so we are simply preserving the seat of national government, the capital of our United States, but the land around it that really wasn't part of the capital city gets to have the rights, privileges, participation, and of course, all of the obligations of being an American state.
Senator Strauss, how long has this push for DC statehood been a mission for you?
I got involved when I came here as a college student because I wanted to study political science in the seat of my country's government. And when I left to come here as a freshman, I lost all of my political rights. So I have been passionate about it since then. I've been an elected official in the district since 1986, and I have had the honor of serving as our senator since I was first elected in 1996. And so this has been a long personal struggle for me. I am excited to see us come to this day. We are closer than we've ever been, but we certainly still have a little bit of a ways to go. We expect the bill to pass the House as it did last year. And of course, the battle shifts to the turf that I'm responsible for, and that's the United States Senate.
I was going to say, now you kind of just touched on it, going off of what you just said. Today is the committee hearing, and then can we expect anything in the next couple of weeks, or how fast could we see this move?
Well, Speaker Pelosi controls the agenda of the House of Representatives. I expect that the House Oversight Committee that is convening this hearing will report the bill out favorably as soon as they can. And I hope that Speaker Pelosi and Majority Leader Steny Hoyer will move this bill onto the floor for a vote, as they have in the past. We have, just based on the number of co-sponsors for this bill, enough support, we're confident, to pass it in the House. And we have the highest number of co-sponsors we've ever had in the United States Senate. And so that's really where the battle for this legislation is going to be fought. We're getting ready for it as the House moves forward. We're keeping our eye on the Senate and working to make sure that we not only educate U.S. senators, but their constituents in the 50 states.
All right, Senator Paul Strauss, is there anything else that our viewers should know before we wrap up? Anything else about this hearing today?
This hearing is something that every American should pay attention to, because so few people really understand the political discrimination that Washington, D.C. residents face. We are regular, hardworking Americans. We don't all work for the federal government. In fact, very few of us do. We're not bureaucrats. We're hardworking American taxpayers who just want the same rights and privileges that every other American citizen has, and that we, along with our fellow Americans, deserve.
All right. Well, Senator Paul Strauss, thank you so much for joining us here on News Now from Fox. You have a great rest of your Monday.
Thank you.
All right, and a huge thank you to Senator Strauss for joining us here. It's going to be interesting to see the outcome of today's hearing, and you can expect us to stream that live, raw and unfiltered here on News Now from Fox, bringing you back out to the U.S. Capitol. I'm going to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. More News Now from Fox will be right after that.
too. Welcome back to News Now from Fox, everybody. Taking a live look over Miami, Florida, where it most definitely doesn't look like it does here in Orlando. Looks like some sunny skies out there, some good weather. And if you have been keeping up with Miami over the last couple of days, it has gotten pretty crazy there. We've got spring breakers flocking from all over the country to South Beach and, celebrating the week that they have off. And a stern warning from officials all over the country to spring breakers. Follow coronavirus guidelines or all the progress made towards fighting the pandemic could be wiped away. In some states, vacationers proving they aren't interested in following the rules. Fox News correspondent Phil Keating has more from Miami, Florida, and some of these videos are pretty wild.
Even though a record number of Americans are getting the coronavirus vaccine every day and cases in some parts of the country are rapidly declining, experts are concerned that new potentially deadly variants mixed with spring breakers who are ignoring safety protocols could derail the country's progress towards fighting the pandemic.
These should be warning signs for all of us. Cases climbed last spring, they climbed again in the summer. They will climb now if we stop taking precautions.
In Miami Beach, officials declaring a state of emergency. Masks far and few between, and social distancing mostly ignored among the larger than expected crowds. With an implemented 8 p.m. curfew, police are blocking off the busiest entertainment district, and those businesses are forced to close early.
We all simply want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to keep our streets safe and our community safe and our visitors, frankly, safe.
The crackdown comes as air travel in the country appears to be bouncing back. Flight bookings on average are among the highest seen during the pandemic, despite health officials advising people against non-essential trips. But some vacationers are ignoring those warnings. Airline passengers Amy and Amelia Edelberg are headed to Maui for spring break.
The beach, the flowers, the weather, everyone's happy there. It's just so beautiful and peaceful.
Definitely. Yeah, and the beach is like the best part.
Officials say rising travel demand is prompting the airlines to fill the planes more to capacity, hoping to make up for the billions lost during the past year due to COVID-19. In Miami Beach, Phil Keating, Fox News.
All right, taking another live look at Atlanta, Georgia, everybody. I'm going to pull up this graphic so you can put a city to a name here on News Now from Fox. That's the beauty of our show. We can hop from one city to another and sometimes from one country to another. So I like to bring you to all these different places here on News Now from Fox. But heading back out to Atlanta, Georgia, we've been there a lot within the last week as we are still following as the world reacts to the tragic, deadly massage parlor massacre that happened last Tuesday that left 8 people dead. The pain is still fresh after those attacks, and while across the country people are joining together to send a message that hate will not be tolerated. Fox News correspondent Ashley Strohmeyer has more on their pleas for peace and what lawmakers say could be done to prevent any more senseless violence.
We must stand together as a human race.
From coast to coast, thousands of people continue taking to the streets, denouncing hate and calling for tighter gun laws. This following the deadly shootings at 3 massage parlors in Georgia.
No, enough is enough. I cannot stand by and watch another grandpa, grandma be just pushed over with violence and killed and murdered.
Police say 21-year-old Robert Aaron Long admitted to the shootings that left 8 people dead, including 6 women of Asian descent.
These women were someone's mom, someone's daughter, someone's sister.
This new security camera footage captures the moment Long entered the first scene. His hand appears to hold onto something in his back pocket. Not long before this, Long had bought a firearm. A lawyer for the gun store says the shop appears to have followed all appropriate protocols. The shootings have prompted new calls for waiting periods before a weapon can be used after purchase. And Democratic leaders in Georgia are expected to propose a law mandating a 5-day waiting period. According to Giffords Law Center, requiring an individual to wait even a few days can reduce homicide rates by 17%. Although police claim the shooter's motives were not driven by race, protesters across the country see how the attacks are aligning with the dramatic increase in hate crimes targeting the Asian community. Ashley Strohmeyer, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Ashley Strohmeyer for that report. At around 9:15 Eastern time here in just about a little more than a half hour, we will also be joined by the host of a cultural podcast to talk about how the world and leaders and communities and advocates and everybody has been responding to the shootings that occurred in Atlanta, Georgia last week. I'm going to take some of you on a 2-minute commercial break. More top stories and live reports are coming up just after that. Welcome back to News Now from Fox, everybody. Taking a live look over Minneapolis, Minnesota, as the sun is beginning to rise over the Twin City. It is 7:46 a.m. over there in Central Time, and all eyes remain on Minneapolis as the Derek Chauvin trial, the former Minneapolis police officer accused of killing George Floyd last summer. His trial is set to begin a week from today, and we have been covering jury selection for the past 2 weeks, and it is now actually entering a third week as they are seeking 2 more jurors. So joining me right now to break everything down for us is Fox 9 Minneapolis's Bill Keller. He is here with us right now. And Bill, good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us. How are you doing out there?
Good morning. Yeah, it's quiet. We're doing well here outside the Hennepin County Courthouse, where they say day 10 of jury selection set to get underway.
Yeah, Bill. So talk to me about what we saw Friday. Friday was a big day for the future of the trial. Judge Peter Cahill voted that it wouldn't be moved, it wouldn't be delayed. But now talk to me about how they are seeking 2 more jurors, and exactly we're in a third week of jury selection now.
Yeah, we're really in the home stretch here. 8 more jurors are going to be called into questioning in just about an hour. If all goes well, both sides could actually wrap up jury selection by agreeing to 2 final alternates. Now, they've already seated 13 jurors despite all the other issues they've had. Those include 5 men and 8 women. The judge initially calling for 14 jurors, so you've got the 12 who will hear the case and a couple of alternates. They can call up to 16, but because of COVID-19 and all the restrictions in what is really the largest courtroom they can find, he's calling for a 3rd alternate. So a total of 15 is what they're going for. That means they've got 2 more people that they have to try and seat today. The defense still has 5 strikes. They can dismiss any potential juror without any cause. State prosecutors still have 3, and of course the judge can release anybody he sees fit. This jury pool, by the way, has been over 300 people to start out with.
Yeah, Bill. Now, as far as today goes, are we expecting to have a full jury seated today? I know we were most likely expecting that Friday, but that obviously wasn't the case.
You know, at the pace we've been going, I'd say we're pretty close to being on track. I mean, even the day that they lost 2 jurors, you'll recall they had to dismiss 2 because they say they had heard about that $27 million settlement between the city of Minneapolis and the family of George Floyd. They lost 2 jurors that day. They picked them back up by the time the day was over. So they've been going at a pretty good clip on this thing. The judge setting 3 weeks aside. They're probably not going to need all that time, but regardless of whether they seat these jurors today or tomorrow, they'll take the rest of the week off until the 29th, next Monday. That's when opening statements are set to begin.
Yeah, Bill, going back to Friday, again, Judge Peter Cahill making several important rulings. Talk to me about the conversation that we actually watched live here on our show regarding the body cam footage of George Floyd's previous arrest. He ruled that that will now be partially admissible, correct?
Yeah, there's only a small portion of it, and it's really from the time the arrest begins up until the time that he has been handcuffed. His behavior after that would not be admissible. What the defense would like to show is that George Floyd had a pattern of acting like this. The judge, though, deciding to allow some of that evidence related to that previous drug arrest from 2019. Again, that body cam can be shown at trial, just a portion of it. The judge calling it somewhat relevant because it shows an example of Floyd's reaction to being confronted by police in a very similar situation, a decision that actually could prove beneficial to Chauvin's defense.
All right, Fox 9 Minneapolis's Bill Keller. Anything else we need to know ahead of today? What time did you say it is supposed to get underway here?
Well, it's going to get underway at 9 o'clock Central this morning, so we're just about an hour and 15 minutes away. Judge Cahill runs a pretty tight ship. He runs on time, not a lot of delays, so I suspect we'll be able to dip into that if you want in just about an hour and 10 minutes.
All right, Bill, thanks so much for joining us here on News Now from Fox. We'll see you soon.
You bet. Okay, you bet.
Huge thank you to Bill Keller taking another live look over Minneapolis, Minnesota as the sun begins to rise. I'm actually going to check their website to see the temperature. 36 degrees out there today, so still a little chilly in the Twin City. But again, we will have all eyes continuously on Minneapolis as the jury selection for the Derek Chauvin trial enters its third week. So stay with us here on News Now from Fox. Some of you will see that quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we will be out in Australia where they are seeing some historic and very, very tragic flooding in the New South Wales area. So stay with us here on News Now from Fox. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back to News Now from Fox, taking a live look over our X-RAD radar where you can see systems moving across the Midwest and part of the Northwest there out in Boise, Idaho. You can see systems moving across Denver, but we do want to bring you the latest weather news that we are getting out of Australia. There has been some really tragic flooding that has forced thousands to be evacuated, and we actually do have several videos courtesy of a video system that we use here on News Now from Fox called Storyful, where viewers basically give us permission to air the footage that they are posting of events happening across the globe. So I do want to bring you that here on News Now from Fox. I'm going to start with this first video here and bring up this graphic. So right now you are taking a look at the Ellenborough Falls near Ellens, New South Wales, where it was in full force. As you could see, that vicious heavy water there on Friday after heavy rainfall swept through the region. This video footage was recorded by Chris Sheed, and it's showing again those raging falls. A severe weather warning was in place for many parts of New South Wales, forecasting very heavy rainfall, likely leading to flash flooding. And here you can see as 5 adults and 4 children were specifically evacuated by a rescue crew in Tuncurry, New South Wales on Saturday, as severe flooding continued to affect the state's mid-north coast. This footage was uploaded to Twitter by Fire and Rescue New South Wales, and it shows adults and children being towed safely. So that is right there out in New South Wales as the crews worked for 3 hours through the night to safely evacuate the groups. And now you can also see crews taking a ride through some devastating footage of really terrible flooding out there in New South Wales. Severe weather warnings and evacuation orders were in place for large swaths of New South Wales still on Saturday, while the state's Premier Gladys Berejiklian, that is a hard name to pronounce, said 18,000 people had been evacuated from their homes. And as you can see, goats were also evacuated. Volunteers from New South Wales State Emergency Services rescued 2 lucky goats that had been left stranded by flooding in South Creek, Windsor yesterday. The volunteers used a dinghy to reach the animals and then carried them to safety. Severe weather warnings and evacuation orders remain in place for parts of New South Wales today and will remain in effect through tomorrow. You can see a very heartfelt, adorable rescue there. So our hearts go out to everyone affected by this storm and these floodings out there. Again, you can see the just the devastation and the viciousness of that water. So that was not live, everybody. It was a live report from myself here on News Now from Fox, but taking that live bug off of there for you, because again, that is courtesy of a video system called Storyful that we use, where viewers can send in what is happening and the footage that they take from events around the globe. But again, thank you so much for joining us live here on News Now from Fox at 9 a.m. here on the East Coast, and we are continuing to bring you the top stories that you want and need to know. My name is Regina Gonzalez, and I am joining you from the News Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. We've got lots of headlines to cover, not only in our country, but around the globe. We are not just a nationwide operation here on our show, but sometimes we get feeds from all different countries. So we will continue to bring you those live, raw, and unfiltered full press conferences, full events in their entirety, because we like to have you watch them in full and make your own decisions about the news that is happening across our nation and across our globe. So taking you out from Orlando, Florida, where I am joining you right now, out to New York City, taking a live look over our Fox News headquarters in the Big Apple. A little bit of a closer shot up there. You can see Radio City and the flag flags flying high. I'm going to head to our Fox 5 New York website to see what exactly the weather is out there. It is looking like a little bit of a dreary day, but not too bad. Not nearly as bad as Orlando today. It's a very, very somber, cloudy day here, but 44 degrees there in Manhattan. And I am bringing you out there because hundreds of high schoolers in New York City are returning to the classroom today as public schools reopen for the first time since November. So Fox 5 New York's Kayla Mamalak is going to bring us the latest on this story here on News Now from Fox.
That we have for the way that all of this played out in terms of remote learning.
With just about 3 months left in the semester, Minna Bachman and her classmates at Bard High School Early College are allowed back in the building today for some semblance of normality.
It's pretty much one period of in-person learning, and then that's it.
New York City's 488 high schools will reopen for classroom learning for the first time since November. Bachman's teacher, Dr. Stephen Mazie, says this is his fourth transition over the last year.
Moving from regular teaching in the building to going all remote suddenly last year, coming back into the building in the fall in a hybrid situation, and then leaving again.
All of that despite the fact that the nation's largest school district has managed to keep its COVID positivity rate incredibly low, the number currently at 0.57. And while Dr. Mazie's students are only being offered in-person learning part-time, school's Chancellor Misha Porter says roughly half of the city's high schools are offering full-time in-person instruction for most or all of their students.
There are a lot of students who are just hankering to get back, who are excited not to be glued to a screen all day, every day for their learning.
Still, only a fraction of parents chose to sign their kids up for in-person learning. Roughly 55,000 high school students are heading back to classrooms, compared to a pre-pandemic high school population of about 326,000. High school reopening follows last month's return for middle schoolers. Elementary schools and schools for students with special needs reopened in December. Also this week, Mayor de Blasio says parents of pre-K through 5th grade will again be able to opt their children into classroom learning. No word yet on when middle and high school parents will be able to do the same. And while Bachman said she's grateful for the effort, she's confident the ever-changing system is going to have a long-lasting impact.
It's something that will affect us in our habits of learning for many years to come. I can feel that.
All right, thank you to Fox 5 New York's Kayla Mamalak for that report. Hello, everybody. My name is Regina Gonzalez, once again joining you from the News Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. And this is what Pilar Arias likes to call mission control. This is how we control the show, guys. So your hosts are your directors, your producers, your anchors. We control all the video, the audio. We've got all these monitors and all these boards here. And I must say, it's a lot of fun. But, you know, we get the occasional little hiccup there. So if you see that, we, again, always remember that our hosts are controlling the entire show for hours at a time. It's truly the most fun thing that I have gotten to do in this career in so long. I love coming to work every day, and it's been a true honor hosting the show. We have started in September, and our show has truly taken off. Again, we are not only here in Orlando, Florida, but you tune in during most of the day as you watch our News Now from Fox headquarter team in Phoenix, Arizona. And then we also have a team in Los Angeles as well. And of course, we wouldn't be possible without the content provided from our owned and operated stations across the country. The reporters you see, the content you see, they come from all over the place, all over the country. We have stations in almost every state you can think of. So again, wouldn't be possible without the help of our stations across the nation. So coming to you again live here from Mission Control, I'm going to stay out in New York here for this next top story, and I actually, with the click of this button on this monitor, can bring you back out to New York. So
That's how cool it is here, and that's when we tell you we can bring you from one location to another here on our show. That is how we do it, guys, with these keyboards and monitors here in front of us. But yesterday we saw a press conference from Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer out there in New York City. It's about 10 minutes long, so I do want to bring you his latest full remarks here on News Now from Fox. We are also moments away from a live interview with a cultural podcast host talking about the world responding to the last week's shootings out there in Atlanta, Georgia, that left 8 people dead. A very tragic situation that is now sparking so much conversation about anti-Asian American violence. So let's listen in to Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer here on News Now from Fox.
Coming, and again, we'll try to be as quick as we can. So, we're here today amidst the first documented case of the contagious COVID variant in Brazil. We're here today amidst the first documented case of the contagious Brazil COVID in Brooklyn. And this is serious because it's sort of the canary in the coal mine. Now, we're doing very well on producing the vaccines and now distributing the vaccines. On Friday, I was here with Mr. Zeitz, who's in charge of getting this vaccine out, and we announced more than 200 new places, community health centers that will distribute the vaccine clearly and easily for people. You don't have to go to a hospital, you don't have to wait online, it's right in your neighborhood. And the fact that New York will get an increased number of vaccines, 33% more than in the past, 1.65 million a week, which is a lot of vaccines for New York. By the end of April. Right, by the end of April. But there's one problem. Too many people are still afraid of getting the vaccine, of taking the vaccine. If people are afraid of taking the vaccine, it will delay our ability to beat COVID back. So we're here today to call on the CPC to quickly distribute $1 billion and create an ad blitz to educate the consumer and the public, to conduct outreach and build more confidence that the vaccine is not only effective but has no notable side effects for the vast majority of people. And I'm asking the CDC to pay particular attention to New York, to launch a campaign that educates, reaches out, and shows people why they should be taking the vaccine. If we don't do that, all the vaccines in the world sitting on the shelf, or even on the shelves of community health centers, hospitals, and pharmacies won't do any good. So we need an education campaign. And the education campaign should be simple. It simply should say, don't be afraid. The dangers of getting COVID if you don't take the vaccine are many, many more times the dangers of any side effect. This vaccine has been tested over and over and over again. It is now in the arms of tens of millions of people, and there have been no side effects. I tell people my parents are 97 and 92. They got the Pfizer vaccine, both doses, have had no side effects at all. And so a study this week found that about 1 in 3 adults don't want to take the vaccine. That will be devastating. Even frontline health workers don't want to take the vaccine. The CDC needs to pay particular attention to them to make sure that they're educated and they get the vaccine. It's thrilling, it's very good that people won't have to wait for vaccines in a few weeks, that everyone who wants one will be able to get one. But it won't do the job if too many people don't take it. So I say once again, don't be afraid. This vaccine will not hurt you and will do a lot of good. There's a lot of misinformation about the vaccine online, spread by people for whatever purpose are spreading misinformation. But all people have to do is talk to their friends who have had it, and they will know that it is legitimate and good to take the vaccine. Some other people are just afraid of vaccines in general, not of this COVID vaccine. But vaccines are they hurt much less. The needles are much thinner, they go in and out. I remember when I was a kid, I was very much afraid of what we called a shot, penicillin shot or something. But in those days, the needles were thick, and when they went into your arm, they hurt. These hardly hurt at all. So you shouldn't be afraid of the side effects. You shouldn't be afraid that it will hurt. It doesn't hurt very much at all, and people should get the vaccine. We need the CDC to make sure doctors reach out to all their patients who haven't had the vaccine, that hospitals reach out, that healthcare workers reach out, that educators reach out. Everyone, there has to be a massive education campaign for us to successfully eradicate COVID. And if a third or even 20% of Americans don't take it, it could make it much harder to overcome this awful disease and get life back to normal. So again, I would plead with all New Yorkers, take the vaccine. I will tell the CDC we need an education campaign here in New York quickly. We need outreach, we need education, and we need key people to understand that the vaccine has very few harmful side effects.
Detail out what $1 billion was.
Okay, yes.
Did you say $1 billion what's it going to look like? And then
where is it?
Some piece.
Okay. The campaign can be boots on the ground and a door-to-door campaign. It could be public service ads. They should use every aspect of reaching people. That's how important. Let me say it again. The campaign should be door-to-door. It should be public service.
All right, everybody. It looks like Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer there was having some difficulties at that press conference yesterday. Stuff is dropping. He had to check his notes, and this audio is fading in and out a bit. So you got the gist of what yesterday's press conference was all about. But I am going to end that here and take you back out to rainy Orlando, Florida, where you are taking a live look over our SunTrust cam in downtown Orlando. It was a much clearer shot before, but as you can see, not the best weather here. So I'm going to take some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we will be joined by the host of Culture Chat podcast, talking about how last week's tragic shootings in Atlanta, Georgia is now sparking conversation for change to anti-Asian American violence. So stay with us, everybody. That report will be right after this 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to News Now from Fox, everybody. This is a much better vantage point of how cloudy and sad Orlando, Florida looks today. Taking a live look over I-4, that is the highway that connects Orlando with a lot of Florida. So again, a dreary day out here in Central Florida, only about 60 degrees. It was a chilly weekend here out in the Sunshine State. Again, I think we just really missed the memo that it was supposed to be the first week of spring. But taking you back out to Orlando, Florida, because this is not only where we are located here in our News Now from Fox East Coast Hub, but this is where our next guest is joining us from. As you know, we have been covering the tragic Atlanta spa shooting that happened last Tuesday, leaving 8 people dead. It was at several massage parlors in the Atlanta, Georgia area, and it has sparked a lot of conversation about the recent increase and wave of anti-Asian American violence in our nation over the last year. And right now, joining me is the host of Culture Chat podcast, Miss Mimi Chan. Mimi, good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us here on News Now from Fox. How are you?
Good morning. Thank you for inviting me today.
Absolutely. I'm just going to pull up your name here, put a face to a name. So Mimi, we enjoy having you here on our show because, and I wish it was for better circumstances, but last week, obviously, we saw the tragic shootings in Atlanta. Now, Atlanta police have said several times they are not ruling out that it's a hate crime, but the world has definitely sparked a lot of conversation about the recent wave of anti-Asian American violence in our nation. And I was actually listening to your podcast and I was on your website recently. I saw that even before this happened, about on February 23rd, you made an episode about the rise in violence sparked by the COVID-19 pandemic. So talk to me about the fact that you've been following this topic even before these shootings happened.
I can't hear right now. The connection just went out, so I'm not sure if
can you hear
I'm
me
still
now?
live, but perhaps I'll reconnect the audio. But definitely, in response to your question, while I reconnect the audio, is that I did initially see and hear all of these hate crimes that have been rising, and that has been an issue. And so I was concerned. And so in February, I did host a podcast covering these hate crimes, and it was really upsetting to me. And it was something that I took to heart, you know, being Asian American myself, but also seeing the elderly community being attacked. And, you know, our sisters and brothers are hurting and being murdered. And I thought enough is enough. And so obviously with the recent shooting, my heart goes out to the families and of the victims. And it's truly been upsetting.
Mimi, can you hear me now?
I'm
Is your
still trying
audio
to
doing
reconnect
okay?
the audio here.
Let me know when you can hear me. Can you hear me, Mimi? Is this working now? All right, everybody. It seems like we're having some audio issues.
I'm sorry
here.
if I can't hear any audio. So
No,
know if
that's
I'm still
okay.
live, but
That's
I
okay.
definitely want to.
So we are going to take you guys to a quick 2-minute commercial break while we try to see if Mimi's audio will reconnect here. We do want to bring you this interview here on News Now from Fox. So in the meantime, let me take you guys back out to Orlando, Florida, and we will reconnect with Mimi while some of you guys see that 2-minute commercial break. All right, everybody, welcome back to News Now from Fox. We do apologize for the technical difficulties that we had with Mimi's interview. It seemed that she lost the connection to hear us, but we are back in action here on News Now from Fox. So once again, joined by Mimi Chan, host of Culture Chat podcast, and we wanted to bring her onto our show to talk about how the shootings in Atlanta last week are sparking conversation for change and really bringing awareness to the wave of anti-Asian American violence in our nation. Mimi, can you hear me now? How are you doing? Thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, thank you so much for the invitation. I hear you loud and clear right now.
Okay, so perfect. Awesome. Well, like we were saying before, Mimi, so I was doing some research and I was on your website and listening to your podcast, and you have been talking about this exact topic even before the shootings last week. I believe in late February, you made an episode about the attacks and, Asian American violence sparked by the COVID-19 pandemic. So tell us about how you've been covering this specific story for, even before these shootings.
Yes, well, thank you for asking that. Actually, sometime last year, I had seen some, infrequent social media posts in regards to some attacks and some racism being shown, especially once the pandemic began. And in all honesty, we have a martial arts organization and we've had students that have also been subject to that harassment. So it has definitely been on top of mind. In all honesty, ever since the former president used words like China virus and Kung flu, it really incited a lot of these issues that have been coming up. And so from a personal standpoint, there have been lots of different instances that has brought to my attention. And so I had talked about it, on and off air as well last year, but I never saw anything in mainstream media showing and depicting the violence that we have seen in the last few months. And thank you to the work of activist Amanda Nguyen and some of the celebrities that started to really bring this to light in the beginning of the year, seeing the elderly community attacked, seeing our Asian American community, being hurt, and now we're at the point of murder. So yes, in February, once I really started to see a lot of these incidents in terms of the video footage and things that were being shared, I definitely felt that it was something I wanted to speak out about even more vocally. And so it's unfortunate that it has led to where we are today with 6 Asian women being murdered. And my heart goes out, of course, to the victims and their families, and just it's been such a horrible, horrible week.
Now, Mimi, obviously, we heard from Atlanta police several times throughout the week where they actually said that this is not being ruled a hate crime, but they are not ruling anything out. What was your reaction once you saw what happened last Tuesday in Atlanta?
Yeah, thank you for asking that. Initially, I, like any other citizen, I try to listen, I try to observe, I try to gather information. And so I was first shocked when I saw that this happened. And then as more and more information comes out with every business being an Asian business, and the fact that 6 Asian women were victims, it, for me, was not difficult to draw a racial component to this act, this crime. And if it's so difficult to rule as a hate crime, then I think that means the technicalities of the law and the legislation or the law needs to be changed. Because if a majority of us in the community can identify that as a hate crime based on the information that we're given and how we feel, and it's hurtful to not define it otherwise, and so that those consequences are not met. Because it isn't just a murder. There was 6 Asian women that were victims of this. And, for me, it's a very clear-cut conclusion to why this has happened. And maybe this murderer had a sex addiction, but I don't think that it can be lost at who the victims are.
Mimi, we have seen the president, the vice president, leaders in states across the nation respond to these shootings and, really voicing their opinions on the wave of violence that they've seen against Asian Americans recently. What are some key conversations or key points that have been made that have really stood out to you?
Well, when the Lunar New Year was happening, and that was in early, apologize, my brain, early February, it was very comforting to see President Biden speak out against the rise of the anti-Asian hate crimes, and that felt very comforting, and it felt very validating to us as a community that we were not being ignored, because we have been ignored for the past year, as these incidents have been going on. There's over 3,800 incidents reported, and that's reported. So that means there's more, as you know, with issues of harassment and hate crime and crimes of that nature, they're often not reported. So the fact that it's been on such a rise and that we have been ignored, our voices have been silenced, and we took so long, it took these huge tragedies for us to make the mainstream media. It was very comforting to see that support and to feel that we were finally being heard.
Mimi, I know that you work in Kung Fu and teach martial arts, and you are working with young children. So what can you say about what these last couple of months, last week's shootings, and what the world is talking about now? What do our children need to know, and how does this affect our children?
That's a great question. I think the main thing is that we teach our children and our adults the same thing at the Kung Fu school. And one of the main principles is respect and kindness and fellowship and self-control, and applying that to not just yourself, but towards others. And so we teach that regardless of what is going on in the world. And I think if we have all lived by those principles, these crimes wouldn't exist. If we had respect towards one another, and if we were kind, and if we saw everyone equally. And so the great thing about working with children is they see things through such a innocent and different lens. And so we have the ability to then teach them these principles that instill the fact that we all deserve to live happily and equally amongst one another. And I think that it's been very sad to see all of these things happening, and it's not something that children should have to be subject to, but lots of other minority races and backgrounds have had to deal with this for a very long time. So it is not a new conversation that we have with our youth. It's not a new conversation. This is not a new issue of having racial attacks or being treated unequally.
What do you want to see come out of this tragic situation? What do you want to see changed in the future?
Well, first of all, like I said, if it's so difficult for technicalities to draw the conclusion of hate crimes, I think there needs to be something changed there so that it's much easier to be able to identify and convict and have consequences for those that do this. And the advice I give to everybody is the same that I've been giving to myself. So for one is obviously we all should be standing up against all forms of racism and hatred, because together is the only way that we're really going to make a difference. And so I've been trying to listen and learn. I mean, even though I'm Asian American, I've been trying to learn about other Asian cultures and tried to start conversations such as the one we're having here. And I've encouraged people to also read, about the history of systemic racism against Asian Americans, because again, this is not a new problem. This started from when, the Chinese first immigrated here. One of the first acts was the Chinese Exclusion Act, right? That start these issues, right, of who belongs and who doesn't belong. And so I think listening and learning is the first step. The second is there are a lot of organizations out there that speak a lot more eloquently than I do, that can educate and have been doing the work to help those impacted by these crimes and to help bring these laws into effect that will help with equality and to actually, make changes. And so donating or just volunteering and learning about some of these places like Stop AAPI Hate, Asians Americans Advancing Justice. There's so many organizations out there. If you follow me on social media, I list them all the time. And then lastly, of course, is to speak out and report these crimes and stand up with your community and with Asian Americans. And that way we can, all start to live amongst one another, equally and happily and peacefully.
Well, Mimi Chan, host of Culture Chat podcast, is there anything else our viewers need to know? Anything else you want them to take away from our conversation?
Again, thank you so much for allowing me to have this platform to discuss this. It's something that I really feel, the rise of these anti-Asian hate crimes and racism since the pandemic can't be ignored, and to be silent is to be complicit. So please stand with us and stand up for us and be a part of the community and ally with us if you're not Asian American. And if you are Asian American, we're with you. I stand with you. And I would like everyone out there to be vigilant and safe and kind and respectful to one another, and stand up to hatred and racism.
Absolutely. Well, Mimi Chan, thank you so much for joining us here on News Now from Fox. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much.
And a huge thank you to Mimi and all of the guests that come on our show, taking another live look over Orlando, Florida. Some of you are going to see that quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to News Now from Fox, everybody. 9:41 a.m. here on the East Coast, taking a live look over Orlando, Florida, where I have said so many times today that it has been a very weird, cool, cloudy, dreary day out in the Sunshine State, but it's okay. Sometimes you do need a little cloudy day to just stay inside and rest. I feel obligated to be outside when it's sunny out. So this weekend was pretty relaxing since it wasn't that nice out. But I want to bring you from Orlando to Minneapolis, Minnesota, where jury selection week 3 of the Derek Chauvin trial is set to begin at 10 a.m. Eastern, so about little less than 20 minutes here. This is a live feed that we are getting from the courtroom, and as you heard Bill Keller say on News Now from Fox just a little bit ago, they are seeking 2 more jurors in the case, and the trial is set to begin a week from today. So we will be streaming that here on News Now from Fox, live, raw, and in its entirety, like we are all about here on our show. And once we do get those live feeds from the courtroom where Judge Peter Cahill and defense and prosecuting attorneys are speaking here in just a couple of minutes, we will bring it to you as well. But in the meantime, we also do have some live pictures of the stock market, the Dow Jones Industrial, down on this Monday morning. So we like to bring you that on our show when we get it as well. But taking you back out to New York City, because this next event that I want to bring you to happened in Brooklyn, New York. Specifically, mourners gathered at a We Care memorial wall to honor over 15,000 nursing home residents who died from COVID-19. Family members gathered and spoke, and we have that video here on News Now from Fox. So I do want to play you just a little bit, and then when we do get live feeds from the courtroom of the Derek Chauvin trial, we will bring them to you live on our show. But for now, out to Brooklyn we go.
Our governor locked us out of our nursing homes and rehab centers. We as families weren't allowed to go see our loved ones, those that we cherish the most, our parents, our aunts, our uncles. A week later, he decided, unilaterally we seemed to found out, that he was going to force the nursing homes, or he did force the nursing homes to take COVID patients. It was like, as our own governor said, even though he did this 2 weeks before, fire and dry brush. And we lost thousands of our loved ones. I lost 4 of my family members in 1 week. My aunt is here, who lost her husband. My cousins are here, who lost their dad and granddad. I lost my father. My siblings are here. And there are thousands like me. They're here. We fought a good fight over the last year, and the focus is now shifting. It's time for us to mourn. It's time for us to come together. As I've been thinking about this over the last couple of days, what am I going to say? What am I going to say? 2,000 years ago, Jesus said, forgive. He said, you have to forgive. If we don't forgive, it's just going to be a poison to us. And I've seen that in too many lives because of this situation. So I'm here to say, 1, we need to forgive. But I'm also here, 2, to say justice is just as important as forgiving. And we as family members need to see justice. This is part of the healing. This is part of the beginning. I implore those elected officials, and not the ones here, I want to thank them, but those that aren't here, to do their job, to do what's right for us and our loved ones. Look at the faces of people. You've taken a lot of pictures, you've walked around. They're full of life. Those are family. There is, at my estimation, there's 15,000 of our loved ones. There's 100,000 people like me and those around me who lost the ones they love most. So I'm asking everybody here, it's time to mourn. It's time to grab a hold of those that you know that have lost loved ones in a place that they should be safe to get healed. And tell them you love them. Tell them it's time to forgive those that perpetuated this. And then also let your elected officials know that our voices won't be silenced and that justice is what's right. We have a number of people that are going to speak. I'll be emceeing and introducing each one of them. The first person is someone who's near and dear to me. It's my brother Peter. Peter Arbini has been tirelessly focused on bringing out the truth and helping those like us who are grieving. He's done more than you can imagine, and I can detail privately, but that one person has gone out of his way to donate thousands of pieces of PPE that saved other loved ones. He's gone out of his way to fund this, to fund our other events, to help anybody who needs. So I'd like to ask Peter to be the first person to speak to you.
No, we're brothers, don't worry. We interview next to each other all the time. And if there's anything that could happen, I hope that ends one day, Danny. As much as I like sitting next to you in front of cameras. I want to first say that my family supports nursing homes and we support their staff. We do not blame the 15,000 lost loved ones on the nursing home staff who left their families to save our families. So we support nursing homes. We don't believe in the cancel culture. We do not believe in the cancel culture of nursing homes. We think they need to be supported. This is a very emotional week. I cried 3 times this week because this was the week, March 15th, we were locked out from visiting our parents, our loved ones, and 10 days later the governor sent in COVID with no PPEs. So sure, the staff might have caught COVID, they might have had COVID, but they weren't properly prepared because the entire world was not prepared. So again, I want to thank the essential workers. I don't want to blame them for the 15,000 people. We stood here in October, and we started it in August, was a mock funeral for Governor Cuomo's leadership and integrity. We knew that my father died in April. We knew that the nursing homes and the hospitals didn't have PPEs. We even donated 500 masks to the local precinct because they didn't have PPEs. This was in March and April. So I was going to go away very quietly. My brother was on CNN. He asked for an apology in May from the governor. Never got the apology. Somebody told me in August he was coming out with a book. And I said, if he comes out with a book, I'm going to put 6,500 pages of that book in a coffin and put it in front of the nursing home. So the number was 6,500. And at that day in October, I said the number is close to 15,000. I've been asked over and over again, how did 2 Brooklyn brothers figure out that the number was at 15,000 last summer? It was very easy. He said at that time, which he was lying, he sent 6,000 COVID-positive patients into nursing homes. So I listened to the scientists. They said COVID moves 2 to 3 people. 6,000 times 3 is 18. I took 20% off. You're at 15,000. We're in a whole heap of trouble if 2 Brooklyn people figured it out, and we have 300 politicians between me and the governor that didn't figure it out. So, and I met some very courageous people that day, and I've met even more courageous people. And some of them are going to speak, but I just want to say we set out for 3 things last summer, and we don't have the 3 things. We wanted an apology, we wanted the true, accurate numbers, and the reason we don't have the true, accurate numbers, and that's why that sign is there, is my father's death, he died at home. And they are not counting discharged nursing home patients that left the nursing home and went home. They're only counting between the nursing home and the hospital. There are probably thousands of people that were fortunate enough to leave the nursing home, like my father, and die at their home, and they still don't count as a COVID death. So as a COVID orphan, we need answers, we need an apology, and we need a fair investigation. Thank you, everyone, for coming.
The next speaker is someone very special to me. Why is he special? Not only does he care about this community, but he was the first politician who stood here with us and bravely said, we need the truth, and he offered an apology. My friend Brad Lander is our local council member. He's also running for the office of the controller this year. I wish him well, but I'd also, more importantly, like to ask him to speak. As the first person who publicly apologized, thank you, Brad.
Good afternoon. First of all, can we just say a big thank you to Daniel and Peter Arbini for the work that they have done bringing us out here today, but all across the past year. And of course, by extension, that's everybody here who has lost someone dear to them and had to go through a year of mourning, but also found the courage to insist on the truth and accountability. So thank you, Janice. Thank you, Ron. Thank you, Aram. Thank you, Advocates for Seniors. Thank you for everyone. Can we just give a big round of applause to the family members who have had the courage to stand up, to mourn their families, to love their families, and to demand justice. And you know, this wall of remembrance is just so powerful. I know all of you got to do what I've been doing, which is just going around and looking at these beautiful faces, so full of joy, with their families. And we're about to go through the season of Easter and Passover and Ramadan, and it's spring. And a lot of families, after getting vaccinated, are going to be able to see their grandparents again. And we've got 15,000 families who aren't going to be able to do that, and who did not get the truth about what has happened, and who have had no accountability for it. And we are not going to let it stand there. So, I'm Brad Lander. I'm a New York City Council member. I represent this district we're in. I'm blessed to represent the Arbinis and some others who lost their loved ones at the Cobble Hill Health Center. And we were out here ringing our bells, cheering every day at 7 p.m., bringing PPE, supporting the staff. And so when we learned what had happened, and when we saw that Governor Cuomo was refusing to be honest about it, we knew that we needed to do something together. And so when you all organized something in October, I came out and I said, look, on behalf of government, I'm a city elected official, not a state one or a federal one, but it's got to be said, on behalf of government, I apologize to your families.
We accept it.
For, both for what happened and for the lies that were told about it. But what I said at the time was, that apology doesn't mean anything until we get the truth. Until we get the investigation that really reveals the numbers, is clear about what happens, and holds people accountable for it. Now, we're a little closer than we were, and I want to thank Attorney General Tish James, because the report that she produced, let's hear it for Attorney General Tish James, because she opened the door to accountability and put that first report in place that said a lot of what Peter and Daniel had figured out much earlier, but at least started to make clear what's going on. And that was a critical report. But there's a lot more we need to know. We want to see that FBI report and understand what happened with the repression of the numbers. We think we know a lot of why that was, but we want to see it.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez tapping in here real quick, because we are all about the live, raw, and unfiltered, and what is happening now here on NewsNOW from Fox. And right now, we are getting some tape playback. So this happened just moments ago of Vice President Harris swearing in the administrator of the Small Business Administration, Isabella Guzman. So I do want to bring you that here on NewsNOW from Fox. I'm going to wait just a second and see if they decide to replay this. And it looks like they are. So let's get the latest here on NewsNOW from Fox.
Give it up for Ron Kim for his leadership. You're going to hear from him in a minute. But the legislature needs to move forward with impeachment of Governor Cuomo to hold him accountable.
Come, Cortez Cruz. Okay, ready? All right. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Isabel Guzman.
I, Isabel Guzman.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend.
That I will support and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies.
Against all enemies.
Foreign and domestic.
Foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith.
That I will bear true faith.
And allegiance.
And allegiance.
To the same.
To the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully.
That I will well and faithfully.
Discharge the duties.
Discharge the duties.
Of the office upon.
Of the office upon.
Which I am about to enter.
Which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Administrator. Congratulations. There we are. See? Okay, now we're going to look and smile to the cameras. How about that? Good. Good way to start the week, isn't it?
Vice President Harris, are you concerned about AstraZeneca at all?
Alrighty, you saw it there. That was just moments ago out in the White House. Again, that was Vice President Kamala Harris swearing in the Small Business Administration Administrator Isabella Guzman. So when we get that tape playback, we do like to bring it here to you on News Now from Fox. Almost 10 a.m. on the East Coast here, taking a live look at the White House in our nation's capital. Again, at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, the House Oversight and Reform Committee will be holding a hybrid hearing on a bill that could make D.C. a 51st state. We did have U.S. Senator Paul Strauss on with us earlier to kind of break down what we can expect today. We will have D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser testifying, so we are eager to see what the outcome of today's hearing will be. You did hear Mr. Strauss say that this bill did pass in the House last year, but did not pass in the Senate. So again, we are eager to see what today will bring for our nation's capital. But again, my name is Regina Gonzalez. I'm joining you from the News Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. We are a nonstop stream of breaking news, live events, and stories happening across the nation. And we bring you the top stories and headlines that you want and need to know each day. We bring you live interviews, live guests, talkbacks with the reporters we have across the nation, and we air full events in their entirety to allow you to watch and make your own opinions on what is happening in the world. Our hosts here provide little to no commentary and just bring you the facts. So that's what we are all about here on News Now from Fox. I do want to show you that we have a live feed from inside the courtroom of the Derek Chauvin trial, where jury selection week 3 is expected to begin any minute now. So when we get that feed for you here, we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on News Now from Fox. We are expected for the camera to zoom out here in any minute. So in the meantime, and I do see what I believe is Judge Peter Cahill sitting down on the podium. So let's listen in here on News Now from Fox. Pilar Arias will be hopping on with you here shortly. I will see you guys tomorrow.
But I did want to make a record that after Friday, I know the defense filed extensive briefs, affidavits, attachments regarding change of venue. And I had a chance to review those this weekend. And it does not change my decision, and so the motion for change of venue is still denied. And we will hopefully get you out written orders regarding the Spriegel, the reverse Spriegel, and the motions in limine this week by tomorrow or Wednesday. So with that, as soon as the jurors are ready, we'll bring them in. Anything else for the record before we do that? No. All right. And Council, we forwarded you an email this morning. I'd like to meet in chambers at the break to talk about that a little bit.
Yes.
All right, everybody, good morning. You are watching News Now from Fox. Pilar Arias happened back on to mission control. That's what I like to call the News Now from Fox set right here in Orlando, Florida. Now that we are just past the 10 o'clock hour, I'm going to say hello to you all here momentarily. We have been listening in to now jury selection week 3 underway in the Derek Chauvin trial in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It appears they're taking a little bit of a breather here really quickly, but we are going to continue to listen in, and then we'll take a live look at stocks as well. So happy Monday. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hope everybody had a great weekend. So again, my name is Pilar Arias, coming at you live from Orlando, Florida. Let's take a look at stocks here really quickly before we return to the courtroom in Minneapolis, Minnesota. So stocks barely started trading about 35 minutes ago. Currently up about a point, so yeah, pretty flat, but things started out down just a bit today, and now they are kind of rebounding and leveling out. So we'll keep a very close eye on how stocks do today. But back out to the courtroom in Minneapolis. Thanks for your patience and understanding. Of course, this is live, raw, unfiltered. There are some moments of very little to no commentary here in the Derek Chauvin trial in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
be seated. All right, well, good morning, everyone. First of all, can you all hear me? Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Excellent. If at any time you need a hearing assistance devices, we have them available. Well, my name is Pete Cahill, and I am one of the judges of the District Court, and you have been summoned as potential jurors in the case of State of Minnesota versus Derek Chauvin, which is a criminal case related to the death of George Floyd on May 25th, 2020. A person charged with a crime has a right to an impartial judge and an impartial jury. In order to make sure the jurors who are selected are impartial, the law provides that the court and the attorneys for the parties may ask questions to all prospective jurors, which must be answered under oath. First, thank you all for filling out the questionnaire and mailing it back to us. That gives us a good start on information about you. Your contribution to the important and serious matter at hand is best served by continuing to provide full, complete, and honest answers to the questions that you'll be asked today. Those questions will follow up on issues from the questionnaire and possibly other topics. Now, after the questioning is over, the attorneys will have the right to excuse some of you from service on this jury, and I may excuse others of you for what we call cause. In either case, it does not mean that you are not a fair person, and you should not take offense at being excused. I also ask that you not take any offense at any questions that are asked. We must pry, to some extent, in order to explore some opinions you might hold, and to hear about experiences that you have had that might affect your ability to serve in this case. Now, the defendant, Mr. Chauvin, has been charged with murder in the second degree and manslaughter in the second degree. In the normal course of a trial, charges might be added or subtracted from that, but those are the charges as it stands today. Now, to the charges, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty, which is a denial of each and every material allegation in the charges. I'm now going to have the participants introduce themselves so you can tell us if you have any kind of relationship with them, either acquaintanceship, friendship, or professional relationship. First for the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. My name is Steve Slisher, and I represent the state of Minnesota.
Good morning. My name is Christina Aranakis, and I'm assistant to the prosecution.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Keith Ellison, and I represent the state of Minnesota.
Good morning. Aaron Eldridge for the state of Minnesota.
And for the defense.
Good morning. My name is Eric Nelson with my assistant Amy Voss. Together we represent Mr. Chauvin, who is the defendant.
Thank you. Anybody know anyone who has introduced themselves? Anyone have any kind of relationship with anybody else in the courtroom? All right. And if the answer is yes, just raise your hand, but I see no hands. Thank you. Does anyone know anyone else who works for the Attorney General's office? Because there might be some other attorneys who do appear during the trial, including Matthew Frank, Jerry Blackwell, and possibly others. Anybody recognize any of those names? Okay. Anybody know people who work at Mr. Nelson's law firm? Okay. Now, you've been given a list of potential witnesses in this case, and I'd like to have you review it before you're questioned individually. You'll be asked if you know anyone on the list. Now, one of the things the attorneys may not do during jury selection is to instruct you on the law, but I do want you to be aware of some of the basic concepts that apply in all criminal cases, so that you may keep them in mind as you answer the court's and the attorney's questions. So I will instruct you as follows. First, the charges against the defendant are not evidence, and they create no inference of guilt. No member of the jury should in any way permit himself or herself to be prejudiced against the defendant because a charge has been made against him or because he has been placed on trial. The defendant is presumed innocent of the charges made against him, and in order for you to find the defendant guilty, the state must prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant does not have to prove his innocence. The presumption of innocence remains with the defendant throughout the trial, unless and until he has been proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt according to the law and the evidence admitted at trial. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is such proof as ordinarily prudent men and women would act upon in their most important affairs. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense. It does not mean a fanciful or capricious doubt, nor does it mean beyond all possibility of doubt. Now, if you serve on this jury, you and your fellow jurors will be the sole judges of whether a witness is to be believed and of the weight to be given their testimony. There are no hard and fast rules to guide you in this respect, but in determining believability and weight of testimony, jurors may take into consideration the witness's interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case, their relationship to the parties, the ability and opportunity to know, remember, and relate the facts, their manner, their frankness and sincerity, or the lack thereof, their age and experience, the reasonableness or the unreasonableness of their testimony in light of all the other evidence in the case, and any other factors that bear on believability and weight. If on this jury, you should rely in the last analysis upon your own experience, good judgment, and common sense. Now, there are things you should not do during jury selection. You are not investigators. You are not to go out to do any looking, and you are not to ask people about this matter. You are not to use the internet to look for information about this case or about the law. Above all, you must not talk to anyone who is involved in the case, the lawyers, parties, witnesses, or spectators. Do not be offended if the attorneys, parties, witnesses, or spectators do not talk to you. They know that it would be improper to contact you, except through the normal selection process, and they will confine themselves to a brief greeting. Now, during the selection process, your family and friends will be curious as to what you are doing. You may tell them you are a potential juror in a criminal case, and that is all you should tell them. Since that is all you should tell family and friends, that is all you should tell the general public. So, during the proceedings, please refrain from using Facebook, Twitter, or other social media to announce that you are a potential juror or to comment on this trial. You may access those social media tools, with the exception of your news feeds that might give you media advice about the case, but please do not publish any information about this case or your thoughts about this case. You do not have to stay away from people and refuse to speak to them. Do whatever you wish, but do not talk about the case, and above all, do not talk to anyone involved in it. Now, because of the nature of the charges, this case is receiving media coverage. Do not read about this case in the newspapers or online, and do not listen to news about it on radio or television. In fact, do whatever you can to avoid news coverage of this, and the best way to do that is avoid news coverage altogether. Now, this trial, including jury selection, is being televised, but no video of you or any other juror will be taken at any time, now or during the trial if you are selected. Also, your name will not be used in the courtroom. You will only be referred to by your random number to protect your privacy. The audio of anything you say will be broadcast unless we need to discuss something that is deeply personal or extremely sensitive or embarrassing, or would tend to identify you specifically. In that case, I will specifically order that the audio not be broadcast. In that case, you will still have to answer questions on the record, but without audio or video broadcast outside of this courtroom. Now, with the exception of Juror 115, we'll have you wait in the other courtroom until it is your turn to be questioned. You'll go with the deputy, but please keep in mind we are trying to keep COVID precautions as much as possible. I'm going to return to wearing my mask as soon as I'm done instructing you. Use all the hand sanitizers and wipes that you would like. So if you could go with the deputy, except for juror number 115.
Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. More news now from Fox is next.
Have a seat right next to me in the witness chair. Right here, yeah. Well, good morning.
Good morning.
First, I'm going to swear you in so that all your answers are under oath.
Okay.
So if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, under penalty of perjury, that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror?
I do.
All right. Okay, you have plexiglass in front of you. There's plexiglass between us.
Mm-hmm.
The lawyers will be about a good distance away with their own plexiglass.
Okay.
The bottom line being, if you would like, I'll keep my mask on. You may remove your mask if you think it would be more comfortable or to be heard more clearly.
Okay.
I leave it totally up to you.
Okay.
Whether or not you have your mask on, I would ask that you pull up to the microphone a little bit. It doesn't move very well, so we have to move you a little bit, just so that we can make sure that we can hear you.
Is this okay?
Perfect,
Okay.
perfect. And I'll I'll play with the controls a little bit to make sure its volume up is as much as we need. Okay. A couple things before I turn it over to the attorneys. First of all, you filled out the questionnaire. Thank you for doing that. A lot of good information. Is everything true on the questionnaire?
Yes.
Anything you wanted to change or add to the questionnaire?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Yeah, that's kind of a broad question. When the attorneys are asking you questions, they will probably go more through individual questions, and they are likely to read both the question and your answer. Not to be confrontational,
Right.
but just to remind you what your exact answer was, because it's been a while.
Yeah, for sure.
The important thing to understand is it's been a couple months since you filled out that questionnaire, so you may have realized I should have put this in, or I need to change that answer, it wasn't quite accurate, or even my opinions have evolved and I need to let them know that. The bottom line is that you should feel comfortable giving answers that are different than your questionnaire.
Okay.
Okay? You weren't supposed to read any articles, but again, it's been a couple months, and given the amount of news coverage on this case, we recognize you may have inadvertently been exposed to a headline, maybe a blurb on the news about this case, or about related civil cases, or things like that. Have you been exposed to anything like that since you filled out the questionnaire till today?
I've avoided anything. If I've seen anything involving it or anybody talking about it at work, I tend to just kind of myself, get out of there just to avoid it as much as possible. So.
Yeah, we put you in a tough spot because we say don't listen to people talking about it, but you can't tell them you're a potential juror. So
Right.
It's a tough spot. We recognize that. Anything else you may have seen about pretrial matters, the parties, anything?
Not really. I mean, like I said, if I saw like a headline on the news, I'd be like, okay, bye.
Okay.
I'd like leave quick. And,
Do you remember anything about the headlines?
Not really. It'd just be like if I saw like Floyd's name or something, that would be it. And I'd be like, okay, can't watch this. So
I'm gonna turn up your microphone a little bit. If I can.
I can also take my mask off.
It's whatever. But if you don't feel comfortable, you can put it back on.
I got my vaccine. I'm all good.
Okay. Likewise. Okay. All right. So a couple things. You have to decide this case only on what you hear and see in the courtroom.
Right.
Do you think you could do that?
Yes.
Okay. It's all right to know about the case and have opinions when you filled out the questionnaire, but you now have to put aside everything you've heard, put aside your opinions, just be neutral, impartial. And some people, based on the amount of coverage they've seen, or just given the nature of the case, they tell me, no, I can't do it. I can't put that stuff aside.
Right.
Others say, no, I can do it. Where do you fall on that?
I know that like the stuff I've seen about everything isn't the whole truth and isn't the whole story. So anything that I already know, I know that it might not even be true.
Okay.
Anything like that. So I can look at it from both sides and be like, yes, this, find out, look at the facts, and decide from there.
Okay.
So.
Did you recognize any witnesses who were on the list?
No.
Okay. And the length of trial we estimate is about 4 weeks once we start next Monday. You'll be on your own if you're selected until then. Does that work for you?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Now, last thing before I turn you over to the attorneys is this is kind of a more formal, stilted conversation. Normally in conversation, you'll do exactly that, kind of affirm and use and We're going to require that as much as possible. And I'm going to tell you, the lawyers and I are the worst on all this stuff. Try not to talk over anybody. Kind of wait till they're done talking and then you can talk. And try and keep your voice up and near the microphone.
Okay.
And that way the court reporter can take down a good record when we only have one person talking at a time.
Okay.
All right?
Yep.
Any questions?
I don't think so.
All right. Then Mr. Nelson, as to juror number 115, you may inquire.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here today and for taking the time to fill out your questionnaire. I just have a few questions to ask you. First, kind of general questions, get to know you a little bit better, and then I'm going to follow up with some of the responses on your questionnaire, if that's okay.
Yep.
And again, we're not trying to trick you. I know it's been a while since you've filled that out. I'll actually read to you the question and your response when we get there. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. So if you and I were to meet under different circumstances, a social event, a party, whatnot, What are a few things I walk away learning about you during our first conversation?
I would say you'd think I'm a nice person. At least I'd like to think that. I'm honest. Not sure what else I would say. Sorry, it's kind of a...
That's all right. Any special hobbies, interests, things of that nature?
I like reading, of course, watching like Netflix and stuff, anything like that.
Okay. You had obviously heard about this case before you learned you were a juror or a potential juror, right?
Yes, sorry.
Sorry, it's awkward, I know. When you learned that you were a potential juror on this case, what was your initial reaction?
It was kind of shock. It was like, what are the odds? But that was kind of like the initial feeling, just, I can't believe it,
Sure.
But that was...
Did you have concerns about your physical safety, COVID, anything of that nature?
I didn't, no.
Okay. And what did you think when you came down and saw the government center this morning?
I just saw the fencing and I saw that I couldn't park or anything, and I was like, oh no. But that was about it. It was just kind of seeing a bunch of people outside. I was like, oh geez.
Yeah. Did it make you feel safe? Did it concern you? What was your reaction to seeing it?
I would say safe with all like the really high fencing and seeing all like the security and stuff. I was like, okay, this is cool.
All right.
So.
And then when you heard what the judge just read a little bit ago about trying to keep you anonymous, how did that make you feel?
I thought that was a really good idea. I've been, haven't told really anybody about anything about this, or, I told my mom, I was like, oh, I got picked for jury duty, but that's all I've been saying. So.
All right.
All that.
Now, at some point, however, if you were selected on the jury to be a juror on this jury, when the court deems it safe to do so, your name would be released. Does that concern you?
Not really. I don't think it would, be an issue for me. I don't think.
Okay, fair enough. I know, again, generally without saying where you work, but I know you work as a nursing assistant, right?
Yes, sorry.
Between your professional life or your personal life, can you think about a situation where you've been called upon to resolve conflict between two people?
Not that I can recall off the top of my head.
Okay.
But I like to think of myself as a mediator and somebody who can kind of be like, okay, let's look at both sides.
Right.
Figure it out and, work together.
Okay.
To get to the end goal.
So, like, maybe you have two friends who come to you and they say, this is my side of the story, this is my side of the story, and you see yourself as a mediator in that situation?
I wouldn't say so. I think I could, be a good middle person and be like, okay, let's figure this out.
All right.
I think.
I mean, ultimately, this case is about quite a bit of conflict, right?
Right.
There's the conflict between the state and Mr. Chauvin, but as a juror, you may experience conflict in the deliberation room. Have you given that any thought?
I have, but of course, I've never done anything like this before, so I don't know how it would go. But I've definitely thought about that. So.
Okay. What were your thoughts about that? How would you deal with that?
Just that it would be an issue, and again, kind of just looking at it like you have to look at the facts and just explain myself and why I think the way I think and take in what other people think and,
okay.
use that to determine.
So we're going to listen to both sides, look at the evidence, etc.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think it's different if you're observing the conflict and trying to resolve the conflict versus if you're involved in the conflict yourself?
I mean, if you were involved, I guess, or if I was involved, it would be a little different. But, like if I was like part of like one of the sides or something, but looking in from the outside, I don't think it would be, a problem for me.
Okay. So are you willing to, re-examine your own views, listen to other jurors?
For sure.
And
yes.
I get it.
Sorry.
I think you covered the whole gamut there. But what if you're just, you really believe in your side? What do you mean?
Well, and that's like what I was mentioning earlier is I know that what I've seen and what I know now isn't the whole story and it isn't everything that there is. And that's why I think I can look at this and, you know, with a clean slate, because I consciously know, like, oh, stuff that I saw on Facebook and stuff like that probably isn't facts or isn't all facts and stuff like that. So,
okay.
Yeah.
So, how do you, again, if you can think in your personal or professional life, how do you determine if someone is telling you the truth?
I am a pretty bad person to tell, like if someone's telling the truth or lying. And I know that for a fact, but I just kind of, you know, go with my gut, the feeling. But for me, there's no like actual way to tell. Like I can't consciously be like, oh, that's why that person is lying or something like that.
Sure. And maybe it's not a conscious lie, right? But can you think of a situation where two people may be observing the identical situation and have completely different perspectives about what's happening?
Could you repeat that? Sorry.
Sure. Do you think it's possible for two people to observe a situation from the same position at the same time and have a completely different perspective about what's happening?
I think so, since, you know, people build biases like subconsciously and consciously, you know, I can totally see that can look at something and have two totally different opinions on what happened.
Okay.
So,
what types of factors do you think, other than you said the bias that someone may have, conscious or implicit bias, what other factors do you think may change a person's perspective?
Life experiences and, you know, past things that have happened, I would say would be the biggest factor that I can think of right now.
Okay. Do you think a person's training or education may impact how they perceive it?
I could see that being the case. Case probably, you know.
Why?
Just because, you know, you're a product of your environment, I guess, is what people like to say. So that could be something, but.
Okay. Have you ever been 100% certain of something only to later learn you were wrong?
Probably, but I can't recall.
Sure. Kind of, maybe it's a common thing, maybe it's a small thing, but.
Right.
How would you handle that if you were in that situation?
I'd be like, okay, you know, I get it. I was wrong. You know, I like to think I'd be a bigger person and be like, yeah, I understand.
Do you think you can take those experiences and apply them to subsequent decision making?
I think so.
Why?
Because it's how I've always that's how I've always grown up and like was taught to do, you know. I don't want to be wrong and then keep looking like I'm wrong. You know what I mean? It just wouldn't make sense for me to be like, oh, I'm still right when I know it's wrong or anything like that. So. Okay,
fair enough. Now, you understand that your role as a juror is to weigh the evidence as it's presented in court, and only the evidence presented in court.
Right.
And at the end of the case, the judge will give you the instructions of law. And you may read those instructions and you may say, that can't possibly be right. Or I think we need to change this law. Do you think that you can follow the law even if you think it's wrong or it should be changed?
I think so. I always like to think that I'm a person that would like follow the law and the law. Like, when I look at the laws, I'm like, well, that's how it is. So, you know, just how it has to go.
Okay. I'm going to just follow up with some of your responses, if you don't mind. You reference, or there are several references in this questionnaire about some videos that were released publicly. And there was a bystander video that went viral, I think on Facebook, and then there were some body-worn cameras and then some security cameras from area businesses that were released publicly. Which of those videos do you think you've seen most frequently?
The one that I can actually, like the only one that I can recall is the bystander one, and that was like right, you know, in the beginning of everything. And I would say I saw that one in the full length only once, but then of course I'd see small little clips or something pop up, but you know, a few times. But otherwise that's like the only video that I've seen of it. So.
And did you, I think you say that you're not a regular consumer of the news, right?
No, I don't watch anything like that, like on TV or anything, you know.
Okay.
So
the clips that you've seen are like you're scrolling through your phone on social media, you see a short clip?
I would say so, for the most part.
Okay. And when you said you saw the full-length video once, did it just pop up in like your feed, or did you go search it out based on what people were sharing?
It popped up on my feed, on my Facebook feed, and then I was like, oh, what's this? And I watched, and you know, so that's where I saw that.
Okay.
But,
you were asked a question just to kind of say what it was that you remember seeing and observing, and you wrote,
All right, everybody, good morning. Happy Monday. You're watching News Now from Fox. We are live in the courtroom in Minneapolis, Minnesota for the Derek Chauvin trial. You've been listening to defense attorney Eric Nelson questioning a potential juror. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
On the scene. I don't recall seeing the others in the video, and I don't know what led to the interaction. Do you, since you filled this out, have you learned anything else about the case?
no, as soon as I found out that I would potentially be on this case, like I said, I avoided everything.
Okay.
So.
You were asked about your general impression of the defendant, and you checked the box somewhat negative, and you wrote, I feel like one of them could have tried to de-escalate the situation.
Right.
What do you mean by that?
I was talking about like the other officers that were on the scene. It just, like I said, the one video that I saw looked like something could have been done, but I don't know anything that led up to it, so I don't know the whole story. And that was kind of like the initial thought was, oh, why didn't somebody do something? But, you know, that was the, now that I'm thinking, I'm like, well, it's more complicated than that, and I know that, so.
Sure. I mean, and one of the things that may be presented as evidence in this case are police training on de-escalation or police policies and things of that nature. It's fair to say you're not acquainted with the Minneapolis Police Department's policies?
Yeah, no, I'm not.
Or law enforcement training in general, right?
Yeah, no, I'm not.
And so if you were to hear testimony about those types of things, do you think you could judge it based on the testimony as it's presented in court?
I would say so.
You can set aside your previous impression and judge this based on what you see in the case.
Yes.
With respect to Mr. Floyd, you had a neutral general impression of Mr. Floyd, and you wrote, I don't know him personally and haven't heard much about who he was in his day-to-day life. Do you think his day-to-day life affects this case?
Not really. It was just, I don't have any impression on him because I don't know who he is. There's no like negative or positive thoughts about him because, like I said, I don't know him.
Sure.
So and I can't judge somebody that quick like that.
Okay. Now you were asked a question about your conversations with family, friends, coworkers, or discussing it online. It was one big question, and you checked obviously yes, you had. So I'm going to parse it out a little bit. Did you post opinions online?
No, I don't think so. Or I might have shared some stuff on Facebook, but it wasn't. I can't recall completely what it was. It was a long time ago.
Sure. But you did have conversations with your family and friends or coworkers about the case?
Like my mom, I told her, you know, this was the case and stuff, but that was about it, you know. We don't talk about it. She doesn't need, like, if anything pops up when they're watching the news, she's like, don't tell Allie. Like, that's what she told me. So I was like, okay.
Okay.
So.
You wrote that you had shared the opinion that you believe it was not his time to die and that the incident should not have gone as far as it did. Can you explain that a little more?
Yeah, I don't think it was his time to go, of course, and I think my answer kind of really shows what I thought about it. I don't know. It's just like I said earlier, it seemed like the situation went a little further than it needed to, or a bit further than it needed to, so that's kind of my thoughts on it.
Right. And you did you personally participated in a couple of marches, and you carried a sign that had a fist on it, I think?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
My friend invited me to go. We were living in Minneapolis at the time, and it was close by. And she's like, "You want to go?" And it's something I'd never done before, so I was like, "Yeah, we should do it." And
So what was it about the march that you thought it would be, I don't know, entertaining or interesting or just an experience? Like, why did you think that?
Well, because like I said, I'd never done something like that before, and I've seen that stuff, in movies or whatever. So it looked interesting, and of course I'd seen the video and things. So I was like, yeah, let's go check it out, and so that's what I did.
And why did you decide to carry the sign you did?
Because my friend and I we were making the signs before. She said, we should carry these, and I was like, yeah. So we did those.
So you made some other signs as well?
I didn't make other ones, but it was like she made one, I made one, and then I think like her boyfriend made one too, or something like that. So
okay. Was your participation sort of contemporaneous to the time, or was it like when the incident occurred, or was it weeks later?
I want to say it was about a week later, I think.
Okay.
I think.
You were asked a question about whether you believe your community had been negatively or positively affected by any of the protests, and you wrote, where I live was unaffected by any protests, so no.
Yeah.
But I guess in the general sense, in the broader sense, do you think that the ensuing protests had a positive or negative effect on the Twin Cities community as a whole?
I think the protests themselves didn't have any kind of impact. I think it was like a statement, but I think, like, of course, you can't deny the stuff that happened afterwards with like the rioting and stuff. That was definitely a negative impact, but not the protests themselves. I don't think were negative or positive or anything.
Right. You talked earlier about kind of bias, implicit bias, and actual bias, I guess, or conscious bias are the terms you used. So the questions that I have are, do you think that you can? You have an opinion, and that's okay, right? But we have to be conscious of our implicit bias, right? And do you think you can set aside your bias in this case and neutrally and fairly judge this case?
I would say so, just because, like, right in like the heat of everything, and with all that going on, of course, that was like a different thing. Since then, I've been able to think about it and be consciously aware, like, okay, I am just putting out what I've seen on, social media or anything like that. So I know, like, since then, I've told myself, like, okay, you can look at things from a different perspective, have more of an open mind, and all that. So I think I would be pretty decent at that.
Okay. As the judge just kind of instructed, Mr. Chauvin has no obligation to prove his innocence, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
And he's in fact presumed innocent. You understand that? And the state has the burden of proving its case beyond a reasonable doubt.
Mm-hmm.
So, kind of again, starting from zero, the defense should not have to convince you to get you back up to innocent and then get to the proof beyond a reasonable doubt, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you and will you apply the presumption of innocence?
Yes, I can.
And will you hold the state to its burden?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You were asked a series of questions. They were actually statements, kind of these broad statements, and you were asked to rank your opinion to these statements from like strongly agree to strongly disagree. Do you remember that exercise?
Yes.
All right.
Don't remember the details though.
No, of course. I'm going to just read you a couple of the statements and ask you, there were two statements that are similar in nature and your responses were similar. The first was, police in my community make me feel safe, and you somewhat agreed with that proposition. And the other is, I do not trust the police, and you somewhat disagreed with that. So similar question asked a different way, and your responses were similar. Mm-hmm. Why do you have some lingering doubt about police officers?
No, I don't think there's anything there. I guess I would say, like, really, what is it, strongly agree with it? I would change that first one that you mentioned to strongly agree, because, yeah, there's no reason for me to have any thought that the police would be, like, not there to protect me. So.
Okay. I mean, I guess the question is, had you had conversations with friends or coworkers that led you to believe that maybe police don't keep people safe?
I've probably had conversations with people like that before. I think so. But that's, again, since then, I've been like, okay, we gotta think for yourself and not just what you hear. So,
right.
You know.
There's a statement that says blacks and other minorities do not receive equal treatment as whites in the criminal justice system, and you strongly agreed. What was your basis for your strong agreement to that?
Just things that I've learned and, you know, looked at prior to any of this stuff. And when I was in college, I took some classes, and there was like a gender and women's studies class, and we really talked about like different races and stuff like that. So that was kind of my basis for that statement, you know.
Okay. There is a statement that reads, because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it is not right to second guess decisions they make while on duty, and you strongly disagreed with that.
I think like the training and stuff should be able to, you know, help counteract anything like that, you know, it should help with making those big decisions without making any rash, bad judgment, you know, on the spot, I would think.
Okay. So I guess the question is just like any other profession, just like any other decision someone may make in life, there's a spectrum of decision making. Would you agree with that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So there may be a situation where an officer, let's say, steals drugs from the evidence room,
mm-hmm.
right? And you would agree, would you not, that's a different decision than a very rapid decision or something that happens in the heat of a struggle.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And would you agree that it's okay to, you know, question the officer about his theft of drugs?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But, you know, there can be situations where an officer is chasing someone down, you know, who is wanted for, you know, violent offenses. They're chasing that person down a dark alley. The person turns suddenly towards the officer, points something. The officer reacts very quickly.
Right.
And maybe what that pointed was a cell phone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that under those circumstances, police officers' decisions should be second-guessed?
I guess not so much, you know, not as much as like the stealing drugs from a evidence room, you know, that, you know, thinking on your feet and doing that, I guess could, you know, be something different, totally different, kind of.
I mean, do you think that it should still be looked at and investigated, but...
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And again, I don't want to put words in your mouth. I'm just, you know, trying to get your opinions.
Mm-hmm.
So you were asked two questions, one with respect to Black Lives Matter and one with respect to Blue Lives Matter.
Mm-hmm.
With respect to Black Lives Matter, you had a very favorable impression, and you wrote, I believe that black people are discriminated against, and I want equality for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
And with respect to Blue Lives Matter, you had a very unfavorable view and said police officers are able to remove their uniform each day and don't have to deal with being an officer 24/7.
Right.
So can you just explain those kind of thoughts and ideas a little more?
Yeah, so, you know, historically black people have been oppressed in this country, I would say. And so the Black Lives Matter movement to me is favorable because, you know, I just want everybody to be equal playing field, you know, everything, you know, equality would be amazing. And then for the Blue Lives Matter one, unfavorable because, like I said, police officers are only police officers when they have their uniform on. They don't have to live with the skin, you know, that black people do and things like that. So they, like I said, they can take it off and, you know, go day to day and still live their life. And
right, and you know, I guess obviously this case involves police officers, police policy. There will be witnesses who are police officers, both for and against Mr. Chauvin, right? Can you weigh, if you have a somewhat unfavorable view, right, of that, can you weigh the testimony of a police officer on the same footing as any other citizen?
Oh, for sure. You know, and I'm somebody to say that, you know, it goes person to person. Like, I'm not somebody to say that, like, all cops are bad, you know, when you'd see that stuff. It was more there are, like, the bad apples and stuff like that, and I know that's the case. Like, there's going to be good people. There's no reason for me to doubt somebody because they have a certain uniform on, you know, just like how I wouldn't doubt somebody because of the color of their skin, you know?
Right. And would it be the converse as well, or I guess the inverse as well, which is, would you ascribe or assign greater credibility to someone simply because they are a police officer?
I don't think so. I wouldn't be greater or lesser or anything. It's, you know, person is a person to me.
All right, everybody, we are about 12 minutes away from passing things off to the News Now from Fox headquarters. Most of you are going to see another 2-minute commercial break.
And the question reads, do you believe our criminal justice system works? Why or why not? And you wrote, I think it works most of the time, but not always. What does that mean? And what do you base that answer on?
Goes back to, like, when I was saying how minorities and stuff aren't equal in this country, you know, and sometimes I think it can fail them and things can be stacked against them and stuff. So I guess that's kind of the main point and reason for that.
Sure.
For that answer.
Now, you ultimately were asked, do you want to serve as a juror in this case? And you wrote yes. And you wrote why. I've never done any. The reason you gave for the why is I've never done jury duty before, so it should be interesting to see how it works.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So just kind of curious as to the process, right?
Yeah, for the most part. Now it's also knowing that I can be an unbiased opinion was kind of my thought process for now. So kind of changing the answer there a little bit was, yes, it'd be interesting. And, you know, I think since then I've, like, grown and thought more about it. And I'm like, okay, I can think for myself. So.
Okay. If I may have a moment here. Yeah. Defense will exercise a broker.
All right. You're 115. You're excused from this panel, so you're also excused from jury service generally, so you won't be called up on another case. Unless, of course, you get sent to summons years from now. So we appreciate you taking all the time to fill out the questionnaire and to be here this morning. So thank you so much. You can go with the deputy. He'll take some paperwork from you. Hmm? come on up, have a chair. Good morning. You are juror number 116.
I am.
All right. First thing I'm going to do is swear you in because all your answers have to be under oath. So if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror?
Okay.
All right. And I'm going to have you pull up to the microphone, but also note we have plexiglass between us, and I'm going to keep my mask on. We have plexiglass in front of you. The lawyers are going to be questioning you from a distance away with their own plexiglass. What all that means is if you would like, either for comfort or to speak clearly, you may remove your mask as you deem appropriate.
Sure.
Keep it on, take it off, totally up to you. Okay? But in either case, whether you have the mask on or off, I'm going to have you pull up to the microphone. That should be enough. And I can adjust a little bit too, so don't worry about that. Just so we can hear you loud and clear. And also, when we're talking, sometimes we tend to finish each other's sentences like a normal conversation. We have to try and avoid that. And affirmations in the middle of a question like, get me to the end of this question. Just wait for the question and then give the answer after so we don't have people talking over each other. Because that makes it really hard for the court reporter. And as you've already seen, I'm the worst offender at it. So don't worry about it if it happens, but just try your best. First of all, you filled out a questionnaire, and thank you very much for doing that. It gives us a lot of good information. Was everything on that questionnaire true?
To the best of my knowledge, yes. I believe certain things have changed, I guess, since then.
Okay.
Well, it's been a while since I answered it, so. Yes, when I answered it, everything was accurate. True.
Okay, you've kind of anticipated my next question, which is any changes or additions to the questionnaire that you can think of right now?
The only thing that comes to mind right now, my company has changed their policy on jury duty and whatnot, so I will not be getting paid for it.
Oh.
So, well, I'll get paid for a portion. So that is a concern of mine. So.
Okay, so they aren't going to give you your normal wage when you're...
Yeah, I mean, it's their choice to make, I guess, but they did change that policy, which was not a concern before.
Okay.
Now it is more of a concern.
Okay. Do you know why they changed it suddenly?
I don't.
Okay.
They said they were updating policies, so.
Okay. Well, given that, this trial is going to be about 4 weeks long, starting next Monday. How would that affect you financially? I think just about everybody is affected.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's going to be affected. I mean, it would be stressed.
Okay.
But, you know, I mean,
I think the standard that some people use is, well, first of all, would have to be a financial hardship. For example, would you still be able to pay your rent or your mortgage and do all that?
Yes, there wouldn't be any problem there. I mean,
okay.
It would just be a slight setback, I guess.
All right. Would it be such a hardship, or at least on your mind, that you could not pay attention to what's going on in the courtroom?
No.
Okay. All right. As far as other changes or additions, the lawyers will ask you specific questions out of your questionnaire. Usually they will read the question and also the answer, not to be confrontational, but just to remind you what your answer was. Mm-hmm. If you find that you need to change something, maybe an opinion's evolved or you forgot to put something in, or like you say, now you've got a company policy change. It's just want you to know it's okay to give answers that are different from the questionnaire. We know it's been a couple months and you might realize there's some things that are inaccurate or need to be added. So feel free to say something that is different. You're not supposed to read any articles or watch any type of media about this case. But we understand that given the extensive news coverage on this, that between when you filled out the questionnaire and today, you might have been exposed inadvertently to some things. And I know you're generally not a news junkie, it looks like.
I am not, but even avoiding it, there are bits and pieces that, come out.
What, if you can think back, since you filled out the questionnaire, what kind of substance have you heard? Like, really? See a headline or a blurb?
Yeah, I mean, it's been quite some time that I've known that I will be on potentially, question about this. So it's still an intentional choice to, avoid everything. But mainly the stuff that I heard. Obviously, the settlement I've heard, because you can't not hear that. And
well, let's talk about that one specifically for a second. Do you recall how much the settlement was for?
I do.
And what was it in your?
$27 million.
Okay, and how did you react to that?
I understand. I understand in my mind why it happened, and that it was going to happen at one point or another. Just that portion of it needed to be wrapped up.
Okay.
And I mean, as this, whoever was involved with it, because I'm not really familiar. I mean, them finishing that prior to the trial is just makes it less complicated.
How do you think that would affect your decision here as a juror?
I don't really know if it would, personally.
Well, it gets to the topic, which is no matter what you've heard outside the courtroom, you have to put all that aside.
Yep.
And you have to decide the case just on the evidence you hear, not on what you heard outside, and even not on any opinions you may have formed. It's all right to form opinions, but you have to put all that aside and decide this case just on the facts and the law that I give you.
Absolutely.
Could you do that?
I believe so.
Like, could you even put this settlement thought aside?
Yeah, I don't see that the settlement actually sways me one way or the other on that.
Okay.
Because it's kind of a neutral decision between whatever that it is wrapped up. Decision between whatever that it is wrapped up.
Okay, and it's different parties, different
Doesn't really
different issues, different laws. It's not going to come into this case, I can tell you that. So you can put that aside and not have it bias you one way?
That wouldn't sway my decision or thoughts on that.
Okay. One of the questions we asked you was it was long and more complicated, my fault, but it basically said, can you be fair and impartial? And you answered yes. Do you think you've moved off of that because of something you might have heard?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I believe that everything is based off of how it's presented, the facts, everything that's presented within the trial. That's where the decision's made. I guess I haven't heard anything one way or the other that really makes my mind up right now.
Getting back to what you may have heard in the media, exposed to a headline, that type of thing. Anything other than that settlement that you can think of?
No, the only thing that I guess actually did stick is details of the trial. Okay. The date, the dates, what amount of jurors, stuff like that. But like I said, I don't watch the news.
Okay. So great. Did you recognize any of the witnesses who were on that list?
No.
All right. And we've already talked a little bit about the length of trial. Other than you may take a bit of a hit there, anything else that would keep you from being able to sit here for 4 weeks?
No.
Okay. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Nelson, but before I do so, any questions for me?
Not at this time.
Okay. Mr. Nelson, as to juror number 116, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Thank you again for your time today and for taking the time to fill out the questionnaire. I'm going to just start with a series of, general questions, get to know you and your thinking a little bit better, and then I'll follow up with some questions on the questionnaire, okay? Sound like a plan?
Sounds good.
All right. So if you and I were to meet under a different circumstance, some social gathering of some sort, and we have our first conversation, what are a couple things I learn about you during that conversation?
First of all, I'm a very quiet guy, so there's only a couple of topics that might come up.
Okay.
Or not might come up, but other than just a simple greeting and whatnot, I'm not really gonna engage too much, I suppose.
Okay.
But one thing everyone knows is I like to fish.
That you like to fish?
Yes.
Okay.
And I guess
all year round ice fishing?
I don't do as much ice fishing anymore, but mainly competitive fishing. So
okay.
Locally.
Fair enough. Good. You'd obviously heard about this case before you knew you were going to be a potential juror, right?
Yes.
And my question is when you learned that you were a potential juror on this case specifically, what was your first reaction?
Oh boy, man, wow, I don't know what all that is going to entail.
Sure.
So,
yeah, I mean, I get it. You know, it's a kind of it's a big case, and it was a little shocking, right? Did you have any concerns at that time about your personal safety, your physical safety, your family safety, COVID? What were your?
I mean, things probably run through your head, safety is obviously a concern for my family more than myself, I suppose. But, there are concerns, or there have been concerns, especially right away going through your mind is, boy, is this actually something that's, regardless of how a trial goes, there might be parties, one side or the other, that there's extremists on both sides, always.
Okay.
Could be, potentially.
Sure. Do you, when you came down to the government center this morning and you saw sort of the preparations and fencing and fortifications and things of that nature, how did that make you feel?
Very at ease, I guess, there's nobody coming in or out that shouldn't be, it looks like.
Sounds good. When you heard the judge this morning indicate that, you're not going to be on TV and we're trying to protect your anonymity, how did that make you feel?
That does make a big difference.
Okay. At some point, when the judge determines it to be safe, your name will be released. Do you understand that?
I have heard that.
And we don't know when that will be. The judge will make a determination on the timing of that. So does that give you concerns knowing that at some point in the future your name may be released?
I feel that most likely it's going to be done in everyone's best interest. It's not going to be, I would hope it's not right away, but I would imagine that when the courts and everyone feel that it's safe, then that would be, what happens, I guess.
Okay. In your personal or professional life, can you think of a situation where you've been called upon to resolve a conflict between two people?
I can't think of anything specific, but my working life, it's, or in general, things come up, but I can't think of anything specific at this time.
I think you have a couple of kids. Do they ever have disagreements with each other?
Oh, they do. They're very different ages.
Right.
And so their disagreements aren't like two that may be very close in age.
Sure.
So,
I guess the question really kind of goes to, the conflict that emerges in this case at various levels.
Mm-hmm.
There's a case between the state of Minnesota and Mr. Chauvin that needs to be resolved. And there's the potential for conflict in the jury deliberation room.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think you knowing yourself, how do you approach conflict between two people?
A lot of it is based on either the situation, the facts, it's, that would be, I guess, how I generally look at things. So I don't know you know, what may come up or whatnot, but I mean, it's talk about it, figure out what's going on, you know, and go from there.
Okay. Do you think it's different if you have kind of a, you know, a horse in the race? Like if you're involved in the conflict and people are disagreeing with you, do you think it's different for you?
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine if you have some stake in the game, you're gonna go about it a different way, I suppose.
Okay. How do you think you would go about it if you felt very strongly about something and there was a group of people who disagreed with you?
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna ignore a few things one way or the other, and you're going to push your agenda.
Okay. Are you willing to re-examine your agenda?
I mean, yeah,
I mean, I guess ultimately you
know
understand.
the question actually quite.
Fair enough. I'll phrase it a slightly different way.
There we go.
Ultimately, your job as a juror is to look at the evidence as it's presented in this trial. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
And you may interpret the evidence in one way, and jurors may interpret it in another way.
Yep.
So I guess the question is, are you the type of person that will, you know, dig your heels in and refuse to change your opinion, or are you going to listen to the other jurors, take what they have to say, and make a decision based on the totality of the facts as presented in court?
Absolutely. Yep. So I stand behind what I believe or what I understand, you know, but I'm not willing to, or I'm not, if it's brought to me that this is, you know, what, you know, is somebody's opinion or somebody's view of the facts, I mean, that is something that definitely would be discussed, and you know, and there may be maybe 3 different views on what something was presented, and I would imagine that would be something that would get talked about, and if it's presented in a way that I guess it's that it makes sense, you know, I would. I guess that's all I got on that.
Okay, fair enough. Can you think of a situation where you tried to determine if someone is lying to you?
I mean, that's kind of an everyday thing. If, you know, I mean, that's, you would assume, you know, I mean,
right.
You need to,
well,
I can't think of a, you know, a situation, but I mean, it would.
So you're kind of making that assessment every time you meet.
Every time you meet somebody, every time somebody tells you something. I mean,
so how do you approach that, right? How do you make that determination? This person is telling me the truth or not?
I guess based on knowledge and you know, experience and what I know, I guess I would just make that call, and then you know, this day and age, not in this situation, but in this day and age, it's very easy to prove things one way or the other if somebody's lying to you.
Sure.
But and then that says a lot about somebody, so you know from there.
Right.
You know?
Do you think that two people can observe an incident and see it from different perspectives? The same thing. They're watching
Absolutely.
the same event. Why and what?
Different backgrounds, different ways of thinking. You know, I mean, whether they're, you know, just their family history, their the way they were raised. I suppose they would easily be able to see things 2 completely different ways, because if somebody hasn't been in that situation, that scenario, that whatever, I would imagine that they would definitely see it differently.
Okay. Have you ever been 100% convinced about something only to later learn you were wrong?
I think everyone has.
How do you respond to that?
I mean, if you're wrong, you're wrong. I mean, it's you know, I mean, if you were, it depends on the situation. I mean, where you you put yourself out there and said, hey, no, I am 100% right, and you were wrong. You eat your words, and I mean, depends on the situation, obviously.
Sure.
So,
do you try to learn from that and apply it to future situations?
Absolutely. Nobody would like to be out there saying one thing, knowingly know that they're wrong, and so yeah. I mean, if you learn something, you really should be able to learn from that. So if you made that mistake, I imagine.
Fair enough. Now, you may ultimately, you understand, the evidence will be presented in this case, and your job will be to apply the law as the judge gives it to you. You may read the law and you may think this can't be right, or you may think we really need to change this law. So my question here for you is, in this case, can you apply the law as the judge gives it to you, even if you think it's wrong or should be changed?
Yes, I mean, the judge is the one that, or the judge, lawmakers, the laws are already there. I don't get to decide my own version of the law. So yes, I believe I can make that.
I'm just going to follow up with a few questions on your questionnaire. Again, not trying to trick you. I'll read you the question and I'll read you what you wrote. Just want to follow up. It's fair to say you're not a news hound or a news junkie, right?
No. If it doesn't have much to do with fishing or stuff that's directly related to my life and family, I keep my nose out of it, I guess.
Okay. There's a series of questions in the questionnaire and references to some videos that were released. There was a video that was taken by a bystander that was widely distributed. There were some other videos, including body-worn cameras of the police officers involved, as well as some surveillance videos from neighborhood businesses. Do you remember which videos you saw?
All I can recall ever seeing is maybe a news clip or something like that. Not necessarily a specific video, because I can't actually picture the scenario really in my mind.
Okay.
Just a little clip that comes up, with the news that's going to happen or something like that.
Okay.
Like
the teasers that come in.
Yeah, you're gonna, as the channel's about to switch from whatever I was watching to whatever I am, whatever would be coming, then you get the little teaser, yeah.
Okay. You were asked, again, I think you were asked generally what you recall about the situation, and you wrote, "I do not watch much news, but I do recall seeing a quick news report on this. All I remember is George Floyd died during the arrest or confrontation." That's all you recall about?
Yeah, that would come from the news clip. That's...
You were asked for your general impressions of both Mr. Chauvin as well as Mr. Floyd. You had a neutral response to both, and you wrote essentially the same thing. You said, "I don't know anything about them."
Yep, I don't know him personally. I don't know, enough to make a judgment call on anyone really here.
Okay. You were asked if you had ever discussed Mr. Floyd's death with your family, friends, coworkers, or discussed it online, and you checked the box yes. Did you ever post any opinions on social media?
Oh, no, that's not my style.
Okay. And you wrote that you try to stay out of conversations. It is for the court to decide.
Absolutely.
You understand that it would be, if you were a juror on this case, it would be for you to decide.
It would be, but, as a outsider, that's not for me to make a judgment call on.
You were asked about the protests that took place immediately or following the death of Mr. Floyd, and asked whether you thought there were negative or positive effects as a result of those. And you wrote, "We do not have protests in my area, but it appears to cause a bit of property damage." Do you think that there's a difference between a protest and a riot?
Absolutely.
Okay. And in your own words, how would you describe the difference between those two?
A protest is a protest. It's a statement. They're making saying their voice. They're speaking their voice, whatnot, and making it known. But a pretty much once it is not peaceful any longer, destruction, destruction of property or anything else, looting, any of that kind of stuff, that is no longer protesting. So,
okay.
But not anything I really expected much.
Sure.
Our area.
Do you think that there were any positive impacts? I mean, I know you think the property damage from the looting was bad.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think there were any positive impacts from those protests?
It's definitely made this very aware to most people. Right now, you can't really go too much anywhere without somebody talking about it. So
fair enough. There were a series of statements. They were kind of these generalized statements, and you were asked to rank your opinion from strongly agree to strongly disagree. And do you recall that generally, that exercise?
Yes.
Good. There were a couple of questions I had. You wrote, police in my community, or the statement reads, police in my community make me feel safe. And you wrote that you somewhat agree with that. Do you have personal experiences or experiences of friends that have caused you to mistrust police to some degree?
I guess, can you tell me the scale on that?
Sure. It was strongly agree, somewhat agree, no opinion, somewhat disagree, or strongly disagree.
Okay. So that's, I answered near the top on that. I don't have a ton of experience, obviously. Young and dumb at one point. I thought I had plenty of money to drive at whatever speed I wanted, so I got pulled over a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But, I don't have too much, I don't have any real negative opinions.
Okay.
I don't have any negative experience with, cops other than when I was younger. I just,
Right. You were asked, or the statement reads, I support defunding the Minneapolis Police Department, and you somewhat disagreed with that. Why?
Probably because I didn't want to fully disagree with that. I guess I don't feel that defunding the Minneapolis Police Department would be a good idea, but I don't really know that much about what that would entail.
Okay. You were asked a couple of questions about Black Lives Matter and Blue Lives Matter, and you had a somewhat unfavorable opinion of Black Lives Matter and a neutral opinion of Blue Lives Matter. With respect to Black Lives Matter, you wrote, I do not think the riots help. Do you associate the riots with Black Lives Matter?
I would have to say that I possibly do. The riots seem to possibly.
Okay. And you had go ahead. Sorry, you.
Oh no. And again, I don't know enough about them, but they seem to follow them around the country. So
Okay.
That's all I.
Do you think that everybody who was involved in the riots was a member of Black Lives Matter?
Absolutely not.
You had never heard of the term Blue Lives Matter before?
I need to change that. I wasn't really thinking, I do see I assume it's the flags with the blue stripe on it. I don't know if I really knew it was a full organization type, like say Black Lives Matter. I kind of assumed it was more just what everyone, was going with, just to support the police department.
Okay. And you actually had some prior jury service, is that right?
Yes, I was on one.
And that was in a civil case, right?
It was.
A personal injury case?
Mm-hmm.
How long ago was that?
Oh, that had to be 12 years ago at least, I would imagine, somewhere in that range.
Okay. And again, without knowing what your verdict was, we don't want to know that. Did you find that to be a favorable experience?
Yeah, I mean, it was very different, but the process was went well and everything. I mean, it was a one-day thing, which
much different than a month-long trial.
Much different than a month-long,
And again, without knowing how what verdict you rendered, did you actually deliberate with other jurors?
Yes.
And so you have some experience kind of in the deliberation room.
Yes.
Did you observe conflict and difference of opinion emerge during that?
There was some briefly, just to discuss each jurors. I guess without other term, opinions on it from what they were everyone was presented.
Okay. But nothing overwhelming, I suppose.
No.
And ultimately, you were asked, do you want to serve as a juror in this case? You checked the box, not sure. It is a big case. If I'm the right fit, I will be chosen. Do you still feel that way?
I do. I mean, it's not for me to decide. I don't think anyone that wants to be on a certain something should.
So, do you think you can be a fair and impartial juror?
I believe so.
I mean, it's a kind of a yes. We have to.
Absolutely. Sorry. Yes.
Yeah. Sorry. I don't mean to press you.
No.
You can listen to the evidence as it's presented in court.
Yes.
Will you apply the presumption of innocence?
Yes.
And will you hold the state to its burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yeah.
And just a reminder, while they have private sidebars, we aren't going to get to listen in on that portion. I'm sure you've seen our rotating graphic there telling you a lot of information about how they still need 2 potential jurors. And if you've been following this trial, Friday we had said they only needed 1 more, and that's because Judge Cahill did say that they are going to need 15 jurors instead of 14.
Mr. Slisher.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, you're juror number 116?
I am. Yes.
You answered some questions regarding hobbies. You mentioned both fishing and hunting. I'd like to take hunting first. What kind of hunting do you do?
So mainly deer hunting is, we live in Minnesota. It's kind of a group event for, and when it's not a group event, for my, social group, I'm a little bit more on the, I do it more than most people, I suppose.
You do hunting more than most
I do.
people? Rifle,
I do
archery?
Yep, archery. And then I do also do, rifle season.
Well, I'm fairly confident this trial will not interfere with
that would be good. I'm a little more concerned about the fishing season, but the hunting season will be all right.
You do not turkey hunt?
I do not. My buddy would like me to one of these years to get out and do that, but I'm not itching to get out.
Have no plans this season? Okay. And then the fishing season doesn't start until
May
the 15th?
Ish. I should know the date exactly, but it's catch and release for the first 2 weeks, so,
For bass?
Bass.
Right. You're a bass fisherman?
I am.
Okay, and so you enter tournaments and whatnot?
Yes.
But it wouldn't be an undue hardship if you missed a little bit of fishing. Not that we're expecting you to. A little slow to answer that one. Tell me about that.
Fishing is a huge part of my life. I think my first tournament is the Tuesday following Memorial Weekend. So we do have some time. That's right away in June or last weekend in May.
Well, it really should not interfere with that. Without naming your employer or getting so specific that it would tend to identify you, could you tell me a little bit about your job? What do you do on the day-to-day?
As a basic description, I guess, I am a warranty and service repair for a good-sized company in the cities.
What kind of things do you repair?
It's pumps, and related items to that.
Do you have a season that's particularly busier than any other season?
Yeah, I mean, coming up here in another month, it should really pick up here. Without going into the specifics of what I do, yes, it'll be warmer down south very quickly here, so that will affect my job.
And once it warms up, you're called upon to at least service or look at pumps and things fairly soon?
Yeah, we do make the decision based on phone calls, emails, whether or not we bring anything back, and then we would need to go in and actually physically look at the pumps.
And so who is able to, or is your company, you said the company's fairly good size, do they have other employees who can do the type of work you do during the busy season?
They do, yes.
And then just following up a little bit more, on the fact that your employer is not going to be paying you for jury service, you indicated that you would be able to pay your mortgage, pay your bills.
Yes.
How would it affect you financially? I mean, for example, would you have to dip into savings or borrow money?
It would, I mean, we are a dual income family, so it's would cut into my, our plans for the summer potentially, and or, but no, we would be fine. I mean, I would imagine we'll do what's needed to be fine.
Right. A follow up on two different answers that you gave in your survey, the questionnaire. You indicated that you somewhat disagreed with the statement that police in this country treat whites and blacks equally. And you somewhat disagreed with the statement that the criminal justice system is biased against racial and ethnic minorities. And so I'd like to, back up to the first question regarding police treating blacks and whites differently, equally. You somewhat disagreed with that. Can you tell me if you've had conversations with people or had personal observations of police treating blacks and whites differently?
I don't recall that, but no, I don't have a situation where I feel that other than media coverage and, some, not this case or whatnot, so just, I don't have a whole lot of experience with it. Living off of what, or, more or less what I'm told, I guess. So.
You indicated when you were younger, you maybe drove a little too fast?
A little bit.
Okay. You would have never felt discriminated against by police, though, in those situations?
No.
But have you ever had, say, a friend or a coworker share with you their experience of being, in their perception, discriminated against by the police?
No.
And then, following up on your belief, you disagreed with the statement that the criminal justice system is biased against racial and ethnic minorities. You somewhat disagreed with that. Again, can you share with me a little bit your perspective on that?
I guess I don't recall that, but I don't, I guess, have anything to, I guess, base that on, I guess.
No personal experience?
No personal experience, again.
Our observations or
Yeah,
conversations?
just what you see and again, what you're told to think, I guess, so.
Based on media coverage?
Yes.
You indicated that you do somewhat associate the riots with Black Lives Matter, but you also indicated that you believe there is a difference between a riot and a protest, right?
Absolutely.
And you said that you're not a big media follower or not a big news hound. How is it that you learn about protests and things like that?
I mean, in the time, you can't not see what's happening. Again, you can't go anywhere without hearing what's happening, just even avoiding stuff. You still hear about it.
And it's been quite a year.
Yes, it has.
Right? There have been, obviously, the protests and riots that happened in Minneapolis. Did you see any news about any other protests that have happened in Minnesota or elsewhere?
I don't believe I've heard of too much outside of Minneapolis. They could be happening or could have happened, but I guess the big news was what was happening in Minneapolis, and that's what I guess I got bits of information on.
You follow national news? Are you aware of any other major protests?
I really don't follow any national news. Like just based on the way I, go about my day, I don't, I guess if it sneaks in through the radio or, I get a little clip of something, but I don't really see too much outside of our state for national news.
Are you aware of the events that happened in Washington, D.C. in January?
Yes.
And how did you learn of those events?
That was all, I was at work, and that's a big thing at work, people talking about it, so, and then again, you see clips of it, not something that really followed there.
Can you describe to me what you saw when you saw it?
Well, that massive amounts of people around the Capitol, in the Capitol, and then obviously milling around where they shouldn't be. I guess there was a couple of injuries and possibly deaths from what I have heard.
Is what you saw, did you interpret that to be a protest, a riot, both?
It appeared to be a protest at first, but certain parts of it was no longer a protest. That was became a riot in areas because people were beyond where they should have been. They were vandalizing. It became in portions of it. I can't speak for all of it because I don't actually know, but the bits and pieces I do know, or I've seen, did appear to be more on the riot side.
Did you associate the riot part of that with any particular group or groups?
I think it was kind of known the purpose for the riot. I believe it was, Republican Party type rioting. Just, I think that's why they were there, to protest.
Okay.
So.
When asked about posting opinions on social media, I think that your answer was, "That's not my style."
Yes.
So can you tell me, are you?
I'm not, not a confrontational type person. I'm not somebody that, through things I may be scrolling through, and I might see something, look at people's opinions on, their statements on what it, I guess would be their opinion, and I'm not going to comment on any of that just because, I believe that puts yourself out there in a place that, is not needed.
So you'd be more likely to put some pictures of fish, I'm assuming?
Absolutely.
Right.
I may briefly comment on somebody's fish or something like that, but, anything more controversial, I don't believe it's somebody else's. It's not needed for them to fully understand where I'm at on that.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
All right, guys, just want to say thanks again for being here with us on News Now from Fox. We, again, are just reminding you that while they are in sidebars, those conversations are private as they continue to question more potential jurors. Now, just a reminder for those of you who are here watching with us, at first they were trying to seat 14 jurors, 12 to be sat on the jury, and then two alternates. Now they're looking for 3 alternates.
Juror 116, you're excused from this panel, so you don't have to worry about missing work or bath season. So thank you for taking the time to fill out the questionnaire and to come in today.
Thank you.
The deputy will take some paperwork from you. All right, we'll take our morning recess. Let's reconvene at 11 o'clock.
And you just heard there, they are going to take a recess as they continue to question more potential jurors. So as I mentioned once more, we are still looking for 2 more jurors to be seated here for the Derek Chauvin trial. And we'll continue to have you covered here on News Now from Fox. Also on Friday, there were a couple big decisions that we did have our judge deliberate on. So he did decide that the trial would not be delayed and moved out of Hennepin County. That motion that was put in by the defense was denied. But the motion to have some of the 2019 arrest video, body camera video of George Floyd has been allowed. It's going to be acquitted. It will be allowed some portion of that 2019 arrest. Judge Cahill, as I read it here, says there is some relevance because it does show some examples of Floyd's physical reaction to being confronted by police. So that was a couple rulings that I did want to just make sure people knew about. It happened on Friday, so in case you had missed some of it, I wanted to just be sure you're in the loop. I want to show you a couple other live shots that we do have here. We're waiting for a White House press briefing that's going to get underway later here today. I have a shaky camera view as our crews get set up. They are going to be capturing the departure of Vice President Kamala Harris. So we can always pop that in a double box here for you later. But what I want to do is go and give some of you a quick 2-minute break. When you return, we're going to be listening in as we do have a hearing on D.C.'s statehood. Now, some people may say, isn't this something that's already happened? Well, it's being reintroduced by lawmakers who are representing the district. They're trying to renew the efforts to make the nation's capital a 51st state. So we'll have that for you when you come back again from that 2-minute break.
Let's be very clear. Today's hearing is all about creating 2 new Democratic U.S. Senate seats. If you don't believe me, then listen to what our colleague across the aisle, Mr. Jamie Raskin, told the Washington Post, and I quote, "But there's a national political logic for it too, because the Senate has become the principal obstacle to social progress across a whole range of issues." H.R. 51, D.C. statehood, is actually Plan B of the Democrat political power grab. Plan A was to eliminate the filibuster in the Senate. But since it appears Joe Manchin isn't going to play these dirty Democratic games, now Speaker Pelosi is stepping in with an unconstitutional bill to make Washington, D.C. a city smaller than Columbus, Ohio, and a city that just happens to be 90% Democratic, the 51st state. D.C. statehood is a key part of the radical leftist agenda to reshape America, along with the Green New Deal, defunding the police, and packing the U.S. Supreme Court. Many problems exist with H.R. 51. The first is that it's flatly unconstitutional. But don't take my word for it. Take the word of civil rights champion Robert F. Kennedy, who said 60 years ago that granting D.C. statehood absent a constitutional amendment was inconceivable and would produce an absurdity. Take the word of all the Justice Departments from President Kennedy's to President Obama's. Take the word of John Dingell, a liberal titan, the longest-serving member of Congress who supported every single civil rights measure that passed before Congress for 40 years. Take the word of the late Senator Ted Kennedy, who dismissed what he called the statehood fallacy. Take the word of the former delegate from D.C., my colleague Eleanor Holmes Knowlton's predecessor, who had opposed statehood and recognized the constitutional problem. Take the word of the Democratic-controlled Congress in 1960, which explicitly rejected statehood and instead passed the 23rd Amendment, which gave D.C. 3 votes in the Electoral College. Democrats even acknowledged the unconstitutionality of the bill by inserting language trying to fix it. Of course, this language is meaningless because the only way to fix it is by a constitutional amendment. The second problem is that this bill goes flatly against what the Founding Fathers wanted for our capital city. The Founding Fathers were smart. They knew D.C. would grow as large as it is today. They envisioned it to be the size of Paris, which at the time is roughly equivalent to the size of D.C. today. They envisioned a thriving capital city with residential communities, green space, ports, and close access to America's leaders. The Founding Fathers knew this is what D.C. would become, everything that it is today. And they didn't want it to be a state. In fact, they overwhelmingly rejected it. They had other options, New York, Philadelphia, Trenton. Instead, they created D.C. Every Democrat who supports this bill should be asked one simple question. Is it their contention that the founders did not anticipate all the arguments that are currently being made for D.C. statehood? If they believe the founders did not anticipate the arguments, they are wrong. Alexander Hamilton, in fact, proposed granting representation in the House to the district, and it was rejected while ratifying the Constitution. If Democrats believe the founders did anticipate the arguments they're making, they should be asked how we modify the Constitution for any other radical departure from the founders' interpretation. The answer is simple: a constitutional amendment. I will not address the practical negative ramifications of D.C. statehood, but will let my colleague from Georgia present those, and there are many. Liberal progressives supporting this bill support stealing billions from their very own constituents to send it straight to D.C. It's no wonder statehood for D.C. is so unpopular. For years, support for statehood across the country hasn't even reached 30%. Today, well over half of Americans reject D.C. statehood. The Democrats arrogantly say that's because the American people don't understand what statehood means. But my constituents in Kentucky's 1st Congressional District know exactly what it means. Consolidating Speaker Pelosi's power in Washington to enact radical policies that have consistently been rejected by the American people. The Democrats want you to ignore the issues I've addressed, but we aren't going to let that happen. If Democrats were serious about D.C. becoming a state, they would introduce a constitutional amendment, like the U.S. Constitution implies must happen in not one, but 2 places. But Democrats are not serious. Instead, they're setting aside the Constitution in order to give progressives a quick win so they can achieve their goals of defunding the police and enacting a new Green Deal. There is zero chance this bill would pass judicial review. The courts know better. The Senate knows better. All of our constituents, who Democrats prefer to call ignorant even though they understand basic civics classes, knows better. H.R. 51 is an unconstitutional and unworkable bill and is rejected by the American people. Congress must reject this proposal. Congress knows better. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize Congresswoman Norton for her opening statement.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman Maloney. Let me say at the outset that this hearing will refute each of the contentions just raised by the ranking member. Along with the residents of the District of Columbia, I greatly appreciate and thank you, Chairwoman Maloney, for this hearing today. This has been a historic year for D.C. statehood. I introduced H.R. 51 with 202 original co-sponsors. Today, the bill has 215 co-sponsors, which virtually guarantees passage in the House, even with co-sponsors alone. The Senate version, S-51, was introduced with 38 original co-sponsors and now has 41 co-sponsors. We are particularly grateful to our Senate sponsor, Senator Tom Carper, who has gathered the largest number of original co-sponsors ever. That speaks to mounting support for H.R. 51. When the House passed the D.C. statehood bill last Congress, it was the first time in history that a chamber of Congress had passed the bill. With Democrats controlling the House, the Senate, and the White House, we have never been closer to statehood. Under H.R. 51, the state of Washington, D.C. would consist of 66 of the 68 square miles of the present-day federal district. The reduced federal district, over which Congress would retain plenary authority, would be 2 square miles and consist of the Washington that members of Congress and visitors associated with the nation's capital, including the U.S. Capitol Complex, the White House, the Supreme Court, the principal federal monuments, and the National Mall. It would be called Capitol. H.R. 51 has both the facts and the Constitution on its side. The Constitution does not establish any prerequisites for new states, but Congress generally has considered a prospective state's population and resources, support for statehood, and commitment to democracy. D.C.'s population of 712,000 is larger than that of 2 states. Indeed, the state of Washington, D.C. would be one of 7 states with a population under 1 million. D.C. pays more federal taxes per capita than any state already in the Union, already with statehood, and pays more federal taxes than 22 states. D.C.'s budget is larger than that of 12 states. 86% of D.C. residents voted for statehood in 2016. In fact, D.C. residents have been petitioning for voting rights in Congress and local autonomy ever since the district became the capital. That's 220 years ago. The Constitution Admissions Clause gives Congress the authority to admit new states, and all 37 states have been admitted by an act of Congress. The Constitution's District Clause, which gives Congress plenary power or authority over the federal district, sets a maximum, not a minimum, size of the federal district. Congress previously has reduced the size of the federal district by 30%. The 23rd Amendment to the Constitution does not establish a minimum geographic or population size of the district. Conservative legal scholar and practitioner Via Den, who served as an assistant attorney general in the George W. Bush administration, has opined that the state of Washington, D.C. can be admitted by an act of Congress. D.C. residents have fought and died in every American war, including the war that led to the creation of the nation itself, the Revolutionary War. The service members from our nation's capital have helped get voting rights for people throughout the world, but continue to come home without those same rights, or even the same rights of those with whom they served. My own family has lived through almost 200 years of change in the District of Columbia, since my great-grandfather, Richard Holmes, as a slave, walked away from a plantation in Virginia and made his way to the district. Today, it is my great honor to serve in the city where my family has lived without equal representation for almost 2 centuries. Congress can no longer allow D.C. residents to be sidelined in the democratic process, watching as Congress votes on matters that affect the nation with no say of their own, or watching as Congress votes to overturn the laws of the duly elected D.C. Council with no say of their own. Full democracy requires much more. D.C. residents deserve full voting representation in the Senate and House and complete control over local affairs. They deserve statehood. Congress has 2 choices. It can continue to exercise undemocratic, autocratic control over the American citizens who reside in our nation's capital, treating them, in the words of Frederick Douglass, as aliens, not citizens, but subjects. Or it can live up to this nation's promise and ideals, end taxation without representation, and pass H.R. 51. Again, Madam Chair, thank you for your leadership for D.C. equality. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. I now recognize Mr. Heiss for his opening statement. Mr. Heiss. Mr. Heiss for his opening statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill is not the answer to voting rights in D.C. If D.C. were to become a state, the founding fathers recognized that it would be the first among states, and that is because The district where our federal government resides would be reliant upon the surrounding state, in this case DC, for basic things like security, sewage, water, and a host of other needs. It would require foreign governments to negotiate with that state for embassies and other international matters. And quite frankly, the founding fathers wanted none of this. They wanted Congress to have oversight over the district, something that Congress must retain to protect federal interest. And it has worked for over 230 years. In fact, it's worked well. It's our duty as representatives for all Americans that we safeguard their capital. But that's not good enough for progressives on the left, which leads me to some of the major practical problems with this bill. First of all, it's written to maximize the benefit of the new state of D.C. while burdening the American taxpayer. The lines, for example, of this newly envisioned state of D.C. are completely gerrymandered to maximize tax revenue. They do not include some of the federal property contiguous with the map, but they do include others. Well, why did they do this? Well, the answer is simple. It's all about money. D.C. wants to become a state so it can levy taxes on people who are working in D.C. So this means if you live in Maryland or Virginia or West Virginia, Pennsylvania, or wherever, but you work in D.C., your taxes are likely to go way up. This is going to result in stolen tax revenue from those states and potentially cripple their economies and their budgets. So that every time an American comes to Washington for spring break, for vacations or whatever, and they cross one of the iconic bridges coming from the airport, they're likely going to be paid. Oh, but it gets worse even. D.C. currently relies on hundreds of millions of dollars in federal funding each year. The last time D.C. had full responsibility for its budget, the federal government had to step in and rescue D.C. from financial ruin. Currently, the federal government pays for the court system in D.C. That's right, 1/3 of D.C.'s entire government is paid by the American taxpayers. D.C. also currently doesn't have a prison. The federal government pays for thousands of D.C. prisoners in the federal system, to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars every year. But D.C. doesn't want to build a prison. For decades, the district has rejected a federally funded prison because D.C. officials, including our own colleague, Eleanor Holmes Norton, have said the city is too small for a prison. So under this bill, the federal government would continue to pay for those prisoners to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars each year. D.C. wants to continue to receive their special benefits for schools, for colleges, for roads, billions of dollars in federal funds, in pensions, things that none of the other states get. We asked the district government for plans to pay for the likely major budget shortfalls if it were to become a state. Not surprisingly, they didn't provide any answers. Why not? Well, because they expect the federal government to continue funding it in a way that it has for the past 25 years. So under this bill, not only would D.C. become a state, but it would be the only state in the entire country to have the federal government pick up billions and billions of annual dollars in expenses each year. In other words, anybody supporting this bill as it is written is basically saying to their constituents that we think the people living in D.C. are entitled to more benefits than you are. D.C. wants the benefits of state without actually having to operate like one. They want to be treated differently. They want to be treated better than all other states. D.C. wants to keep all these special perks plus gain 2 more Democratic U.S. senators. This would effectively shift the power to the left-wing progressives so that they can enact their radical agenda that Americans have rejected time and again. Under this bill, D.C. would in fact become the first among states, which is exactly what our founders sought to avoid. DC would be the only state without an airport, without a car dealership, without a capital city, without a landfill, without even a name on its own, and we could go on and on and on. But who would be left to provide all these services while it continues to receive billions of dollars for special programs? Well, we know the answer to that. The American people would. DC statehood would mean a money grab from neighboring states and a power grab for the United States Senate, all done in an impractical and unconstitutional fashion. I yield back.
All right, guys, good morning, and thanks again so much for being here with us on News Now from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you as we continue to give you news headlines that are happening all across our country. So just want to remind everyone, you can always stay up to date. Watch our stream 24/7 on newsnowfox.com. What we're going to do is head back out to Minneapolis. We've been keeping our eye on some different live events that are happening here. Not only did we have earlier today a White House COVID-19 response team briefing that we can bring to you a little bit later. We also do have a White House briefing that we're going to be getting to a little later here today. It hasn't even gotten started, so here's a quick little look at that. We do have press waiting there in the room, but until that time, like I said, we've been following this Derek Chauvin trial in Minneapolis for quite some time as we continue to look for some more jurors to be seated. Now, just a reminder for those of you who are here with us, Friday, if you were watching, we only needed one more juror to be sat to make that 14 juror selection complete. Now today, the new headline is they actually are going to look for 2 more jurors. So Judge Cahill today had said that he is going to have 15 jurors seated, and the court actually says that they could have up to 16. But right now they're looking for 15 jurors. 12 will be seated on the jury, and then they'll have some people waiting to be alternates there as well. So we're going to go back into Minneapolis as they continue to question these potential jurors. I do see we are back in session after that quick morning recess. So just want to say thanks again for being here with us on News Now from Fox. Some of you are going to head into a quick 2-minute break before joining up live in Minneapolis.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for coming in.
Yeah, thanks.
That was
And
your
just a
117
reminder,
for cause.
we are live here in the courtroom with you. Trial is expected to start next week on Monday, the 29th.
All right, this is juror 118.
And again, court officials have reiterated they could seat up to 16 people for this trial, but as of right now, they're still trying to find 2 more jurors to be seated for a total of 15. And on Friday, we also did have some big rulings being decided on. Judge Cahill ruled he will allow some evidence related to Floyd's previous arrest in 2019 to be allowed.
You are
to be
juror
shown
number
in trial.
118, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Before we do anything else, I'm going to swear you in so that all your answers are under oath. You can raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror?
I do.
All right. First of all, since there's plexiglass in front of you, plexiglass between us, the lawyers have plexiglass where they're going to be examining you from, and it's quite a distance on top of that. And so the question for you is whether or not you want to remove your mask. It's totally up to you.
Okay.
If it's more comfortable, or that'd be great.
Sure.
And if you feel like you have to put it back on, I'm going to keep mine on.
Okay.
So if that works, also mask or no mask, if you could keep, that's actually probably perfect as far as Distance to the
Distance.
microphone.
Okay.
Okay. A couple questions from me first. First of all, you filled out the questionnaire, which gave us a lot of good information, so thank you for doing that. Was everything true on the questionnaire?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. And you've already got the one thing you knew to follow up with yes after the mm-hmm. The court reporter is taking everything down, so if we can stick to kind of yes and no.
Okay. Yeah.
That'd be great. And don't worry about interrupting with affirmations as someone's asking you a question. Just wait for it to come, answer the question. It's a little more formalized than a normal conversation, and I apologize for that, but we got to make sure that everybody doesn't talk on top of each other so the court reporter can take everything down.
Perfect.
Okay?
Okay.
Excellent. And you see, I'm the worst at interrupting anyway, so don't worry about it. Just give it your best shot. Are there any changes or additions to the questionnaire?
Not that I know of right now.
All right, and that's a very broad question, but we do recognize that in the last couple months since you filled this out, in reflection, you may have thought, well, I should have added this, or I forgot about this, or something you wrote was inaccurate, or maybe even an opinion has evolved. The bottom line being, I want you to feel comfortable giving answers that are different from the questionnaire. As long as they're honest, that's what we want, okay? Also, it's been about a couple months. We told you not to read any newspaper articles, stay away from the media and about this case. But given the saturation of the news media with this case, were you inadvertently exposed to any information about this case or related cases, anything like that?
Nothing new that I haven't already known.
Okay. And anything about related cases, like civil cases, anything like that?
No, just most recently the settlement, but that was the only thing that I've actually heard.
And what do you recall about the settlement?
The only thing that I know about it is that it was 27 million.
Okay.
But that's all. I didn't read up on it or have any other information on it.
Just saw the passing headline or
Yeah.
news? Yeah.
Yep.
How do you think that's going to affect you as a juror in this case?
I don't necessarily think it would because I don't know anything about it. I just saw the number and that was it.
Like, for example, in answer to whether you can be fair and impartial, it's a little more wordy than that, but whether you can be fair and impartial, you said, I believe I could.
Mm-hmm.
Well, lawyers are going to press you a little bit about yes or no, can you be? But I'll leave that to them. My question is, has hearing about that settlement moved you one way or the other?
No.
Okay.
No.
You understand that's a different case, different laws, civil case, not a criminal case, different parties, and it won't be in evidence in this case.
Correct.
Can you accept that?
Yes.
And that brings up the most important point, which is no matter what you've heard, and you've heard quite a bit, I mean, you've got a lot in there, and that's okay. And you may have formed certain opinions based on what you've heard and read, but you have to put everything aside, what you've heard and read and seen, and also any opinions you might hold based on that, and just decide this case on the facts and the laws we give it to you.
Correct, yes.
Do you think you could do that?
Yes.
Okay. A little easier question. Do you recognize any witnesses on the witness list?
I did not.
Okay. And the trial length is going to be 4 weeks long, starting Monday. Could you make that work?
Yes.
All right. All right. With that, then, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Nelson with regard to Juror 118. You may inquire.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Thank you for your time, and thank you for the time you took to fill out your questionnaire. I'd like to ask you just sort of a series of general questions first, get to know you a little better, and I'll follow up with some of your responses, okay?
Okay.
I'm not going to try to trick you. I'll read you what the question was, what you wrote, and just to refresh your recollection, okay?
Okay.
All right. So if you and I were to meet under different circumstances at a party or social event, what are a couple of things I would learn about you during our first conversation?
I was recently married in October of last year. I am a social worker. I'm contracted with Wright County. And I just recently got a dog.
A dog?
A dog, yep.
Okay. A puppy or a rescue?
Puppy, yep.
Rescue puppy?
No, golden doodle puppy.
Okay. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You obviously had heard quite a bit about this case before you learned that you were a potential juror on this case. How did it make you feel when you learned that you were a potential juror on this case?
I guess indifferent. I wasn't excited. I wasn't sad at all. I just was, I understand it's my duty to do it. I've been a registered voter, so I knew it was coming.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you have concerns about your personal safety, your family's safety, your COVID-19 exposure, anything of that nature?
I guess a little bit of my own safety, but at the same time, being a social worker, I've kind of always had that in the back of my mind. I've had a lot of training for that kind of thing, so it's always in the back of my mind, but nothing more intense or different than any other time.
Okay. When you came downtown and saw the current state of the government center, what was your reaction to that?
I felt very safe. No concerns, really.
Okay. When you heard the judge this morning say that we're doing what we can to protect your anonymity, how did that make you feel?
Oh, really good.
Okay.
Felt pretty good about that.
Okay. Now, at some point, when the court determines it to be safe to do so, your name will be released publicly.
Mm-hmm.
We have no idea when that will be.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about that?
I have come to accept that in the same sense of my safety for the last 5 years of being a social worker. Just it's always in the back of my head. So I have training and know what to look out for and things like that too. So
okay, fair enough. So obviously, in your professional life, you deal with conflict in many forms. Is that fair to say?
Correct. Yes.
How do you approach just the notion of resolving a conflict between two people?
Mostly figuring out communication that works for them. I really have to be flexible and understanding of where they're coming from, and really try and resolve conflict with them instead of trying to make things worse, in lack of a better way of saying that. But really just working with the person and coming to their level and understanding.
Do you think your approach to conflict resolution changes if you're personally involved in the conflict?
Can you clarify a little bit?
Sure. Well, let's put it this way. You understand that your job as a juror is to ultimately resolve conflict.
Mm-hmm.
And what I mean by that is there's the obvious conflict between the state of Minnesota and Derek Chauvin.
Yes.
And that's your kind of the ultimate job, right?
Yes.
But in the jury deliberation room, sides may emerge. Right?
Yes.
One person or group of people may look at something much differently than another group.
Yes.
Right? So I guess the question is, when you talk about approaching conflict between two people or two groups of people, you have one approach. But what if you're personally invested in one of the sides of the conflict? Does that make sense?
Yes. I treat it the same way. I think I still have to come up with, I would hope that other people would listen to where I'm coming from and how I'm understanding things and talking through it with me, so that we can all be on the same page to figure out like a solution or just an answer to whatever the question may be. Hearing all sides is the most important thing in all of what I've been trained to do and everything too. Just my side too is always important.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you took a particular position on some piece of evidence or group of evidence, whatever it may be, are you the type of person who would agree just for the sake of agreement, or would you stand your ground and say, no, this is the way I see it?
No, I do stand my ground. You do have to have a strong sense of that, especially just with other people I've worked with too. There is certain conflicts that you do have to stand your ground in, but also making sure it makes sense to both parties as well, for everyone's sake. But I think it depends on what is being talked about as well. If
right. It's hard to put it in the abstract.
Yeah.
Until
broad.
Yeah. Until you're in the situation, it's very difficult to kind of know.
Correct.
And that's just kind of what I'm wondering is that, you've lived your own life, you've had your own experiences, you have your own career. So in that context, can you simultaneously stand your ground and re-examine your point of view?
I believe I could, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Again, I'm assuming in your professional context as a social worker, you have encountered people you believed to be lying to you.
Correct.
How do you ascertain if someone is telling you the truth?
Asking questions, again, figuring out where they're coming from, why they believe that, or why they're thinking that way, evidence as to what that idea or thought is, and then kind of piecing it all together to see if it makes sense. And yeah.
Do you think that two people could literally be standing next to each other, observe the same event, and perceive that event differently?
Absolutely.
And what factors play into that difference in perception?
The person, where they've come from, their own experiences that they've had, their own biases that they've had. Lots of things could come through with their point of view on that.
Okay. Maybe their education or professional experience.
Correct. Yeah.
Can you think of a situation in your life where you felt you were 100% correct and only to later learn you were wrong?
Absolutely.
Okay. How do you deal with that when that happens?
I would just, I really try and understand. I try and process that information. I am perfectly able to admit when I am wrong. I really enjoy actually hearing other people's sides and hearing other people's opinions on things. I think I really like learning about other people's experiences and their point of views on things, because it opens my own eyes as well.
Okay. So, you were asked a series of questions on the questionnaire, and the judge just this morning recited some basic principles of law. So, for example, the presumption of innocence. Would you have any problem applying the presumption of innocence in this case?
Can you say that one more time? I'm sorry.
Sure. Will you apply the presumption of innocence in this case?
Yes.
You understand that Mr. Chauvin has no obligation to prove anything. Do you understand that?
Correct.
We don't have to ask a single question, call a single witness, introduce a single piece of evidence. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
And so can you ultimately, in your opinion, hold the state to its burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes.
Now, at the end of the case, you may, you'll see all the evidence, anything that comes in, all the questioning of witnesses, etc. And you understand you have to judge the case based on the evidence that's presented exclusively in this case. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And can you do that?
Yes.
All right. And will you do that?
Yes.
All right. The judge will give you instructions of law, and you may read the law. I'm assuming, again, in your work, you've confronted statutes or laws and rules, right?
Correct.
And you may read the law, and as the judge gives it to you, and you may disagree with the judge, or you may think we really need to change this law because this makes no sense, right? Mm-hmm. Can you apply the law as the judge gives it to you, even if you think it's wrong or you think it should be changed?
Yes.
All right. Now, I'd like to follow up on some of your answers to your questions, or to the questions on the questionnaire, and want to ask you, again, or remind you, I'm not trying to trick you. I'll read you exactly what you wrote and what the question was, okay? There were several references to some videos that were publicly released. There was a bystander video, there were some body camera videos, and then there were some surveillance videos from local stores. Which of those videos do you think you've seen?
I believe I've only seen the bystander video. I don't remember seeing any body cam or any store videos at all.
Okay. And I think you said you have seen that video 4 to 5 times?
Correct.
When you say you saw it 4 to 5 times, did you come across it in the news? Did you come across it in social media? How did you first come across that video?
I have only seen it through the news.
All right.
So, yeah.
So you never went on the internet, tried to find a longer version of the video?
Correct.
And so is it fair to say that what you've seen are clips of that video? Shorter clips?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Now, you were asked to kind of recite what you had remembered about what you had seen in the news or what you had heard about the case. And you wrote that the police were called to the store by the store owner alleging that George Floyd had used to counterfeit $20 bills. A couple of the officers, I'm going to paraphrase this a little bit because you actually gave us a longer recitation. A couple of the officers were newer on the job. You wrote that Mr. Chauvin had his knee on Mr. Floyd's neck for over a minute, and there were mixed reports on whether there were drugs in Mr. Floyd's system or not. You heard a little bit about the background of Mr. Chauvin and that Mr. Chauvin and Mr. Floyd may have worked together at one point, right?
Correct.
You'd heard a little bit of information about Mr. Floyd's family as well as a couple of the other officers that were present, right?
Correct.
All right. Now again, what you may hear in trial may be different than what you recall hearing beforehand, right?
Yes.
And it may be inclusive of some of that information, and some of that information may have been wrong or just may not be admitted in this trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
So with all, you had a pretty thorough recollection of some things that had happened and what you had seen. Again, can you kind of set all of that aside? Can you, basically become a blank slate, right? And judge this case exclusively on the evidence as it's presented in court?
Yes.
You were asked your opinions, or your impressions of Mr. Floyd, as well as, I know this was pertaining to all four officers, but you were asked your general impression of both the officer as well as Mr. Floyd. And you checked, as it pertains to Mr. Chauvin, you checked somewhat negative or neutral. And you have negative thoughts from the constant news portrayal, but I don't think the news covers everything, nor would they have time to. Can you just kind of, why did you have a somewhat negative impression of the officer to a neutral, and why would it be important to get more information?
The somewhat negative is just the constant showing of it, I think, for a while there when it first occurred, and just the reaction from the community as well. Just the constantness of that, I think, made me believe it was the somewhat negative, and the reasoning for my answer on that. But the neutral side of it was, I'm always thinking about the person and, again, where they came from, what they've been through, experienced. And my neutral side of that was that his training to do that, based on what occurred, and I didn't see the whole thing to be able to know whether that is what occurred.
Okay, so ultimately the question of police training or police practice may be a part of this trial. You're not a police officer, right?
Correct.
And I know you said you've had some training as a social worker to kind of deal with potential threats. Would you be able to kind of set aside what you may have learned and pay attention to the police practices as presented in court?
Yes.
Now, with respect to Mr. Floyd, you checked somewhat negative, neutral, and somewhat positive, and you wrote, reporting showed both good and bad. His family that he was a nice person, but also showed a history of drugs, unknown which one. I did not done my own further research. Okay. Let me ask you, in terms of your impression of Mr. Floyd, can you explain kind of, there's a wide spectrum, you kind of hit the whole spectrum there. Can you explain that a little?
I think that's part of where I come from, is always looking at every side of things. I'm always looking at why someone may have done something a certain way. His experience before with law enforcement, I thought about his family, because I saw the family so much on the news. So again, it was I had all kinds of thoughts on him with his past. They've talked about his past with drugs and things like that. I had every emotion, I think, about him.
So perhaps this is a very overbroad generalization, but social workers tend to be empathetic people. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
So I guess the question being is that what if you don't hear anything about Mr. Floyd's past? I mean, what if you don't, in this trial, knowing what you had heard before, again, can you set that aside and listen to the evidence as it's presented in court?
Yes.
In your professional life, do you work with people who abuse or have abused controlled substances?
Yes, sometimes, not regularly. It just depends.
Okay. Do you think that if someone uses or abuses controlled substances, that makes them a bad person?
No.
Why do you think people may have that struggle?
I think it's a lot of things. It just depends on the person. I never judge a person based on that alone.
You were asked some questions about whether you had ever spoken with friends, family members, coworkers, or had any discussions online about this. You checked the box yes, and you wrote with family. So is it fair to assume you did not post any opinions on social media about this case?
I don't think, no, I've never, no.
But with your family, you wondered what caused or prompted the knee on the neck based on the training received by Derek Chauvin and all officers. And then on Twitter, you wrote that you were scared for the state of Minnesota as we were told violence was moving to the suburbs on the news.
Yes.
So you were obviously aware of the unrest that occurred after Mr. Floyd's death?
Yes.
And that caused you some fear?
Yes.
Okay. And you had heard some stories that it was expanding beyond the Twin Cities proper?
Yes.
Okay. Again, in terms of the training, you would understand that, again, that is a bit of a contest or perhaps conflict in this case. Do you understand?
Yes.
And would you be able to set, any of those discussions that you've had with family members or friends about what they think police training says about this incident aside, listen to the evidence from both sides and make your decision based on that?
Yes.
You were asked the question whether you believe that the community was negatively or positively affected by any of the protests that have taken place since Mr. Floyd's death. And you wrote both. Negative in the sense that people took advantage of rioting and looting, even from out of state, that affected others' livelihood, but positive in that the community has seemingly come together to make it better. So do you differentiate between protesting and rioting or looting?
Yes.
How do you define the two?
Protesting, making your voice heard about something that you don't agree with, hoping for positive change, and rioting, looting is taking advantage in the sense of using those discussions of wanting positive change into something negative.
Okay. You were asked ultimately if you feel that you could be fair and impartial, regardless of your opinions, and you wrote, I believe I could. So ultimately, unfortunately, I have to press you a little bit. We can't have equivocation. Can you? Or would you try? Or what's your sort of response?
I think that hearing both sides would definitely help, and I think I could, if both sides were being heard instead of like my constant exposure to news side, negative side all of the time. I would like to hear both sides. So yes, I think if I was exposed to both, yes.
Right. So again, you know, Mr. Chauvin doesn't have to call a witness, doesn't have to ask a question, doesn't have to prove anything. Can you abide by that? I mean, if you want, if hearing both sides is so tantamount to you, if you only continue to hear one side, would that make it more difficult?
I think what I mean by what I mean by that is that Mr. Chauvin's side is his presumption of innocence. That's what I mean by that. So yes.
You asked, or you were asked a question whether you or someone close to you has ever supported or advocated in favor of or against police reform, and you wrote, family members have discussed support of both. What do you mean by that, and how does that? What was the general tenor of the conversations on both sides?
It was typically focused on training in response to situations of like mental health or things like that, having more specific mental health and not so focused on what seems like a presumption of guilt right away, that sort of thing.
There was a page where you were asked to rank your opinions from strongly agree to strongly disagree with numerous sort of broad statements. Do you recall that exercise generally?
A little bit, yes.
Yeah. And so I guess I just want to, and I know it's been a couple months since you've answered this, but I just wanted to follow up with you on a couple of questions. One of the questions was, blacks and other minorities do not receive equal treatment as whites in the criminal justice system, and you check the box that you somewhat agree with that proposition. What do you base your opinion on? Was it your training? Is it, media? Explain.
It's mostly my training, things I've been taught in college and school of minorities not having the same opportunities as in many areas, employment, education, things like that. It's mostly my training.
Okay. Do you have any personal experience, or have you had clients or friends who've sort of discussed their experiences especially in terms of the criminal justice system?
Not that I can think of, no.
You were asked, or the statement reads, I support defunding the Minneapolis Police Department, and you strongly disagreed with that. Why did you strongly disagree with that?
I do not think that what I was understanding from that overall movement was basically getting rid of police in general, and I did not agree with that statement.
Okay. Has your understanding of that movement changed since you filled this questionnaire out?
A little bit, I guess. Not a whole lot, though.
Okay. So you would still strongly disagree with defunding the Minneapolis Police Department?
Yes.
You were asked a question, police in my community make me feel safe, and you somewhat agreed with that. Do you have a personal experience that has caused you to have some level of mistrust for police?
No, I think what I was referring to was I really haven't had personal experience with it, so I do feel safe with the police in my community.
Okay. You were asked a couple of questions about Black Lives Matter and Blue Lives Matter, and you had a neutral impression about both of those statements.
Yes.
With respect to Black Lives Matter, you wrote, I'm unsure. I believe Black Lives Matter as much as Latinas, police, etc. As a social worker, I was trained to support everyone no matter what, always. And with respect to Blue Lives Matter, you wrote, same as above, everyone at all ends of every spectrum matter and deserve basic respect no matter what.
Yes.
Is there anything you would want to add to that? I mean, I know that your role as a social worker is one aspect of your life, right? Anything that you would add to your impression of either of those movements, organizations, whatever you want to call them?
I always look at the positive side of all of the movements. I think they're all great. I think it's a good thing to be supportive of everyone. I don't think one is more important than another. I think it's all equally, we should all be treated with respect and given opportunity.
Okay. So in that regard, let me ask you, if you hear testimony of a police officer, would you give that testimony greater weight or assign more credibility to it simply by virtue of the fact that the person is a police officer?
No.
Are you able to kind of look at all testimony, judge it within the context of the other testimony and the evidence?
Yes.
You indicated that you have two relatives who are nurses.
Yes.
Would you, if there were medical testimony in this case, would you call your relatives and kind of say, hey, this is what they're saying in trial, and can you tell me more about that?
No.
Okay. Now, your training as a social worker, you are trained to deal with people who are having mental health crises, correct?
Yes.
And you understand that the police may have different training than what you have. Would you be able to judge police in this case based on their training and set aside what you may have done differently in a particular situation?
Yes.
Now, lastly, you were asked, do you want to serve as a juror in this case? You checked both yes and not sure. And you wrote, mostly concerned about public information being released, including address. And then there's a reference to your career. So you said, not sure if this would be so different.
Yes.
Do you think that your concerns about your personal safety have been alleviated? Or do you continue to be concerned about your safety as a juror?
I think they've been alleviated.
Okay. And you understand that there would ultimately be two potential verdicts in this case, right? I mean, it's either guilty or not guilty.
Yes.
Would you allow your concerns over your over public safety or your personal safety to influence your decision in any way?
No.
Okay. If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
And as they go into a private sidebar, I'm going to send some of you on a quick 2-minute break. Again, we are listening in live to the courtroom in Minneapolis. Now the jury will be partially sequestered during this trial. And fully sequestered while they are deliberating. Once again, you are listening in live to the courtroom in Minneapolis.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
So I have a medium understanding of what social workers do, work with a few that have the title, but I need to know a little bit more specifically about what you do and what your experience has been without naming your employer.
Yeah.
But can you just tell us a little bit more about your job on the day-to-day?
Sure. I get services in home for clients of all ages, all mental health diagnoses, all sorts of things, mental health, chemical health, kids, adults. I just make sure they have services in home to keep them safe and to be able to stay living in the community.
Are some of your clients then under some sort of a court order or involved in the commitment process?
Some of them, but it's very broad. I don't have very many at this time.
Do you have experience in the commitment process, stays of a commitment, or things of that nature?
We are not typically involved. We usually get involved after they are already on the commitment. I don't have any knowledge of the process or anything that happens before then.
Okay. And what type of services do you coordinate?
I coordinate independent living, people so that they can teach them how to be independent, go grocery shopping. I coordinate people that need assistance with getting dressed in the morning, making their meals, a lot of different services, mental health, getting like therapists in home, things like that.
Medication monitoring?
Yes.
You coordinate that as well? Can you tell us a little bit what drew you into that line of work? Why did you want to become a social worker? I see that was your degree.
Yes. I started out and I just said I want to help people. I had a counselor in college, and that is kind of where she led me. That's basically what I said, and she thought it would be a good fit, and it has been so far.
Okay. Good counselor that
Yes.
took an interest in you and it helped you find your path.
Yes.
And in your caseload, how large is it?
About 65 people.
You indicated that you have had some discussions with family members and friends about police reform, and some folks have in your circle have expressed views one way and the other. Is that right?
Yes.
So what's it like being in a conversation? Have these conversations happened at the same time, where you have different people expressing different views?
At times, yes.
What's it like being in a conversation like that?
It's very interesting, and a lot of people notice I'm very quiet. I'm a big observer in those conversations.
Okay.
Yeah.
And in terms of police reform, what are your thoughts on police reform?
I think there are good things and there are things that should be changed, but I think the conversation is a good start of having those discussions of what's good and what should be changed for the better.
So tell me about the good things.
I think the presence of police is a good thing to have. It makes the community safe. I think their job is important, keeping the community safe in general. And I just think that I think for the overwhelming majority, it is a good thing to have.
Do you interact with law enforcement in your job? Sometimes, when people have mental health issues they're struggling with or whatnot, things can take a different turn. Do you ever have to contact law enforcement?
I used to, but not so much anymore. With being in home, I don't see those situations as often anymore. No.
In what context did you used to have to contact law enforcement?
Yes, when I was first starting out as a social worker, I worked at a facility that had court mandated. It was people court mandated to go through anger management classes, and I worked with law enforcement, and those people that were court mandated to be there a lot more often.
And describe some of your interactions with law enforcement when you've had to get law enforcement involved with the clients on occasion.
Yes. If they were being unruly in the actual class, if they were saying things that were alarming, I had to be aware of those things and notify the right people.
And when you did have to notify law enforcement in those situations, can you describe how those interactions would take place?
It was mostly just explaining the situation, explaining what I was doing, and how it started, how a situation occurred. But after that, they kind of handled it from there.
And how did they handle it?
Usually removal from the class. And that was typically the most that I saw.
Did you ever see a law enforcement officer apply force or have to use force in a circumstance like that?
No.
How were they able to remove the person from the room without using force?
It was typically it wasn't a big scene. Usually they would just say, "Come with me," and usually I never saw anyone disagree.
And I take it these were favorable interactions you had with law enforcement. You had something you needed help with, and they helped you.
Yes.
And so those would be the good things with law enforcement. Why don't you share with me a little bit about some ideas you have for things that should be changed?
I guess that's hard for me to answer because I haven't seen anything personally. I haven't been through any experience personally with something that should be changed. But I guess that's hard for me to answer at this moment.
Have you ever had a conversation with someone, a client or a close friend who talked about, instances they've had with law enforcement that they believe should have been handled differently?
Yes, I'm sure I have, yes.
Do you recall any of those and what they may have discussed with you?
Yes. I'm trying to come up with something particular, but yes, I can recall.
What do you remember about that?
I remember them speeding and they questioned it and they openly admitted it to the police officer, and they still didn't think they should have been because it was their first time. So
I see.
Yeah, nothing major.
All right. Have you, in any discussions with anyone in your immediate family, heard strong views expressed about this particular case?
Yes.
And I guess, can you share with us what views have been expressed about this case?
I specifically to this one just have been involved in those conversations of he should not have had his knee on the neck for that long. Nothing in regards to it not happening at all, mostly for how long it was, but that was the majority of that conversation.
And this was a close family member?
Yes.
And what effect do you think, if any, that knowing that opinion, coming into this would have on you if you sat as a juror in this case?
I don't think it would affect me. It hasn't changed my view so far.
So at some point this case will be over and you would have to go back and have a conversation with your family member.
Yes.
How do you think it might affect you having to discuss whatever the result is in this case with the family member who's expressed some strong views?
I don't think it would have an effect on our relationship. My family has grown to know that where I come from, and if I'm quiet, it's usually there's a reason for that, and I don't try and enable things in a certain type of way. My family's grown to know me from being in this for 5 years.
Are you one of those who then, if you grow quiet, I take it that might be because you're disagreeing with what's being said and you're just not voicing your opinion in that?
Not necessarily. I think it's more just I don't like to, if I can tell the other side is already elevated or something, I don't necessarily enjoy keeping it that way. So.
Do you think that you would need or find a need to have to explain or justify your decision to anyone in your close circle who may have expressed opinions about this particular case?
No, I have never felt that need in any other situation.
You indicated that you would be interested in hearing a little bit about the police officers' training.
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about what you might be interested to hear?
I think just how long that training was being given. I know I'm given trainings yearly, so it was something that is occurring every year, and just how they took that training from what they exercised. But.
So when you're going through your yearly training, they're going over the same concepts, I'm assuming, pretty much every year?
Yes.
Are you paying attention, or you've kind of heard this before?
What do you mean?
In terms of the training, I mean, how much of this is sinking in year after year as you're hearing it?
With my personal things,
yes.
It's pretty sunken in there because I am learning the same things. A lot of things have not changed in my line of work.
When discussing the protests and the effects that the protest had on the community, you discussed that it was negative in the sense that some people took advantage of rioting and looting, and then you said even from out of state. Can you tell me what you meant by even from out of state?
I was referring to what I had heard on the news of, there was a while they had said almost everyone that they had caught, so to speak, was from out of state.
Where did you hear that?
Just the news. I just watch the news mostly. I don't usually seek out like internet or anything like that.
Did the news say anything about, what state or where these people were from, or what possible motive they would have to come from out of state and participate in rioting and looting?
Not that I remember. I remember a couple from Chicago, Illinois, but nothing else.
And you also indicated that based on news reports, you were concerned, or that raised some concern that people might be coming into the suburbs, that the rioting might spill over. Can you tell me what you were basing that concern on?
Again, hearing it from the news that they were going to other cities coming out of Minneapolis because of the heavy police presence in Minneapolis, they were spreading out.
Okay, one moment, Your Honor.
And just a reminder, while we are waiting for this private sidebar, we don't get to hear private conversations.
Just a few follow-up, Your Honor. You'd indicated that in your experience, when you've had to call law enforcement in and they've removed somebody who was unruly, in all instances, the person complied with the police.
Yes.
Can you tell me what your thoughts would be on someone who does not comply with the police when they, come in and on your request are trying to remove a person who's being unruly?
I think it depends on the situation. Since I've not experienced it, I'm not quite sure how I would react to that, but I would hope that I would be able to work with law enforcement like they would be able to work with me to be able to get that person to just be in a better state and feel better about anything, but I've not had that experience, so I'm not sure.
And some people may hold the view that if you're not complying with the police when they ask you or tell you to do something and you get injured, you kind of get what's coming to you. Tell me what your thoughts are.
I think I used to think that, but I don't necessarily believe that anymore. Again, because we should all have that respect. You should respect the officer telling you something as much as the flip side. So I think that's my view on that.
Can you tell me why you may have re-examined that view?
I'm not quite sure what that. I think maybe just hearing both sides again. I don't really know if there's something specific I can point out to why that changed.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
And just a heads up, some of you are going to go into a brief 2-minute break here on NewsNOW from
State
Fox.
passes for cause.
So we're going to have you come back on Monday at 9 a.m. to start the trial. But watch for any communications from the jury office as far as logistics, and if there's been any change in timing on this. So, any questions for me? Otherwise, the deputy will take you out. You had a letter to get in here. Make sure you keep that.
Okay.
Keep it safe and bring it with next time.
Okay.
Okay?
Sounds good.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And And there you heard they have selected another juror. So that means we are now looking for one more to be seated to start this trial.
All right, it's 5 minutes to 12. We have a 1 o'clock Chambers conference scheduled, and we'll resume with jury selection at 1:30. So let's break for lunch so I give you a full hour, and we'll be back at Chambers at 1 o'clock, but in the courtroom for jury selection at 1:30. All right, thank you.
So once again, they are going to be taking a brief recess until they reconvene this afternoon. We've had you covered here as they've been, again, searching for 15 jurors now to be seated on the trial. Let's go back to some of Minneapolis's coverage.
Trial. Just now we're taking our lunch recess. Court is in recess until 1:30. You just heard Judge Cahill say. Just before that break, though, they have selected their 14th juror. She's a woman who is a social worker. She's recently married, recently got a new dog. And what was interesting in her questioning is her kind of talking about some of the overlap that happens between social workers and police officers. So she was asked a lot about her relationship working with police in her line of work. She also talked a lot about training. She talked about how in her job as a social worker, the training is so important. Training happens on a yearly basis, if not more. So she talked about that's information that she would want to learn in this case. She would want to learn what Derek Chauvin's training was and how that might have compared to the actions that were taken. So she becomes our 14th juror, so we would need to fill in that last spot there. But as we heard Judge Cahill say on Friday, he's looking for He said he would like to get 15. He said he would like to get at least 15. Now, just for clarification, you have 12 jurors that are actually part of the deliberations, but then you have alternates, at least 2 alternates to hear the case, just in case something were to happen to those 12 where they wouldn't be able to sit on the jury for the whole case. In the age of COVID, we're thinking about if someone were to get sick or get a contact and it were to interrupt their job of being a juror. So again, we know that we have 14 jurors now, with juror 118 being selected just before the lunch break, but Judge Cahill has mentioned that he would like to get at least 15. We know that there's at least 2 more jurors one more juror that could be questioned here that was part of this morning group, and then we have 3 more in the PM. So we know we have at least 4 more jurors potentially that we could hear from today. Already this morning, also, the defense has used one of their strikes, the state has used one of their strikes, and then Judge Cahill actually dismissed juror number 117 because of a language barrier. So quickly, just wanted to show you a clip, a 10-minute clip here of juror 118 talking about her experience as a social worker and how that could
All right, and we'll continue our coverage right here on News Now from Fox in just a couple seconds. Good morning and welcome to News Now from Fox. Christy Larson sitting down here at the desk with you. We have a lot of content to get here to today. Right now, Minneapolis court is in recess as they continue to find more jurors to be sat on the Derek Chauvin trial. So if you've been watching with us, you know that they now are searching for 15 jurors. 12 will be seated on the jury, and then these other jurors that they're searching for will be alternates to have. And there has been word that officials could ask for up to potentially 16 jurors to be sat on this trial. Again, 12 of them will be in the court. The others will be alternate just in case something happens. So once Minneapolis court does resume later this afternoon, then we'll, of course, go back into that for you here on News Now from Fox. We also do have Vice President Kamala Harris traveling down to Florida. We've had a D.C. statehood hearing in the House of Representatives as officials try to push forward once again to get D.C. to be the 51st state here in the United States. I do see, though, we do have Governor DeSantis. He just joined us live, so let's pop into that here for you on News Now from Fox.
Using the federal funds that Florida's received to advance things like infrastructure, support of first responders, and to further we actually have people hiring people. Our unemployment rate's much less than the national average and way less than a lot of the lockdown states like California and New York. Today, though, we think we can build off this momentum. And I'm somebody who, while I value the importance of some of the university-based education, I also look around and see the fact is in this last generation, you have a lot of people that have gone deep into debt to go to these traditional universities. They end up studying things that don't have as much application in the real world. And look, if you're studying, like a liberal arts and you're really learning to think well, at some of these schools, you're going to be fine. But I think we know we have some of these schools where some of these majors just aren't really producing very much. So you have some of these students end up deep in debt and they don't really have great career prospects. So from the very beginning of my administration, I said we need to reinvigorate the idea of vocational, technical, and career education. And so when we first came into office, we issued an executive order that with the goal that Florida would be the #1 state in the nation for workforce education by 2030, and also to ensure that Florida students are prepared to fill high-demand, high-wage jobs of today and the future. And we've already taken steps in that direction. We've boosted computer science education and professional developments in our schools. We've established the Pathways to Career Opportunities grant program to establish or expand apprenticeship and pre-apprenticeship programs. I know a number of schools throughout Florida have embraced that, and that's really good. That offers those students great opportunities. We've also increased opportunities to Floridians to earn short-term credentials in high-demand fields through the Rapid Credentials program. And then we've also launched the Get There Florida initiative and website to raise awareness of short-term but high-value career and technical education programs. I really believe you can acquire some of these really important skills setting for 4 years. And fortunately, sometimes, you're looking at relatively short-term programs can have very high yield returns for people. And to be 20 years old and to be making 70, 80,000 a year with people in these fields with no debt because you didn't have to go to an expensive college. And then a lot of these people end up being able to start their own businesses. It really creates a lot of opportunities for people come to Florida as people are expanding businesses. People are looking at Florida as a place to start new businesses. People want to purchase homes. They're building homes, all these different things. There's going to be a need for people to have some of these skills, which really will end up being high-wage jobs, and will continue to be. So that's why we're today recommending to the legislature, we mentioned some of the stimulus money that we're getting for Florida. Now we get disadvantaged in this because our unemployment rate's so much lower. They actually give billions of dollars more to states that have high unemployment and billions of dollars less to Florida because we have lower unemployment. And so you're actually rewarding states that did some of these ineffective lockdowns that have caused a lot of problems, and they're doing that. So be that as it may, we don't have as much as our per capita would be, but we put out a recommendation, not even.
All right, guys, what we're going to do is switch gears. That shot coming in a little choppy here for us at the News Now from Fox Desk. So if we are able to get a cleaner feed, we can always bring it to you later here on News Now. But what we're going to do is go into something that happened just a little bit ago. We're going to show you the White House briefing that happened earlier here today. Again, this just ahead of Vice President Kamala Harris traveling down to Florida. And I'm going to guess we're going to hear some questions about the Biden administration's big $86 million contract to ICE to help secure hotels, rooms for families who've been illegally crossing the border as they continue to deal with this influx of families and immigrants that have been passing the borders. So we're going to, again, head into the White House press briefing with Jen Psaki right here for you.
Monday. Just have a couple of items for you at the top. The Help is Here tour continues today with the Vice President and Second Gentleman traveling to show how the American Rescue Plan provides help to put food on the table. The Vice President will travel to Jacksonville, Florida to visit a vaccination center and convene a listening session at a food distribution center. And the second gentleman is traveling, not will travel because it's happening today, to Des Moines, Iowa, where he, Agriculture Secretary Tom Vilsack, former governor, and Congresswoman Cindy Axne will visit a food relief organization. The American Rescue Plan will reduce hunger, strengthen the food supply chain, and provide support to underserved, socially disadvantaged farmers. It will extend the 15% increase in SNAP benefits through the end of September, about $28 per month per person, provide $888 million to deliver expanded access to more fruits and vegetables to moms and babies participating in WIC, $37 million for senior nutrition, and $1 billion in nutrition assistance for the territories. It will support farmers of color with $4 billion toward debt relief for socially disadvantaged farmers to pay off burdensome debts, and $1 billion in funding to USDA to create a racial equity commission and address longstanding discrimination. Tomorrow, the Help Is Here tour will continue with President Biden traveling to Columbus, Ohio, to highlight how the American Rescue Plan will help to lower healthcare costs. He will deliver remarks on the anniversary of the Affordable Care Act being signed into law, of course, something he had a major role in, and encourage Americans to sign up for insurance at healthcare.gov during the special enrollment period his administration opened amid the pandemic. Additionally, Health and Human Services Secretary, newly confirmed Secretary Javier Becerra will travel to Carson City, Nevada, and the second gentleman will be in Omaha, Nebraska, talking about how the rescue plan lowers healthcare costs. And then on Equal Pay Day, Wednesday, the President and the First Lady will host an event at the White House, and the second gentleman will travel to St. Louis, Missouri. They will showcase how the rescue plan provides help for women and families by increasing the child tax credit and expanding child care assistance. And we may have some special guests in the briefing room on Wednesday, who of course will be women, just to give you a little preview, but go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Two subject areas. In the spirit of transparency to rebuild public trust, when will reporters be allowed to tour facilities holding children who cross the southern border? And are there any concerns that the images from those tours might show that there's a crisis?
Well, first, we are working to finalize details, and I hope to have an update in the coming days. We are working through with the Department of Health and Human Services and also the Department of Homeland Security to ensure privacy and ensure we're following COVID protocols. We remain committed to transparency. And of course, as I noted last week, we certainly want to make sure that the media has access to these sites. And your second question was what? Your first question? I can't remember which way you asked it. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Two subject areas.
Yes.
The second subject area is the Boston Marathon bomber, Johor Tsarnaev. The Supreme Court's now reconsidering the death penalty. President Biden has said he opposes the death penalty. What is the administration's stance on Tsarnaev and executions going forward?
Well, first, President Biden has made clear, as he did on the campaign trail, that he has grave concerns about whether capital punishment as currently implemented is consistent with the values that are fundamental to our sense of justice and fairness. He's also expressed his horror at the events of that day and his actions, Tsarnaev's actions, I should say. As vice president, he spoke to the people of Boston on the 1 year anniversary of the horrible crime. As he said then, we are Boston, we are America, we own the finish line. Of course, any process for the death penalty policy moving forward, I don't have any updates on that. As it relates to this specific case, I would refer you to the Department of Justice. Go ahead, Steve.
We saw the statement about the trip of Roberta Jacobson and Juan Gonzalez to Guatemala and Mexico. Are they going to specifically ask those countries to help stem the tide of the migrants?
Absolutely. Part of our objective, as Roberta Jacobson conveyed, Ambassador Jacobson, when she was in here just a few weeks ago, was that we need to work in partnership with these countries to address the root causes in their countries, to convey clearly and systematically that this is not the time to travel. If I may, I actually had a little bit of an update or just something I thought would be of interest to many of you, which is what some of the steps are we're taking in these countries to communicate. And a lot of this is through, of course, the State Department and embassies and So here's a few things we're doing, and this will obviously increase over time, but just to give you a sense of our investment. The State Department continues to, we have placed an estimated 17,118 radio ads in Brazil, El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras since January 21st in Spanish, Portuguese, and 6 indigenous languages. These ads played on 33 radio stations, reaching an estimated 15 million individuals. The department has also worked with Facebook and Instagram on an advertising campaign that put our migration messages in the social media streams of millions of individuals who fit the profile of intending migrants. These are very targeted, of course. A total of 589 digital ads in paid search, display, and social media supporting the ongoing migration campaign in the Northern Triangle countries have reached more than 26 million people since Inauguration Day. These ads created over 73 million impressions in the targeted countries, and we're also taking creative approaches in different countries to make sure we're reaching people, meeting people where they are, in some ways how we try to do things in the United States. So as an example, NBC San Salvador, a Oscuro comic book and animated show seeks to deter irregular migration by addressing violence as a driver. Content focused on violent reduction reached 240,000 young Salvadorans in the targeted audience. The 2 animated episodes in this past year have been viewed by 3.6 million individuals. So each country is taking different approaches. Our embassies on the ground are obviously the experts working with countries, to your point, Steve, to figure out how to communicate clearly in languages that will be received by the people in these countries, and communicate clearly this is not the time to come, our borders are not open, and we will continue to pick this up in the weeks and months ahead.
So, excuse me, is there any indication that this is working, that these ads and all this whole campaign you're running?
Well, first, let me say it is difficult to note the people who did not come. That is never a number we will have a mark on. So this is just part of our effort to send a clear message. But there's no question that funding is needed to address the root causes in these countries. That's why the president has proposed funding in his immigration bill. That is an issue he has worked on in the past for many years, including with Republicans, of course, to try to provide funding to a number of, not directly to the governments, because we want to avoid corruption in some cases, but to organizations that can help address the root causes in these countries. So it is not the only step we're taking, but a number of you have asked very good questions about specific communications that we are doing in these countries. So I wanted to venture to provide an update. Go ahead.
Now that the public is seeing some of the images, because the congressional delegation provided some photos and descriptions about what they witnessed, children who are frightened and crying, overcrowded conditions. Now that the public has seen that, is that not a crisis? And what conditions or situation, what metrics would have to be in place for the administration to call it that?
Well, children presenting at our border who are fleeing violence, who are fleeing prosecution, who are fleeing terrible situations is not a crisis. We feel that it is our responsibility to humanely approach this circumstance and make sure they are treated and put in conditions that are safe. I will say that these photos show what we've long been saying, which is that these Border Patrol facilities are not places made for children. They are not places that we want children to be staying for an extended period of time. Our alternative is to send children back on this treacherous journey. That is not, in our view, the right choice to make. And so our focus now is on solutions and putting in place policies, including expediting processing at the border, opening up additional facilities, something that you've seen developments on over the past several days, and there'll be certainly more on. Restarting our Central American Minors Program, which was stopped in 2017. Thousands of kids should be eligible to apply for that, so they're not making this journey. So our focus is on solutions and implementing them as quickly as possible.
The president said he is open to going to the border at some point. Do you have any sense if during this current situation he would consider it valuable to go there, see for himself the conditions, talk to people on the ground? Is that something we should expect?
I don't have any trips to preview for you. I can tell you that the president is briefed regularly on the situation at the border and every step that he is pushing his team to take, that his team is taking to put in place actions, to put in place solutions that will expedite processing, get kids into shelters more quickly. And he is regularly briefed, but I don't have anything to preview for you on a trip.
He also said one of the changes that could take place is allowing a process where those seeking asylum can do it from their home countries. But there are a lot of advocates who say that just extends the period of exposure to poverty, violence, all of those conditions, and don't support that. So how is the president going to deal with that factor? And clearly the border is not closed given the flow. So that seems like a message that is not in tune with what people are actually seeing based on we're now up to 15,000, 16,000 kids in U.S. custody and so forth.
Well, factually, the vast majority of people who come to the border are turned away. Adults, families, single people who are coming to the border are turned away. So that is a message we will continue to convey through a number of the means I have outlined for you, and the president has also conveyed that directly, as has our Secretary of Homeland Security, and as was noted earlier, there's obviously a trip to the region as well. What was your first question?
Well, is the president frustrated his message isn't getting through?
I don't think the president sees it that way. The president, the Secretary of Homeland Security have all conveyed that there are a number of factors at play here, including the fact that a number of the people who are making this treacherous journey are fleeing circumstances that are difficult on the economic front, to hurricanes, gang violence. There are smugglers who are making their own pushes about how this is the time to come. So we understand we're working against a lot of push factors that are pushing people to come to the region, come to the border. But what we are conveying from our end is that the border is not open. The majority of people are turned away. And we are, as we're talking about children here, and with children, our focus is on expediting the processing at the border and ensuring they can get to shelters as quickly as possible. Go ahead, Peter.
Thank you, Jen. So now that Border Patrol agents in the Rio Grande Valley are letting adult migrants go without even issuing notices to appear, is the Biden immigration policy just becoming more of like the honor system?
That is an inaccurate depiction of what's happening at the border. So there's no change in policy. The border remains closed. Families and single adults are being expelled under Title 42 and should not attempt to cross illegally. In the narrow circumstances in which families can't be expelled, the family is tested and quarantined as needed and placed in immigration proceedings to commence. In some cases, families are placed in removal proceedings further along in the release process. So if families are going to be deported and they're awaiting deportation, they don't need a court date and they don't need a notice to appear because it has already been determined that they will be sent back to their home countries. Sometimes that takes a minute to ensure there is proper transportation and steps in place to do that.
And just a heads up to our viewers, some of you are going to go into a quick 2-minute break.
Points unknown on this side of the border.
Well, again, there are limited cases where there are families, because they can't be held in Mexico, who are processed, tested, considered at the border. Most of them are sent back to their home countries. Those are very limited cases, and it's certainly not a depiction of the overarching policy.
Okay, 2 years ago, President Biden said, we're a nation that says you want to flee and you're fleeing opposition, you should come. They deserve to be heard. That's who we are. Now he says, I can say quite clearly, don't come over. So why was his position different campaigning than it is governing?
Well, I think that sometimes there's language that is used by some that is not including the full context of his comments. I will say that he still believes that he wants our country to be a place where there is asylum processing at the border, where people are considered and go through a proper process, who are fleeing prosecution, who should be considered for immigration status. That is a process that is broken. It was broken by the last administration, and he wants to put in place a process through an immigration bill, through steps taken by our Department of Homeland Security and HHS to improve that process and make it safe, efficient, and effective. We're going to need some time to do that.
And the president says, he told us yesterday, I know what's going on in these facilities. You say that he's been briefed with photos from
Multiple
the inside.
times.
Multiple
I mean, he's
times.
been briefed multiple times about immigration and often has a number of, has regular sets of questions for his teams.
So what is his concern about this being a super spreader event where you've got 400 kids stuffed into a pod built for 260?
These kids are tested. If they need to be quarantined, they are quarantined. We also follow CDC guidelines to ensure that they are kept safe. One of the reasons that it took us some time to have some of these facilities or some of the shelters open to larger groups of kids is because we wanted to follow those CDC guidelines. So we certainly don't see it through that prism. We actually took the steps we did to keep these kids safe.
But where else in the country would it be okay to have 400 people in a space for 260 during the pandemic?
Well, again, Peter, we're closely following the CDC guidelines. That's why we're opening up additional facilities, why they've been at limited capacity in a number of these shelters.
But if I may, I don't know that there are CDC guidelines that say you can be open
For the,
with
are you talking about the
400
shelters or are you talking about the Border Patrol?
Border Patrol facility.
Apologies, I was
Yeah.
misunderstanding your question.
Yes.
Look, I think our objective is to move, this is one of the reasons this is such a focus every single day for the president and this administration. We want to move these kids as quickly as possible through these facilities and into the shelters where there is safe spacing, and then move them into homes where there is safe spacing. And we are concerned about the public health impact. That's why we're putting in place a number of policies to expedite these processes.
But at that first stop, it's just not happening. And that is part of the federal government that you guys are in charge of.
Well, again, I think I've outlined for you specifically even a number of steps that we have taken and we are taking to expedite processing at the border, to ensure we're expediting the timeline, because these Border Patrol facilities are not made for children. We want to move them in part because of COVID, in part because they're not places that have the educational, the health resources, and other resources that we believe these children should have access to. That's where all of our focus is on and why we're working to expedite things. We have a plan. We're implementing it, and we're confident we're going to be successful. We just have limited time, so I just want to go ahead.
A couple questions on the vaccine, Jen. Assuming that AstraZeneca gets the green light from the FDA, what's the administration's plans for distributing that vaccine?
Well, we don't want to get ahead of the FDA approval process, which I'm sure you certainly understand. And certainly for any vaccine that's approved, we would integrate it into our distribution process, equitably.
Is there the sense that the U.S. would have enough supply from the other 3 vaccines that the AstraZeneca supply could all be shipped overseas? Would that be a plan from the administration?
I wouldn't jump to that conclusion at this point. There are obviously a number of factors, including the fact that these variants are unpredictable. We're still at war with the virus. We don't know which one is going to work best with children. And so that's one of the reasons the president and this administration wanted to be as prepared as possible and ensure we had a range of options at our disposal.
You had said on Friday that the plans were not finalized yet on sharing vaccines. Do you have anything more to update on that today?
No, first, we are committed to, the U.S. has been, as you know, because you've covered it closely, one of the hardest hit countries in the world. More than 500,000 people have died. 1,400 people continue to lose their lives every single day. As I noted, there are still a number of factors that are unpredictable that we need to plan for to the best of our ability, including the variants and the impact and what will be most effective, as well as what will work best with children. We are, as we get increasing confidence that we have enough vaccine, we will explore options for sharing more broadly. We want to largely be a part of the global solution here. We recognize fully that in order to defeat the pandemic globally, the global community needs to be vaccinated, but there's a shortage of supply at this point around the world, but also including around the country still. And as you know, because you all talk to governors and other elected officials, they are still looking for supply. There's still people who want the vaccine who don't get the vaccine. We are not sitting on a secret dose of supplies. We are focused on getting these out the door as quickly as possible at this point.
One more. The president on Friday seemed to suggest that he thinks you could double the goal. 100 million shots in the first 100 days already hit. And he said, we hope we can keep the pace, 2.5 million a day, maybe able to double it. Is the new goal now 200 million shots before day 100?
We don't have a new goal to set. Our team is looking at that. We certainly want to put one out publicly once our health and COVID team has taken a look at what's viable, and hopefully we'll have more on that soon. Go ahead, Josh.
Can I ask a follow-up the meeting over the weekend and last week with the Chinese
Sure.
delegation in Alaska? Did the president get what he wanted out of that meeting? Does he have any response to what came from it? And where does it leave the countries now going forward? For instance, is the prospect of some sort of bilateral meeting between President Biden and President Xi now more or less likely? Is there anything you can give us on that?
Well, we expected tough and direct talks with the PRC on a wide range of issues, and that's exactly what happened. And I know there's been a lot of focus on some of the public theatrics or more dramatic public piece, but I can assure you from talking to our national security team that it was a substantive meeting. It was a 2-day meeting. They covered a range of issues from our concerns about human rights abuses to aggression in Hong Kong, Taiwan, our concerns there, our concerns about economic and intellectual property. And we also, of course, talk about ways we can work together. So we're taking stock of where we are. This is where we are now. I expect the president will certainly be talking with his national security team, Jake Sullivan and Tony Blinken, our Secretary of State, National Security Advisor, who traveled, and we will have close consultation with allies and partners on the way forward. We'll continue to work with China, of course, going forward, where it's in the interest of the American people. But in terms of next steps, Anchorage was a standalone meeting, and we don't have anything more to determine about what's next.
And today the U.S., EU, and other countries announced new sanctions on China with respect to human rights abuses. Did anything that happened in Anchorage affect that? In other words, would the U.S. have not participated in that, had certain conditions been met? Is there any link between the two? And what next steps do you think? China has retaliated against the EU. Do you expect U.S. retaliation? And is there any more sanctions that you would do if they don't act to change course with respect to the treatment of these minority groups?
Well, on the first question, I'm not aware of any linkage or plans to pull that back. Obviously, this was a reaction to what we felt were serious human rights abuses. Obviously, the Europeans felt this as well against members of Xinjiang's ethnic and religious minority groups. And no meeting would change our concerns related to that. And we took action, as you noted, in unity with the United Kingdom, Canada, and the European Union, who also acted against human rights abusers in connection with these atrocities. This demonstrates our ongoing commitment to work multilaterally to advance respect for human rights. And we continue to have grave concerns about China's crimes against humanity and genocide on Uyghurs in Xinjiang. But I don't have anything to predict for you on future sanctions. Obviously, this is an issue that was raised in this meeting last week and was an issue that was raised by the president in his conversation with President Xi just a few weeks ago.
What will the U.S. do, if anything, if China doesn't change its approach? Is this sort of a one-stop sanction, or down the road will this be revisited and are further sanctions possible? I mean, they've given no indication that they would change approach. In fact, they have more or less doubled down that they're doing nothing wrong with respect to these minority groups.
Well, clearly sanctions are meant to deter behavior, but I'm not going to rule in or rule out any actions when we're at not even day 60. What day are we at? 62? I'm not even sure. Of the administration. I can assure you that obviously this is, again, we will be evaluating what the appropriate next steps are in close coordination with our partners and allies around the world. And as Secretary of State noted in his comments after this meeting, we are certain that the Chinese are noting that we are working much more closely with our allies and partners than had happened over the last 4 years, that we are focused on taking steps to invest in and improve our economic competition here at home. Those are all steps we're certain they're taking note of.
Sorry, very briefly, on the Guatemala trip, the president's proposal for $4 billion in aid for the Northern Triangle has made allusions to conditions that might be placed on it, reforms, anti-corruption efforts, that sort of thing. Is this something that Ambassador Jacobson will raise at all? In other words, are you going to be seeking changes in exchange for any funding, aid funding that might go to the region during this trip? Will you specify any particular asks in that regard?
That's a great question. I will also note that there's also a part of the trip, a delegation as our new special envoy for the Northern Triangle, who I'm certain will be playing a prominent role in leading these efforts and negotiations moving forward. Obviously, addressing issues like corruption, violence in the region and in these countries is something that is often raised with the government because we need to work through this funding mechanism through the immigration proposal with our own Congress. I don't have anything to kind of detail for you in terms of what those conversations will look like, but I'm sure when they come back, we will do a robust readout of their conversations.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you.
All right, just a quick heads up. Some of you can go into a quick 2-minute break.
Resources to the border to help the migrant children, the unaccompanied minors. Is that something that's in the offing?
Well, I know Secretary Mayorkas has spoken to this exact question, which is a great one. And what he has conveyed is that the funding is not the root issue here, that there are larger issues or issues that we have been focused on working through, including processing, identifying additional facilities that we think will help address the challenges we're seeing at the border.
Okay. On vaccine distribution, I know that there are these 2 bilateral deals with Mexico and Canada. I know that you aren't ready to talk about lots of vaccine sharing around the globe, but is the administration planning to emphasize bilateral agreements on vaccine sharing globally, or are you expecting to ultimately put doses into COVAX?
We, of course, remain committed to working through COVAX. We provided the most funding to COVAX of any country in the world with $4 billion. Mexico and Canada, as you all know, are our neighbors. And so there is a great deal of traffic that can go back and forth between these countries. So it made sense in those scenarios to do bilateral lending agreements, for lack of a better phrasing. But in terms of future, I expect it will be a combination, but certainly we will continue to be a contributing supportive member of COVAX.
Just one follow-up on the Tsarnaev question and Boston bombing. Will the president, I guess we're trying to understand why the Department of Justice continued to move forward with this appeal if President Biden's position is that he has grave concerns about the death penalty. And has President Biden or will President Biden talk to the Attorney General about this case, possibly DOJ consider changing its appeal?
I don't have anything to preview for you on that front. The president also believes that the Department of Justice is an independent institution. And of course, there are times where it is appropriate to have conversations, but I don't have any conversations to preview for you with the Attorney General.
Thanks.
Go ahead.
As has previously been discussed, there are some families who are being released from facilities into the United States. They're not being given court dates or paperwork about how to complete the legal process. How is the administration going to ensure that they can follow that legal process and can be tracked down to make sure that they show up in court or apply for asylum?
Are you talking about the limited families who are already in removal proceedings, or who it has already been determined that they are going to be sent back to their countries, or which? There are very, very limited numbers of families, very limited, who are tested. They are, but I'm not sure which families you're talking about. So maybe tell me a little bit.
What numbers are we talking about here?
It's a great question. I would just point you to CBP and DHS for the specific numbers. They release that data and they have it more at hand.
I mean more so when there's a certain capacity at some of these facilities on the border that they're being released and not being given paperwork about when to, show up. And the migrants who have spoken to our reporters on the border are confused about how to push forward their asylum claims and how to, pursue staying somehow.
I'm not familiar with the exact case. I mean, I'm not sure if this is one case, 5 cases. I'd be happy to connect you with the officials there who can go deeper dive on it with you. Okay, go ahead.
So it's been a year since the U.S.-Mexico border and the U.S.-Canada border has been closed. Are there any plans in reissuing guidelines, especially with the vaccine distribution and partnerships we have with both Canada and Mexico?
I don't have anything to preview for you. It's constantly, of course, reevaluated. We look at it through the prism of COVID and safety and obviously diplomatic relationships too, but I don't have anything to predict for you on that front. Go ahead. Oh, go ahead. Alex, go ahead.
Thank you.
Sorry. I was sort of nervously pointing.
Will Secretary Austin brief the president on his trip? And secondly, the Taliban has threatened the U.S. unspecifically about some sort of action if the U.S. does not meet the May 1st deadline. So what is the president's plan for that?
The secretary sees the president on several times a week as a part of the PDB. Obviously, we don't preview what topics are discussed, but I'm certain he will discuss his trip with him, given he was in Afghanistan just over the weekend. In terms of the May 1st timeline, the president spoke to this during his interview last week with ABC, where he conveyed it would be tough, but there are ongoing policy discussions and decisions right now, and I don't have anything to preview for you on that front.
What is the president's message tonight for Senate Democrats? Is he going to get into his thoughts on the filibuster, for example?
Well, he'll take some questions from them, so I'm certain they can ask a range of topics. I think he certainly wants to convey to them his gratitude for working with him on the American Rescue Plan, and can commit to them that he is not done yet. He has more work to do, and he looks forward to working with them on continuing to build the economy back better, work to increase American competitiveness at home, and have a conversation with them. He'll take their questions as well.
But does he expect to get into the filibuster? Naturally, I would assume that's going to come up.
It may. We'll see. I'm sure if they have questions about it, I'm sure he's happy to discuss it with them.
And then
Yeah,
just
go ahead.
lastly, we expect that there's going to be a number of judicial nominations coming soon. Can you give us an update on that? And secondly, when will we hear more about the Bob Bauer commission and what will come from that?
I don't have. Soon there will be judicial nominations. I don't have a timeline for you or anything like that. It is something the president remains committed to. As maybe we've talked about in the past, I can't remember. He obviously wants it to be representative of our country, and I think that'll be reflective at the appropriate point in time. And in terms of the judicial commission, I don't have a timeline on that for you either. Go ahead.
All right, two questions, including one from people who can't be here today.
Sure.
First of all, just on the border, right at the start of the administration, when President Biden signed executive orders overturning President Trump's orders and so on, I mean, with hindsight, does he regret not speaking more clearly and more forcefully, saying, do not come to the border? Well, was a message sent that President Biden's America would be more welcoming?
We've been conveying the messages that I have just conveyed from the beginning. Did you have a second question?
President Obama is taking part, I think within the next hour, in an event with Protect Our Care, talking about the Affordable Care Act. The question is, has he visited the White House yet, or indeed, do you know how often he has spoken to President Biden, and are there any plans for him to take part in advocacy at administration events going forward?
Well, I will say, having a unique view of this question, they were not just president and vice president. They are friends, and they consult and talk about a range of issues. I would expect that continues through the course of President Biden's presidency. That can be done over the phone, it turns out. And I think if President Obama had been here, you would all know he's a recognizable figure. But I expect, given former President Obama's work on the Affordable Care Act, President Biden's commitment to expanding access to health care throughout his presidency, that it's an issue they'll talk about. But in terms of what he'll be involved in, I would point you to his team. Eric Schultz, I can give you his phone number if you need it.
Do you know how many times they've spoken since Inauguration Day?
I don't have an exact number for you. They keep in regular touch, and our teams are in regular touch about a range of issues. Go ahead in the back.
Thanks, Jen. First off, before I get into my other questions, just checking on the president. He fell going up the steps to Air Force One on Friday. Is he doing okay?
He's 100% fine. I don't know if you've been up those steps. They're a little tricky sometimes, but he's doing great.
I've not been up those. Then did he see a doctor? Did he have to see a doctor over it?
I'm not aware of that being required. There's, of course, a doctor who travels with the president, any president of the United States, but I'm not aware of it needing actual extensive medical attention.
Okay, great. And then on the border, of course.
Was it no? Yeah. Well, I'm not trying to be, there's a doctor who travels with him. He was walking around, as you all saw, by the end of the day. So I'm just trying to be completely transparent. He's absolutely fine, as he was on Friday, was this weekend. He spent the weekend at Camp David. He's good. Go ahead.
Okay. On the border, you said a few times today that the majority of migrant families are turned away. DHS said last month that number was 42%. That's down significantly from, say, last October when it was over 90%. So what's your threshold for the majority?
The majority of people, families, everybody who comes to the border, if you look at those overarching numbers, is turned away. DHS is the right authority for specific numbers and data on all that front, so I'd certainly encourage you to keep talking to them.
So also you are opening up new facilities. One of the options that's being reported over the weekend is spending $86 million on hotel rooms for some migrants and feeding them. How do you square that with the National Guard troops who were sleeping in parking garages and, some of them got sick from having contaminated food? That's a disparity a lot of people are pointing out, that our National Guard was treated one way and then illegal immigrants are going to be put in hotel rooms.
Well, first let me say that at the time when we became aware of the conditions, National Guard troops were in parking garages, as you noted. The president called the head of the National Guard that day and offered his assistance, offered to play any role that he could play, boosting morale, asking for more aid, making sure they had the right, were treated in the way that they deserved for the incredible role they've played. So I know that was some time ago, but that was the reaction he took at the time.
If I may, one more on Rachel Levine. Her confirmation has gotten a lot of opposition from Republicans, specifically about the COVID nursing home scandal. She's implicated in Pennsylvania for signing a directive on May 18th while taking her own mother out of the nursing home. There was over 12,000 senior deaths. That's half of the deaths, COVID deaths in Pennsylvania. This is the same scandal that Cuomo is facing in New York. And the governor in Pennsylvania is under investigation. So why does your administration feel that Rachel Levine should get a pass on this and get such a high official position at the Health and Human Services Department?
I have to look into more specifics of the details here. It does not sound at all to me like that her scenario is similar to the scenario in New York, but we'll follow up with you if we have more to offer. Go ahead in the back.
Thank you. Just first to follow up on Alex's question about the remarks to the Senate Democratic Caucus tonight. Is there a reason why the press pool was allowed into the remarks to the House Democratic Caucus and that is not the plan for the Senate Democrats? Was that something that was a White House decision or something that Senator Schumer and company decided?
I'm happy to check on the access question. I certainly know that you guys like to have access to these these events. I will check and see what's possible.
And then a question on a foreign policy topic, which I think you're familiar with through the years. Senator Menendez is leading a group of senators who are pushing for the White House to recognize the events of the Armenian genocide as a genocide rather than as atrocities of some general form. Is there any update on the planning on that?
We're certainly aware of Senator Menendez's efforts, but I don't have any update on our policy. Go ahead in the back.
President Biden said yesterday that he regrets Turkey's withdrawal from the Istanbul Convention concerning violence against women. Is it to say that he has no capacity to make the difference on values with this ally?
That President Biden has no capacity? Certainly we hope that's not the case. Turkey is a long-standing and valued NATO ally. We've shared interest in countering terrorism, ending the conflict in Syria, and deterring malign influence in the region. We seek cooperation with Turkey on common priorities, and as with any ally, engage in dialogue to address disagreements, as this was a case and evidence of. Okay, two more, and then I gotta go. Go ahead.
Dr. Walensky in the briefing just now raised a warning. There's cases are starting to tick up again. Of course, we're seeing footage of people outside, big parties, etc. Governors have been lifting measures. Is the White House, is the president concerned that we're going to have a new wave in the U.S. before vaccinations get in arms? Is this a question of the trajectory we're on or could be on?
Well, I'd certainly defer to our health and medical experts, including Dr. Walensky, but I think one of the messages she has been sending very consistently as the head of the CDC is that we need to remain vigilant, and this is not over. We are still at war with the virus. People 1,400 people are still dying every day. That requires mask wearing. It requires hand washing. It requires social distancing. It requires getting a vaccine when you have access. And we are going to use every opportunity to continue to convey that. And we understand as human beings that people are starting to feel better. The weather's warmer. There's toilet paper on the shelves, whatever it may be. But if we are going to get to the point of defeating this virus, we need to remain vigilant. So I think it's a reflection of that. And I would certainly defer to them on any predictions of the trajectories. But as you noted, we've seen in the data that we've seen an uptick in some places, and we wanted to reiterate that given the
President
opportunity.
speaking with mayors or governors, asking them to hold off on lifting restrictions like we've seen in other places?
Well, Jeff Zients has a weekly call with governors that takes place every Tuesday. The president also engages with a range of elected officials, and I am certain he will convey exactly that message when he speaks publicly about this issue again.
You said that you were finalizing details for press access on these border issues. Can you commit to that happening this week? And since the administration, the president's brief, lots of different people at different staff levels have access to many kinds of photos, can you provide, although we would prefer independent press coverage, can you provide photos to show the public now so we can have more than relying on the congressional delegation?
Well, we're working on independent press coverage. We believe that that should happen and that should be the case. And I don't pull the levers here. I wish I was that all powerful. I am not, but I can just reiterate our commitment to transparency. And I certainly hope to have an update for you very soon, but I can't give you a deadline on that.
But photos you already have possession of could be shared with the public. Why not?
Well, we're going to give you access to the facilities so that the press can have access themselves. Thank you, everyone, so much.
Thank you.
All right, so once again, we just listened into that entire briefing, and that's one of the great things about News Now from Fox, is we always bring you those news items in full. So what we're going to do is take a quick break here, send some of you out on the 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we're going to be giving you an important update about vaccinations in the state of Arizona. Again, that's just 2 minutes away. And welcome back here to News Now from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you. An important update for those of you watching with us in Arizona. Governor Doug Ducey announcing today that the state has now opened vaccination sites in Maricopa, Pima, and Yuma counties, all open to all Arizonans 16 and older starting this Wednesday. He goes on to say in a tweet, our goal has been and remains to get vaccine into the community as quickly, widely, and equitably as possible. Given a thorough review of vaccination data, anticipated vaccine supply, and current demand among prioritized groups, now's the time to take this critical next step. So good news for those of you who are in those counties in Arizona. I know once I found out this news, I texted my husband quickly and said, hey, starting Wednesday, this is when you can go on to the State Department website, get yourself signed up. But COVID-19 definitely has brought a lot of, I will say, stress in this last year for some people who may have had job changes or other life events that had gotten canceled. My sister was supposed to get married last year. They had to make a lot of restrictions along the way. They still got married, but now this year hoping to celebrate with more friends and family. But it's definitely been a time that we've all had to kind of navigate through, and our friends down at Fox 4 out of Dallas Fort Worth have been talking with an expert telling us there is definitely some ways that we can start to see some signs and symptoms and recognize PTSD when it comes to COVID-19, and they're also going to talk about how you can help those who may have it.
We hope the worst of the coronavirus pandemic's behind us. What may be ahead, though, is a wave of post-traumatic stress syndrome. Caregivers of all kinds are particularly at risk, and we find out more from Dr. Ken Hopper, a psychiatrist and physician development coach at TCU and the UNT Health Science Center School of Medicine. Good morning. Thanks for being with us, Dr. Hopper.
Good morning. Glad to be here.
You know, I think some people hear PTSD and I think you immediately think like military or like being in a war zone, but PTSD really can happen to anyone who's been through anything that has been really tough, a tough experience, is it right?
Yeah, absolutely. We're watching live this happen really to our society. It's really an interesting but also concerning phenomena. You know, we're really seeing the kind of components that come together with all this stress from COVID, the duration of it, the intensity, the fact that people die. It's all the right components that would lead to PTSD.
Yeah, and just because you're not feeling it right now doesn't mean that you might not feel it later. I mean, because sometimes people don't realize how stressed they are or realize like the load that they're carrying until later, right?
Exactly. It typically happens insidiously, very slowly, as I call the frog in the boiling water that doesn't know he's cooked till he's cooked. But this is really the way it is. You do start noticing some early signs, but we're going to be talking about that. It can happen before you know it.
Yeah. For most of us, I think the general public, you hope that you won't experience that. But I think about some of our people, our medical care workers, who have seen the worst of the worst. And, I know they go through, troubling times normally, but this is unlike anything we've ever seen before. So, you say that the healthcare workers are really at risk. Goodness, I'd be surprised if they weren't at risk or didn't experience some sort of trouble from this, long-term trouble.
Yeah, they definitely are, because they're not only, experiencing the trauma that we're all experiencing or the stresses we're all experiencing, but they in particular are seeing death every day. And so that adds to it also the caregiver role of really needing to help people live. So there's other trauma guilt that can come into play. Caregivers in general can have this. Healthcare workers see the death daily. It's part of their job.
Okay, I think it's really important to be able to realize if you might be experiencing this, and you say emotional exhaustion is one, we're just emotionally done. Depersonalization, that's kind of like when you're going through the motions, but you really aren't connected. And then you say a decreased sense of personal accomplishment as well, right?
Yes, absolutely. And particularly that last one, all of these are sometimes hard to pick up on. You have to self-assess, but people notice, hey, I am experiencing that. But that last one, am I really making an impact? That is, do I feel as if I'm doing something that may matter? It's definitely a self-reflection one should have.
And I know, it's hard to know. Is this stress? Am I just going to get over this? Is it going to be okay? Or do I really need to seek professional help? At what point? I've always heard, like, if you're having trouble sleep, I always feel like they ask you, like, are you sleeping well? Are you eating? And if you answer yes to both of those, then okay, you're probably fine. Is that really the key? Is that really what we should be looking for?
Yeah, absolutely. When it comes to professional help, if you have a condition that you've been treated for before, you should have extra sensitivity to say, I might need to get reconnected. It would be a good idea to really bolster those clinical supports. If you have psychiatrists, psychologists, to go and use those resources, buffer them a bit, bring them up to speed. If you have those kind of signs where you're starting to not function well, definitely perhaps go through your primary care doctor, or to reach out to the Mental Health America or NAMI to look for referrals, and or your health system, Baylor, THR, Methodist. They can help you with those resources. It is important to recognize that.
Yeah, and you say individual tactics not very effective?
Yeah, individual tactics can be, in the sense that it's good. The social ones seem to be the greatest impact. Having a connection with your existing social or new social resources that really are positive, can be uplifting, can really talk about this situation honestly, but be there for you. Frequent contact is an important, social contact is an important parameter.
All right, guys, what we're going to do is move along, give you Vice President Kamala Harris. She is live down in Florida. Looks like she's talking with reporters there. Let's jump in again live for you here on News Now from Fox.
Which we all know to be about hunger in America and the hunger crisis in America. So we'll be talking about that today. But it's good to be here, and of course, you will see that part of the day is to emphasize a number of things, including, look, regardless of who somebody voted for in the last election, we're all in this together.
Madam Vice President, we're in Florida today. There's a variant of coronavirus spreading throughout the state. Parts of the state are largely open for business. There's a spring break issue with people having to abide by curfews. What is the administration's message to local officials who are just keeping the state open and not sort of observing the fact that there's a pandemic going on?
Well, I'm here to emphasize the importance of vaccinations and getting the vaccine. When it's your turn, you got to get it. And regardless of what we're talking about in terms of the variants, one thing is for sure, if you get vaccinated when it's your turn, you are much more likely to avoid contracting COVID, much less having severe symptoms or hospitalization or death. And in fact, for all of them, we're talking about almost 100% avoidance of hospitalization and death. So the state today, we heard, have lowered the age to 50. That's a good thing. And we're going to be here visiting a vaccination site saying, look, everybody who, when it's your turn, go and get vaccinated. And that's the message of the day. And that should be the message every day, including reminding folks to wear a mask and wash their hands and social distance. These are very, very specific and effective ways that we can avoid whatever the variant is.
Do you plan to visit the border?
Not today. But I have before, and I'm sure I will again. Yeah.
One more question on the border. There's obviously a lot of political pressure coming from Republicans in particular on this administration, but also some of the Democrats who represent some of those border districts. What can the administration do, at least in the short term, to kind of assure people that it's really taking steps to make sure that the children in particular, are being treated humanely, but also that you're sort of, thinking about the bigger picture weeks and months ahead?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, we were left with a very challenging situation. And, let me start by saying I think we all agree, and Secretary Mayorkas said it a number of times this weekend, let's get these kids out of CBP custody, get them into HHS custody. We've got to treat this issue in a way that is reflective of our values as Americans, and do it in a way that is fair and it is humane. But we have to meet the moment, and there's a lot of work going into that, and we expect to have success, but it's going to take a lot of work. I mean, again, we were presented when we came in with some serious challenges. So.
Thank you, everyone, so much. Sorry, guys, we gotta go. We're a little late, but we'll have more. Sorry. Thank you.
Right there you have it. Live, raw, unfiltered news now from Fox, giving you that interview with Vice President Kamala Harris as she answered a few questions after stepping off the plane. Again, she's going to be in Florida going around talking about that giant American Rescue Plan that did pass and go. The bill did pass. So we'll have more from Harris down in Florida for you when we have that come up later here in the day. I'm going to head out to a quick 2-minute break for some of you. We're going to go back into Minneapolis, talk about some of the latest in the Chauvin trial. We'll have that again just coming up after about 2 more minutes. And welcome back to all of our viewers. Thanks again for being here with us on NewsNOW from Fox. We've been covering the last 2 weeks. We are now entering into the 3rd week of the Derek Chauvin trial out of Minneapolis. Now, today, for those of you who may not know, they have asked for an additional juror to be seated. So they'll have 12 people on the jury, but then they'll have 3 alternates, whereas before they were only going to have 2 alternates. So today we did have 2 more jurors that needed to be seated. They did choose one woman to serve on their jury. She was a person who was giving a lot of answers as a social worker. So she said she's used to being unbiased, that she's used to hearing both sides. She has done work with families who've maybe had tougher backgrounds, and she's also done work with police. So she did get sat on the jury. And remember, it is up to Judge Cahill, of those who were picked, who's actually going to be on the initial 12 to be sat and who are going to be the alternates. So let's go into some of our Minneapolis trial coverage, because they do have a great interview again as they talk with some law experts about what is still to come here as we expect this trial to start in just 1 week.
So we really are kind of on the tail end here of wrapping up jury selection. We are scheduled to start this trial 1 week from today, Monday, March 29th. So to talk about these final days of jury selection and talk about what's coming up next in the trial, we are joined now by Krista Groshek of Groshek Law. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
So my first question for you here, we are in these last final seats, really now potentially this final 15th seat. How does this change the approach or the strategy that the lawyers are using here when they're selecting jurors when we get to the very end?
I don't know that it changes it any. The lawyers are going to want to be just as careful with these last jurors, which are the alternates, as they were with the first few. And that's because you might be surprised that sometimes alternates actually do make it onto a panel. And that can happen for personal reasons. That can happen because they thought about a question and then they come back and say, you know, I have a different answer, or I realized there was something I didn't tell you that you need to know that impacts my fitness as a juror on this case. And so it's possible that these alternates could make it onto the panel because of, you know, one reason or another. So I think that the lawyers are going to want to be just as careful as they have been throughout this entire process.
We found it interesting that juror number 118, this woman who was questioned, was a social worker, and she was asked a lot of questions about her training and police training. What would maybe be a benefit for each side of having a person like this on the jury?
Well, a person who is, as defense counsel pointed out, prone to being empathetic could be a real asset to either side, because she's likely to look at what was happening for each side through a lens of being in that person's shoes, whether it's being in George Floyd's shoes or whether it's being in the officer's shoes. And I think the reason why defense kept asking her some very parsing type questions to really get at what those attitudes are is because he's trying to figure out what side of the fence maybe she might find herself. Social workers are people who get exposed to a lot of the same things that police officers do. Depending upon what kind of social worker she is, she might be in the field with police officers encountering many of the same issues that we see in this case. Chemical dependency, race relations, police officers engaged in the line of duty, perhaps having to use force. These might be issues that she's very intimately acquainted with, and trying to determine where she comes down is exactly what the lawyers are tasked with doing as it relates to that juror.
Yeah, you mentioned that line of questioning. They really were hammering, you know, to the point, especially of training and what kind of training she's had and how that might compare to training that police has had, and if she might hold them to a higher standard for that reason. I do want to touch on, she's juror number 118. Is that typical that we go through this many jurors in a typical jury process?
No, you would never go through this many jurors, although I did have a case once, totally different type of allegations that took us 2 weeks to pick a jury, because as we sat down with our jurors, we found out that many of them had had similar experiences to the complaining witnesses. And so that required us to do a lot of individual voir dire, which is what they're doing here. But what typically happens and what speeds the voir dire process along is that there's a panel method used. That's where the defense attorney and the prosecutor and the court can ask general group questions, and you can get a show of hands, and then you can determine more generally, you know, how your panel functions as a maybe statistical whole. You get a sense of who's on it, and then you can kind of hone in on some individuals after they raise their hands and ask them to give some particulars on how they would respond to the question. So that speeds things along. You also can use jurors' answers to create more questions for other panel members. Like, so you heard juror number 1 answer this way. Do you agree or disagree? And if so, why? So the group method really speeds things along. The individual questioning, where you're talking about some very personal issues, which the questionnaire helped neck us down to a lot of those issues. It's just going to take time. But in a normal case, you would never go through, you know, over 100 potential jurors. That's really a lot.
And what about this questionnaire? It's proven to be so important to the way that the lawyers are asking these questions in voir dire. I mean, they're referencing it so much, referencing these specific answers. Do we usually have a questionnaire like this in jury selection, and is it usually this extensive?
Typically speaking, if you have a case that has sensitive issues, you're going to want to use a questionnaire. And the thinking behind it is it should speed up the process. It also allows jurors some time to think ahead of time about what the seminal issues in the case will be. It also allows them some time to do some processing, get some perspective on how they might feel generally on some of these sensitive topics, or on their own personal history that might impact their answers. So if you have a sensitive case, it's a good idea to use that questionnaire. It also gives the lawyers in the court a tool to review all of these. And sometimes it's pretty obvious right off the bat that you have people that just aren't suited to sit on that particular type of a case. And we saw that here in the beginning. There was a number of jurors who were stricken because both sides in the court agreed that they just simply weren't a good fit for this case for various reasons.
Interesting. So it is used, but especially in a case like this, we're going to see it used because of the sensitivity. A question for you, if something that was addressed this morning, first thing, Judge Cahill said that over the weekend, Eric Nelson, the defense attorney, filed even more motions, even more requests for a change of venue. I want to get your response to that. And then I also want to ask, as we move through this process and get the trial started, is this something he can keep bringing up even after jury selection is done?
He can continue to bring up this motion if there are new reasons to support that request. I mean, as you've seen from the argument that Mr. Nelson has developed over time, he's cited different reasons for the basis for his request. He has to have something new if he's going to want the court to consider granting him this relief. And so, you know, as we saw when there was additional publicity about the settlement, the civil settlement, that was another basis for Mr. Nelson to cite to the court in support of his motion. If he continues to have concerns along those same lines or there's new developments, then yes, he's well within his rights to continue to do what's called perfecting the record and continuing to make that request. The reason why lawyers do that is twofold. One, to get the relief that you want in the trial court, right, to get it moved. And two, for appeal. What he's doing is creating a record for the appellate court to consider if, in fact, Judge Cahill denies his motions and if there is a conviction. Then he can go back and say this was an error that the court made, and that could provide a basis for appeal, which then could cause a reversal or a new trial.
It's really interesting that you bring up appeal, because I think that's something that, you know, us who, you know, just kind of passively watch court or don't know as much. You're saying that even as this trial is going, Eric Nelson is kind of jotting down notes or even planning out or seeing how an appeals process could play out even this early in the trial.
Absolutely. Trial lawyers are always thinking about what their case looks like today, but also what it could look like tomorrow. And so they want to make sure that their record, that is everything that's being taken down, both through words that they put on the record, and then also motions and affidavits and other exhibits that are filed in support of those requests, are making it before the court. So if there is a problem down the road, then those arguments will exist and they're thoroughly vetted, and they'll be before an appellate court with a whole lot of details, and it will allow the appellate court to make a hopefully robust decision in one's favor. I mean, that's why you prepare for an appeal. You don't hope it goes that way, but if it does, you want to make sure all the information is there so your reviewing court can make a decision that hopefully does go your way.
Interesting to note then that that's something we'll be watching as Eric Nelson is putting these motions in, if he is just perfecting the record, you know, as you say, and if we could see a setup here for a possible appeal. I do have a couple more questions that I want to ask you, just because now marks 1 week from the beginning of this trial, opening arguments. What can we expect next Monday on the 29th, and how is this going to look different than what we've seen so far?
As you've seen in jury selection, the lawyers have been very cordial. They have been very collegial. I would expect that when the trial starts and parties give their stated positions in opening argument, you will see some of that collegiality, not professionalism, but collegiality sort of fall away as the lawyers really turn into staunch advocates for their clients and for their respective positions. So I think opening statements are a really important part of a criminal case. I think that if you give a really good one, it really sets the framework, it really sets the lens for the jury, and what it really tells them is some things they need to be looking for, and it also encourages them to trust you as the lawyer as being a another juror of sorts, that your words, your thoughts, your themes, hopefully will go back with them into the deliberation room. And of course, you tie that all together in closing. Closing is also very important. But I believe the opening argument is a really, really critical part of the proceedings.
So opening and closing arguments, I feel like those are the pieces that you see on TV, or those could be, the pieces that are portrayed in these court shows. I mean, does it at all look like, say, what we see in shows like Law and Order? I mean, are there similarities of things that we've seen as how this has been portrayed in the media in the past?
I think opening arguments, or some people say opening statements, I like to say arguments because you want to get as much of your view in as possible. I think opening arguments, closing arguments, those are the things that are mostly like what people are expecting to see from the TV shows. What you've seen already from voir dire is it can be, very laborious, and, you're asking lots of questions and really drilling down to try to figure out where a person stands on a particular issue. The same can be true for questioning of witnesses. You can really see a lot of work, a lot of toil going into a lawyer trying to get a witness to answer a question a certain way, give a certain piece of information that perhaps the witness is reluctant to give. And so that's really the work of lawyering, which really isn't as dramatic or interesting or show busy like we're used to seeing on TV. But the opening argument and the closing argument, that's where it's at. And I think that this is absolutely something that even the casual watcher is going to want to tune in for.
Interesting.
Just a heads up, some of you are going to go on a quick 2-minute break.
When do you think we can expect some witnesses to be called? Judge Cahill is telling jurors this is going to last about a month. We've heard we could have as many as 400 witnesses. Does that start pretty much right away, or do we have more of the kind of court housekeeping to do in the first days of the trial?
I anticipate there'll probably be a few housekeeping motions that are made outside the presence of the jury. We see that happening in cases of this magnitude with a bunch of different, moving parts. It's not unusual to have that check-in for lawyers asking certain things of the court, clarification, cleanup, instructions to the jury, that sort of thing. So I think we'll see some of that, but we're going to move right into opening statements. I don't expect these to be terribly long. There are limitations on what a lawyer can say during opening. Essentially, what you're trying to give the jury is a roadmap. You're trying to give them a little bit of a foreshadowing. It really, even though I'm saying opening argument, it really isn't meant to be argumentative. It's not tying things together. It's more, these are the general things you're going to hear. These are the people you're going to hear it from. And this is why I want you to vote my way in the end. And so I don't expect those to be terribly long. And right after that, the state's going to start calling their witnesses. It'll be game on Monday on the 29th.
And are they able to present any evidence in these opening arguments or opening statements, or are we literally just going to hear these lawyers kind of stand up and make a speech almost?
Well, it's a speech about what they believe the evidence will show. So they're going to give you a foreshadowing of, you're going to hear from this witness. This person's going to tell you about this. You're going to look at this video. You're going to read this lab report. You're going to see this, autopsy, right? So it really is all about the evidence and what they believe they will be able to show by way of these exhibits and by way of these witnesses. Sometimes you won't get it all up front because lawyers may want to save something. Maybe they're not sure that they actually will be able to deliver on a point. It's particularly important for lawyers to only promise what they can deliver. If a lawyer overpromises and underdelivers, that's usually a bad sign as it relates to a verdict. So we might not get, the full picture, but you should have a really good idea of what's to come.
Yeah, so you're saying those opening statements, we're really going to learn the lawyers' strategies in this case, what evidence they're going to be focusing on. It's almost like they're building their side of the story and presenting that on day one.
That's exactly right. And you should hear some themes, right? They're going to start probably planting some themes. You might hear some language that would be catchphrases or tags. They're going to want you or want the jurors to listen to and remember as they view the case.
Excellent. Thank you so much for all of this clarification. As we've been saying, of course, this is historic, that this is the first case broadcast like this in the state of Minnesota. So Krista Groshek with Groshek Law, we appreciate you being able to step in and kind of helping us learn what to expect and how all of this is going to go down. So thank you.
Thank you. My pleasure.
All right. Well, you heard there, we are 1 week away from those opening arguments, opening statements, if things continue the way that they are supposed to. Here today, we have selected our 14th juror. Judge Cahill did say on Friday that he was hoping to get a total of 15, just to have 3 alternates available just in case anything were to happen and those first 12 jurors had to step away from the case. So we have, like I said, 14 jurors. We know that 5 of them are men and 9 of them are women. We don't know the demographic of this last juror. That's something that usually the court will send us an email after that juror is selected, just letting us know their basic demographic, their racial background, and their age. We don't have that for juror number 14 quite yet. As soon as we do, I'll be sure to share it. But we do know so far of the first 13 selected, we have 6 people of color, 4 people who identify as Black, 2 as multiracial, and 5 of them are under the age of 40. This most recent juror selected just before the lunch break here, we get the impression that she is also under the age of 40. She's been working as a social worker for the last couple of years, something she went to school for, also recently married. So today, Judge Cahill had things set up so that 8 potential jurors were going to come in and be questioned today. This morning, the defense used a strike, the state used a strike, and the judge dismissed one of the jurors, the reason there being because of a language barrier. So this tells us we have at least 4 more jurors that are going to be called in and questioned today. Again, Judge Cahill is hoping to get 15, so he's hoping to get 1 more today, and they're expected to pick this up just after the lunch hour.
All right, and thanks again to our Minneapolis team as they've been continuing to keep us all up to date on the latest in the Derek Chauvin trial. One thing that hasn't been mentioned yet and people have been talking about is, will those jurors be sequestered? And the answer is during the initial trial part, they'll be partially sequestered. That means they'll be fully sequestered once they are in the verdict and deliberating. It means they can't go home to their families. So we'll continue to have you covered. Court is still on their lunch break. They'll be returning at 1:30 p.m. Central Time. So we are getting closer to them resuming. Until that, though, let's go into another quick 2-minute break. We'll have more coming your way here in just a few minutes. And welcome back here to News Now from Fox. Until we do have that trial resume in Minneapolis, I want to continue to give you more news stories that have been happening here earlier this morning. We did have an update from our deputies down in Florida. 3 Polk County deputies arrested, and they have since also resigned from their jobs. They are facing felony charges after they've been tampering with evidence. We're going to listen into that press conference that took place just a little bit earlier here today.
I said I expect you to be honest, ethical, and moral all the time. I expect you to treat people like you'd want your mother treated. And if you do that, you'll have a wonderful career here. And then I go on to explain that, you know, if you work for a fast food restaurant and they catch you sliding pizzas out the back door to their friends, they will terminate your employment and run you off. But there's a difference. If we find you violating the law at the sheriff's office, we will also terminate your employment, but we will lock you up in the county jail. We're held to a higher standard. You can't police a community if you don't hold yourself to a higher standard than you expect of the people from the community. Then I look at them and I say, do you understand what I said? And I have them all say, yes, sir, I understand. These folks forgot. They forgot what they were taught. They obviously didn't pay any attention to my warning. And as a result, we locked these 3 deputies up on Friday night. And here's how it started. These 3 folks were on our crime suppression team. We were receiving complaints and actually fears of gang activity and narcotics activity in a community, and they were sent there to try to keep the community safe, stop the narcotics dealing, and as a result, break up the gang activity. While patrolling in the Winter Haven or the Central District area, they came upon a suspect who ran a red light, John Rosinski, who has been with us for about 3.5 years, stopped the vehicle. He was backed up by Jamal Lawson and Garrett Cook. When they stopped, they asked for permission to search the vehicle, which was denied, which is traditionally what our suspects do. We called a canine. The canine did a search and alerted to drugs. They searched the vehicle and they found in the trunk of the vehicle marijuana and alprazolam, controlled substances. So they arrested the suspect, and in the suspect's pocket, it was a female. She had more marijuana in small quantities and $723. When they wrote in their affidavit to put her in jail, and John Rosinski was the arresting deputy, they wrote that they seized a large quantity of cash. So they wrote it in the arrest affidavit, and they also wrote it in their initial report. So this was on the 21st of December. They take the suspect to jail. They have a day off. They come back to work on the 23rd of December, where John writes his report and he processes evidence, and he puts several pieces of evidence into property and evidence. But they don't put any cash, any money into property and evidence. What the 3 of them talk about on the 23rd is, the money's missing. They counted it. All 3 of them at some point in time counted the money and determined it was $723. And then I'll fast forward to the investigation. Rosinski said Lawson had the money. Lawson said he didn't have the money. Rosinski had the money, and Garrett Cook said, I never had the money, but they all admitted counting the money. So they decided on the 23rd of December, we've really got a problem here. we're missing money. We've lost the $723. They decided at that point what they would do is they would all kick in and replace the money, which is inappropriate, by the way. But they never did. And they did not go to their supervisor and say, we lost the money. So time goes on. Rosinsky even has a conversation and says, you know, I'm afraid before this is over with, I'm going to get arrested for theft. So they still do nothing. Now let's advance into March, when our suspect's felony charges are reduced to misdemeanor possession of marijuana. Once that happens, our suspect calls Property and Evidence and said, hey, I'd like to have my cell phone and my money back. She said it was somewhere under $730. She didn't know exactly how much. Property and Evidence refers her back to the district and to the supervisors where the event occurred. She calls and talks to what we call the RID, Regional Intake Detective. That detective was filling in actually for the RID detective, and she said, look, I would like my money back. So he looks, he pulls up the reports, and he says, we'll get back to you. He calls Rosinsky and says, I don't see any money here. Rosinsky gets panicked. Rosinsky starts talking to his buddies, and I'm giving you the 30,000-foot view because, and you can see in the press release, they have different versions of this conversation. In the meantime, Rosinsky also calls down to P&E, Property and Evidence. The Property and Evidence lady goes, no, there's no mention of any money in any of that property and evidence that was seized and ultimately we have. But the Property and Evidence lady went forward and searched all around to see if maybe a piece of evidence got logged by mistake under the wrong case number, and she found none. And then Rosinsky says, when he called the lady at P&E, he said, call me back on your personal cell phone. So they had this conversation, and he said, did anybody hear you talking to me? Just forget this conversation occurred. She hangs the phone up, and she says to herself, that doesn't sound right. So she goes to her sergeant. Her sergeant goes to Rosinsky's sergeant. Rosinsky's sergeant calls him in and goes, what is this all about? The money. Don't worry about it, Sarge. We got it covered. I'm writing a supplement report. And the sergeant says, stop. I don't know what you're talking about, but stop what you're doing. Everybody did what was right when it came to their attention by our suspect, who is now the victim of a theft. But these three folks. So our Rosinsky sergeant gets with his supervision. We start a criminal investigation immediately. This all happens from last Monday. Last Monday's when the lady made the initial request for her money back. We do an investigation, and our detectives and supervisors are simply the very best, did what they were supposed to do. When they saw something that wasn't right, they immediately investigated. And within 5 days of this being first brought to our attention and us sorting through and talking to the supervisors and the P&E and completing an investigation, on Friday night, we locked all three of these deputies up. Now, I can tell you I've been with the sheriff's office my entire adult life. And from memory, I can only remember 2 other occasions in almost 50 years where we've arrested more than one deputy at a time, and both of those occasions were back in the 1970s. This is the first time ever that we criminally charged 3 deputies, and it wasn't just for the event, it was for the cover-up.
All right. So once again, we're listening into that press conference that happened just a little bit earlier here today. 3 have been arrested because of that evidence that they were tampering with. I want to head back out to Minneapolis because we do have our trial has gone back in session as they continue to find that last juror to be sat so that they can get things underway. Opening statements expected to start next Monday. So we are just a week away from hearing opening statements. So let's head back out to Minneapolis as we go live into the courtroom.
Kept you over the lunch hour just to say this, but I'm going to excuse you from this panel. Okay. And so you're not going to be kept for any other cases. So okay. You're done with your jury service for this round, unless we summons you in the future. Have a good day and good luck.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay. Yeah. That was juror 119 for cause. I guess we can't disagree with the premise anymore.
I'm gonna check. I think they're probably still watching the video, but I'll check.
Okay, they may still be watching the video, so if not, we'll bring them in.
And as we wait for another potential juror to make their way into the courtroom, we did miss a couple of things said there in the courtroom. This juror dismissed after he had admitted that he had seen some more news information about that family settlement with the city, George Floyd's family. And that is one question that has been continuously asked over and over again as they all had these questionnaires mailed out to them. They had to fill out the 14-page questionnaire. They were told to stop listening into any news stories regarding the trial. But of course, sometimes it's hard to avoid it when it's everywhere on your social media, on your TVs. So once again, we know because of that announcement that had been made about 2 weeks ago now, they had some jurors who were sat on the jury that had gotten released because they had heard about the settlement update. And now, of course, that's a question that's been asked every single time that a potential juror has walked into the courtroom. Once again, they're looking for one last juror to be sat here as they try to get opening statements started on Monday, March 29th. And it does look like, for some reason, we're going into a brief recess. So since that's happening, let's send you folks also on a quick 2-minute break. We have more coming your way here. I do see Vice President Kamala Harris is starting her tour of a vaccination site down in Florida. So when we return, we'll jump into that for you right here on News Now from Fox. And welcome back to our viewers. You're taking a live look at the big board and this Monday morning. And just moments ago, Vice President Kamala Harris was touring a vaccination site down in Florida. Now, again, she is going around discussing the American Rescue Plan.
And then we have a pharmacist right here overseeing. And what they're doing is mixing and then drawing the doses down. So we couldn't do it without them experiencing this job, as you can see. But this is where it starts and the magic happens.
So this is how you get everything out of that vial that we can possibly get, right? Good, good.
All 6 doses.
All 6, right?
Each one of represents each one of small represents. That's good. Yep, it's really good.
And Vice President Kamala Harris here in Florida. She is in Jacksonville. As the White House said, she's visiting this vaccination site. She's listening in, and she'll be also listening into a session with Florida leaders before she leaves. Now, she and President Joe Biden have been going around talking about the COVID-19 pandemic, talking about the American Rescue Plan, and they've also been addressing the violence that has been rising against Asian Americans. They did last week go to Georgia to show their support, as well as, again, continuing on with their tour of the newly passed COVID relief law.
I know that side. I like your t-shirt with the sunshine.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Because this is a day of sunshine. You're getting vaccinated.
Yes, I'm very happy.
Yes.
Oh, you ready? Which one are you getting? You know?
I'm getting my second dose of Pfizer.
All right.
Okay,
Yes.
good.
I'm very ready and excited.
Good. How about you? You ready? Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, ma'am. That's great. Thank you for your work and your service. And just reminding everybody you know to get vaccinated when it's their turn. And now in Florida, the age is brought down to 50.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
everybody, all the aunties and uncles and the grandparents and cousins and play cousins and everybody.
And my sorority sisters.
And all of their
And I'm an educator.
Oh, wow. That's
So I'm
really
trying
good.
to get all the educators at my school vaccinated.
Yeah, that's right. We just need everybody when it's their turn to get vaccinated.
Thank you for your work in education.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes.
Yes.
And this tour of the vaccination site comes at a time when just last week, the Biden administration got to celebrate 100 million doses of the vaccine being given to Americans. And they're going to continue to push those efforts, as we just heard Kamala mention there, of getting everyone vaccinated here across the U.S. All right, we're going to continue along because I do see that our court has taken their seats once again. So let's jump back out to Minneapolis as we continue to listen in live to the Derek Chauvin trial. And just a reminder, we will have you fully covered on the trial, which is expected to start next Monday. So we'll have you covered gavel to gavel as we listen into those expected opening statements.
Come on in, take any seat. All right, thank you. You can be seated. Well, first of all, can you hear me? Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. All right. My name is Pete Cahill, and I am one of the judges of the district court, and you have been summoned as potential jurors in the case of State of Minnesota versus Derek Chauvin, which is a criminal case related to the death of George Floyd on May 25th, 2020. The person charged with the crime has a right to a fair trial before an impartial judge and an impartial jury. In order to make sure the jurors who are selected are impartial, the law provides that the court and the attorneys for the parties may ask questions to all prospective jurors, which must be answered under oath. First, thank you for filling out and returning the questionnaire. That gives us a great deal of information to start with. Your contribution to the important and serious matter at hand is best served by continuing to provide full, complete, and honest answers to the questions that you'll be asked today. These questions will follow up on issues from the questionnaire and possibly other topics. After the questioning is over, the attorneys will have the right to excuse some of you from service on this jury, and I will excuse others of you for what is called cause. In either case, it does not mean that you are not a fair person, and you should not take offense in being excused. I also ask that you not take any offense at any question that might be asked. We must pry, to some extent, in order to explore opinions you might hold and to hear about experiences that you have had that might affect your ability to serve in this case. The defendant, Mr. Chauvin, has been charged with murder in the second degree and manslaughter in the second degree. In the normal course of trial, charges may be added to or subtracted from these charges, but those are the charges as it stands today. To the charges, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty, which is a denial of each and every material allegation in the charges. I'm now going to have the parties introduce themselves, and so we can ask you if you have any type of relationship with them, either friendship, acquaintanceship, or professional relationship. So, for the state.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Steve Slisher, and I represent the state of Minnesota.
Hello, my name is Christina Marinakis, and I'm assisting with the prosecution.
I'm Joshua Larson, also representing the state of Minnesota.
Good afternoon, Aaron Eldridge for the state of Minnesota.
And for the defense.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Nelson, assisted by Amy Voss. We represent the defendant, Derek Chauvin.
Right. Anybody on the panel know any of these people, have a relationship or acquaintanceship with any of them? Okay, no hands. In addition to the Attorney General, Assistant Attorney Generals who are here today, there may be others who appear, including Matthew Frank, Jerry Blackwell, and Attorney General Keith Ellison. Anybody have a relationship with any of those people? Okay. Anybody have or know anybody from Mr. Nelson's law firm or had any dealings with his law firm? Okay. And you have been given a copy of a list of potential witnesses. I'd like you to review it because when you are questioned individually, you'll be asked if you know anyone on that list. Now, one of the things the attorneys may not do during jury selection is to instruct you on the law. But I do want you to be aware of some of the basic concepts that apply in all criminal cases so that you may keep them in mind as you answer the court's and the attorney's questions. So I will instruct you as follows. First, the charges against the defendant are not evidence, and they create no inference of guilt. No member of the jury should in any way permit himself or herself to be prejudiced against the defendant because a charge has been made against him, or because he has been arrested, or because he has been placed on trial. The defendant is presumed innocent of the charges made against him, and in order for you to find the defendant guilty, the state must prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant does not have to prove innocence. The presumption of innocence remains with the defendant throughout the trial, unless and until he has been proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt according to the law and the evidence admitted at trial. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is such proof as ordinarily prudent men and women would act upon in their most important affairs. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense. It does not mean a fanciful or capricious doubt, nor does it mean beyond all possibility of doubt. If you serve on this jury, you and your fellow jurors will be the sole judges of whether a witness is to be believed and of the weight to be given a witness's testimony. There are no hard and fast rules to guide you in this respect. But in determining believability and weight of testimony, jurors may take into consideration the witness's interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case, their relationship to the parties, their ability and opportunity to know, remember, and relate the facts, their manner, their age and experience, their frankness and sincerity or the lack thereof, the reasonableness or the unreasonableness of their testimony in light of all the other evidence in the case, and any other factors that bear on believability and weight. If on this jury, you should rely in the last analysis upon your own experience, good judgment, and common sense. Now, there are certain things you should not do during jury selection. You are not investigators. You are not to go out to do any looking, and you are not to ask people about this matter. You are not to use the internet to look for information about this case or about the law. Above all, you must not talk to anyone who is involved, the lawyers or the witnesses. Do not be offended if the attorneys, parties, witnesses, or spectators do not speak with you. They know it would be improper to contact you accept through the normal jury selection process, and they will confine themselves to a brief greeting. Now, during the selection process, your family and friends will be curious as to what you are doing. You may tell them you are on a panel of potential jurors in a criminal case, and that is all you should tell them. Since that is all you should tell family and friends, that is all you should tell the general public. So, during these proceedings, please refrain from using Facebook, Twitter, or other social media to announce that you are a potential juror or to comment on this trial. You may access those social media tools, but please do not publish any information about the case or your thoughts about the case. You do not have to stay away from people and refuse to speak to them. Do whatever you wish, but do not talk about the case, and do not talk at all to anyone involved in it. Now, because of the nature of the case, this case is receiving media coverage. Please do not read about this case in the newspapers or online, and do not listen to news about it on radio or television. If at all possible, avoid the news altogether. This trial, including jury selection, is being televised, but no video of you or any other juror will be taken at any time, now or during trial if you are selected. Also, your name will not be used in the courtroom. You will only be referred to by your random number to protect your privacy. The audio of anything you say will be broadcast unless we need to discuss something deeply personal or extremely sensitive or embarrassing, or which is likely to specifically identify you. In those cases, I will specifically order that the audio not be broadcast, so it will only be available to the people in this room. In that case, you will still have to answer questions on the record, but without audio or video broadcast. So, with the exception of juror number 120, we will have you wait in the other courtroom until it is your turn to be questioned. Please feel free to use all the wipes and hand sanitizer you would like, and keep your masks on and social distance if you could. In fact, I'm going to put my mask back on. And so juror 120, please remain behind. The other two, follow the deputy, please. And juror 120, if you could come up here.
And once again, we are entering the third week of jury selection as they do look for one more juror to be seated here to make 15 jurors for this trial. Again, 12 will be seated on the jury, others will be alternates.
Under penalty of perjury, that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror.
I do.
All right, thank you. Now, you have plexiglass in front of you, and we have it between us, and also there's plexiglass in front of the lawyers who are a fair distance from you. My point being, you can remove your mask if you think it would be more comfortable or if you need it to be heard more clearly. So I'm pretty much going to leave that to you. In any case, I would ask that you're probably perfect on the microphone right there, and speak so that
And while they get ready to question this jury member, a potential jury member, let's go into another quick 2-minute break.
We have to make sure we don't talk over each other. So that would be greatly appreciated. A couple questions before I turn it over to the attorneys. First of all, you filled out the questionnaire. Thank you for doing that. Lots of good information in it. Is everything true on the questionnaire?
I believe so.
Okay. Broad general question. You'll find that the attorneys will zero in on certain questions, certainly more than I do. And they will usually read the question and your answers, not to be confrontational, but just to remind you what exactly it is you wrote. You didn't keep a copy of your questionnaire, did you?
Yes.
You did? Oh, you're the third person. So we've had 3 people do that.
Was I not supposed to?
No, you absolutely could. Usually it was
the mail was a little
iffy.
Well, so I wanted to make sure if I didn't have to fill it out again.
Okay. Yeah, but you are the third juror. Everybody else, nobody kept a copy. So all the lawyers do, just because that's how we're trained. So
I'm married to one, so.
Okay. Did you have a chance to review it before you came here?
No.
Okay, good. You may find, since it's been a few months, that things have changed. Maybe there's something you could have added, something like that. Or maybe your opinions have just changed. But in any case, I want you to feel comfortable giving an answer that is different from what's in the questionnaire, okay? That's my main point there. You weren't supposed to read any articles or, and to avoid media that would be covering this case. Have you been able to do that generally?
Yes, until I saw the headline about the juror selection.
Okay, and you anticipated my next question. I think just about everybody, since it was a few months ago, and the coverage is so prevalent on this case, most jurors have said that they've been exposed inadvertently to a headline or a news blurb about the case. And so what do you remember hearing about the case since you filled out the questionnaire? Or related cases or pretrial matters or anything like that?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Like,
sure.
I understand, like, when the defendant was arrested, I knew that there was going to be a case. Is that what you're saying? Because I did hear that.
No, because you pretty much told us what you knew about the case.
Yep.
And everybody who's come in here knows.
Or like you're saying, what have I heard since then?
Since you filled out the questionnaire.
Nothing, because I've been trying really good to
Excellent.
avoid that. Like I said, the only thing I saw was when they were talking about jury selection that the headline was you were looking for a 14th and 15th juror.
Okay.
And I was like, oh, I thought we were
done.
Stop at 14 or whatever. So
okay. Other than that, did you recall reading anything about any related civil cases or the pretrial matters involved here? Anything like that?
The Minneapolis settlement.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what do you recall? And I think just about everybody.
That there was an amount that was done.
Okay. Do you recall the amount?
$27 million.
Okay. How would that affect you sitting on this case?
I don't think it would. I mean,
okay. And that's a good answer. If that's true, yeah, that's fine. We asked you the question, it's question number 10 on part 1, whether you could be fair and impartial. It's a little more wordy than that, but basically, could you be fair and impartial? And you said possibly, never have been in this situation before, would do my best though. And the lawyers and I are probably going to press you a little harder on that. But let's start there. You said possibly, never been in the situation. So what I take from that is you're saying, I don't know what I don't know. Is that kind of right?
Yes, to a degree, it's you're making a decision on someone's life,
right?
You know, but two, you mentioned earlier that it was going to be that the defendant is being charged with second-degree murder and second-degree manslaughter.
Correct.
I have, in honesty, to try to like preserve my integrity, I did not look up what the definition of those were. So, to the fact of deciding someone's fate and not knowing what really those charges are, I don't know if I could do that because I don't know what those charges are.
Well, and the good news is you don't have to know that because that's the law that I give you. The law at the end of the case usually is a set of instructions which includes a list of what it is the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And the jury decides, has the state proven it or have they not? All the while presuming the defendant innocent. And so if at this point, if you had to, are you hoping for one verdict or another, or do you feel you're kind of neutral because of where you're at?
I don't think I'm neutral on that.
Where are you on the spectrum? Where does the needle point to?
I would say guilty.
Okay.
And the fact is, since the case has happened, this is the analogy that I've been worked with.
Okay.
That.
And just want to remind you guys, you can continue to watch anywhere on the go on NewsNowFox.com. We're listening in as another potential juror is being questioned first by Judge Cahill, and you can hear he's being openly honest about how he's already come to a decision. So just wanted to remind you that no matter where you go today, you can continue to watch here as we try to get this last jury member sat on NewsNowFox.com.
You stop. That's what I feel is that, like, at some point, if you've had siblings that siblings or friends, you wrestle, tussle, or whatever, but there's a line of where you have to stop.
Okay.
When someone says no more.
Okay.
So
there are a variety of contested issues in this case, but do you think that ultimately that's always going to be there and you don't really feel you can fairly and impartially, given your life experience?
Yes, I think that analogy has always stuck with me.
Well, as the little brother to three older brothers, I know exactly what you're talking about. So I'm going to release you from this jury because obviously if your background and such and what you know about the case puts you on the not fair or not impartial. Most people would try and be fair. But if you can't be impartial, we understand. And I'm going to release you from this jury. So, thank you. All right. And you don't have to worry about being called up on other juries because your jury service is done. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was caused by the court. I may go a little more on this next juror myself.
I'm sorry?
I may go more on this juror myself, so. All right, if you could have a seat right there. Good afternoon. You are juror 121, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. I'm going to go through a couple things before I turn it over to the attorneys. First of all, I'm going to swear you in so that all your answers are under oath. So raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror?
Yes.
All right, thank you. A few things. You filled out a questionnaire. Thank you for doing that. Gives us a lot of good information. Everything in that questionnaire correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, when the attorneys are asking you questions, there may be some things that come up that you realize, oh, I probably should have answered that differently. Maybe my opinions have changed. Things like that. And they will probably read you the question and the answer, not to be confrontational, but just so you know what you actually said. But as you sit here right now, any changes or additions that you can think of?
No.
All right. At some point, it may come to you that, oh, there is something I should have put in, or that was inaccurate, or my opinions have changed. If that happens, we're fine. In fact, I hope you feel comfortable saying something different than what was in the questionnaire. Okay?
Sure.
Now, the questionnaire also advised you that since you're a potential juror that you should not read any articles, avoid the media about this case. Were you able to do that?
Yes.
Now, we also recognize that the media is publishing a lot about this case. And it's been a couple months since you filled out the questionnaire. Have you been exposed, even inadvertently, to any information about the case, a related civil case, pretrial matters in this case, anything like that?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Nothing you can recall? Okay. Are you a news junkie or not a news junkie?
I wouldn't say I'm a news junkie, but I try to just kind of breeze, check out articles.
Okay.
Just kind of go through so I can see like what is happening in the world.
All right. Just kind of on a daily basis, look through the headlines, see what's interesting.
I wouldn't even say daily. Maybe every couple days, I'll just kind of scroll through.
All right. Pretty much on the internet, or do you get the?
Yeah, on the internet.
Okay. In your scrolling or checking every now and then, see any headlines related to this case or related civil case, anything like that?
Not that I can recall. No.
Okay. All right. The important thing is that you decide the case only on what you hear and see in the courtroom. You cannot base your decision as a juror on something you may have seen elsewhere.
Right.
In fact, anything and everybody who comes in here has some knowledge of the case. Some more than others, some more accurate than others, at least based on what we know. Can you put all that aside and put aside any opinions you have formed, which are okay. It's all right to have opinions. The only question is, can you put them aside and be fair and impartial?
Yes.
Okay. You did have an answer to a question. Any reason that you could not be a fair and impartial juror in this case? If yes, please explain. I do not believe so, unless following I before E laws is a disqualifying factor. Anything else?
I'm sorry, what was that?
In answer to number 9, is there any other reason you could not be a fair and impartial juror in this case? If yes, please explain. And it talked about I before E, that you're a violator of the I before E law.
Oh.
Do you recall putting that down?
No, I don't.
Okay, you are juror 121, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any reason why you could not be fair and impartial in this case?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. And work? Sounds like your work is monotonous, so this would break up your routine.
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. Without telling me where you work, or we don't want to get too much identifying information. What is your work and what do you do on a daily basis?
It's a warehouse for retail.
All right. How long have you been working there?
Just over 3 years.
Okay. All right. And you can be sequestered overnight, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. You did say you wanted to serve on this jury.
Correct.
How badly do you want to serve on this jury?
I mean, kind of, honestly, kind of half and half.
Okay.
I do because it's, it'd be really interesting to be a part of it, but at the same time, it's kind of high pressure. So
sure,
there's that aspect as well.
All right. I'm just looking for our bottom line question, which is question number 10 in part 1, which basically says in a very wordy manner, can you be fair and impartial? And you said yes. Tell me why. Why do you think you'd be a good, fair, and impartial juror?
I guess just kind of generally speaking, I really like to look at both sides of arguments. I consider myself to be fairly unbiased towards things. I mean, I do have opinions, certain opinions about things, but just kind of in a general sense, I like to hear both sides of an argument and try to, I guess, remain as centered as possible.
All right. Okay, this trial is going to be 4 weeks. Can you make that work?
Yes.
And did you recognize any of the witnesses on the list?
I did not.
All right. Well, then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Nelson. As to Juror 121, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi.
Thank you for your time and patience here today and for filling out the questionnaire. I'm going to ask you a series of just kind of general questions first, and then I'll come back to your questionnaire and ask you some follow-up if that's okay.
Sure.
Again, we're not trying to trick you. We know that it was a while ago that you filled this out. I'll read you the question and what you wrote.
Okay.
Okay. If you and I were to meet under different circumstances, some sort of social event, What are a couple things I learned about you during that conversation?
I probably learned that I really enjoy music. I do a lot of audio production. I do some film production as well, just as a hobby. And I like to write and just kind of, I guess, try to keep up on philosophy and social issues as much as possible.
Okay. So pretty creative guy?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Cool. You had obviously heard about this case before coming in and filling out this questionnaire, right?
Yes.
And fair to say you formed some opinions about this matter?
Correct.
And ultimately, you then received the packet in the mail indicating that you were a potential juror in this case. What was your reaction, your initial reaction to that, to learning that?
I guess surprise.
Okay. Why? Why would you be surprised?
I guess it just, well, I mean, one, I've never been selected for jury duty, and also just because of the like how well known the case is, and how I guess how big the case is.
Okay. Did you have any concerns about your personal safety, family safety, COVID, anything of that nature?
No, I can't say I have.
Okay. When you came downtown and saw the government center today, what was your reaction?
I was just kind of unsure of where to go and how to gain access to the center.
Right. It's a little fenced off these days, right?
Yeah, a little intimidating with all that's going on.
I mean, obviously the military is here. There's lots of police officers. I mean, did that cause you any concern, or did it make you feel safe?
I guess I don't. I guess it made me feel just a little nervous, just because the added security. I didn't know what to expect. But I mean, other than that, I guess I kind of expected to see higher security and that sort of thing. So.
Okay. How about when you heard that we're doing what we can to protect your anonymity?
I guess I just I found that to be understandable.
Okay. At some point, your name may be released when the judge determines that it's safe to do so.
Sure.
So, does that add any added layer of reassurance?
I guess I'm kind of ambivalent about it. I don't really have an opinion.
Okay. Can you think back in your personal or professional life and kind of determine or think about a time when you had to resolve a conflict between two people?
Yeah, I can think of a couple times, I guess. I guess it would be either specifically between maybe two friends that were having an argument. I definitely tried to almost play rough in that situation. Try to be like the middleman and like hear both sides of everything. I really don't like conflict, so when two people that I know are having an argument, I usually try to interject myself in the middle and just try to be sort of play peacekeeper. I've also had similar situations as a manager in fast food and having to deal with maybe employees that have had arguments or differences, and in that same respect, I also try to just be the peacemaker in that situation and get people to just relax and not be so heated about things.
Ultimately, that there's a pretty significant conflict here, right?
Yes.
Between the state of Minnesota and Mr. Chauvin.
Yes.
And that's ultimately what your role would be, is to resolve that conflict.
Right.
And in the jury room, you're one of 12 people, and conflicts may emerge within the deliberation process.
Right.
How would you envision your role, being as a kind of the mediator, peacekeeper type in that situation?
Well, I would just try to make sure that both parties respect what the other party has to say. Giving each allowing each person to have enough time to talk and get their point across, their viewpoint across without the other person trying to interrupt, and just like, allowing them to hear each other out, and just trying to keep tension and frustration at a minimum, just making sure that everybody tries to remain logical and not let their passions get in the way of their judgment.
Do you think it changes the analysis if you're in conflict yourself with one of the other jurors?
I'm sorry?
So rather than you being the mediator and observing conflict between two people,
sure,
what if you're involved in the conflict yourself? Like, what if you disagree with a group of jurors?
I mean, I guess I just try to be as respectful as I can in my own disagreement. I generally don't tell people that they're wrong for having their viewpoint, or make them feel that they're wrong. And I try my best to hear out somebody else, even if I don't disagree. And a lot of times try to see things from their point of view, and not allow myself to not be maybe swayed by something I hear that I don't agree with, instead of just writing it off completely, but actually like keeping it in my head and like going over it and possibly even allowing that to change my opinion. Yeah, I guess I just try to be respectful and hear people out.
Okay. I suppose, again, in your professional life or in your personal life, you've been called upon to try to determine if someone is lying about something?
I guess I can't remember a specific experience.
Sure. I mean, do you think that that's kind of a normal process that we as humans engage in? Is this person telling me the truth?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I've definitely had to make that call, like, personally. I can't say I've ever like had to play a specific role, but I definitely had to judge whether or not somebody was lying to me.
How do you, what tools do you bring to that analysis?
I guess I don't know what specific tools. I guess body language, trying to read body language, I think is a big indicator. And just logic, just kind of, evaluating the scenario, and yeah.
Do you think that, how do you think consistency of story affects that analysis?
I think it does to an extent. I guess it really depends on the events. I know over time people's memories can change, and with that their story might change slightly. But it's usually smaller details. Obviously, if there's a major detail that has changed, that might be an indicator that their story is untrue.
Okay. Do you think that a person's perception may change over time?
Yes, I do.
Do you think that a person's perception may change based upon information that they receive over time?
Yeah, I do.
Now, let me ask you this. Do you think it's possible for two people to perceive the same event from the same vantage point and come to different conclusions about what they see?
Yes.
Why?
Just because I guess everybody kind of processes information differently. What they see, their sensory input. There's no way to know that how one person processes an event is the same way that another person does, just because we can't see things through their eyes or hear things through their ears. So their brain might just interpret the set of events differently.
Is that based on like their environment being raised, or do you think it's based on education and training? Like, what types of things do you think would affect someone's perception of an event?
Just the things that they look for, I guess. Some people might be paying attention to certain things, while some people might pay attention to other things. Like, maybe one person will notice, what somebody's wearing more so than another person, while the other person might be paying more attention to like maybe the scenery. So I guess we just kind of seek out different things in our environment.
Okay. So ultimately, you understand that if you were to be a juror on this case, you have to judge this case based only on the evidence as it's presented in court. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And anything that you may have learned about this case before coming into this courtroom or filling out this questionnaire, you have to basically, in a sense, erase it from your memory.
Yes.
Can you do that?
I think so, yes.
Will you do that?
Yes.
At the end of the case, the judge is going to give you the law that applies in this case.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to decide the facts based upon the law he gives you. You may read the law and you may go, that can't possibly be right, or we really need to work to change this law, right? You may disagree with the law.
Sure.
Can you apply the facts of this case to the law as the judge gives it to you, even if you think it should be different or is wrong?
Yes, I can.
Just want to follow up with a few questions on your questionnaire, sir, and I'll try to make it relatively quick. It's fair that you had formed some pretty strong opinions about this case, right?
Yes.
And again, I don't question your the right for you to have your opinions, but we need to make sure that you can set those opinions aside and that you can be an impartial juror. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. And so by me asking you questions about your opinions, I'm not questioning your thought process. I just want to make sure that we're getting true and honest answers.
Sure.
Okay? Mm-hmm. All right. I believe at the beginning when the judge was asking you for some questions, you were asking, or you had a response that referenced bias, right? That people have to recognize their own biases, I think is what you said.
Okay.
Do you recall that generally?
I mean, honestly, I don't remember everything that I wrote, but.
Okay. I mean, and that's fair. I mean, it's a little bit unusual to be under the spotlight, so to speak, right?
Sure, yeah.
I guess the question is, you formed very strong opinions about this case,
mm-hmm.
and you have to be cognizant of your bias, right?
Yes.
And our biases and our opinions will form how we view kind of what we were just talking about, how we view or perceive events.
Right.
Because your opinions are so strong, do you think you can honestly think you can set those aside and judge this case exclusively on the facts?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So you were asked a series of questions about what you recall, what you had communicated with other people, and various videos that you had seen. I want to make sure we're talking about the same video or videos.
Sure.
There was a bystander video that went viral.
Mm-hmm.
There were some body camera footage that was released, and then there were some store surveillance videos that were also released in the public.
Okay.
Do you know which of those videos you saw or recall seeing?
Yes, I saw the bystander video and the police cam.
The body worn cameras?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. And you watched those. Did you go online and watch the entirety of those videos, or did you watch clips and pieces that you saw in the news or on social media?
I believe I watched the entire videos. I know for sure the bystander video. At least I think it wasn't from the news. It wasn't clips, but it might have been. It might have been cut in certain spots. I can't remember. And I think the body cam video, I might have skipped through it. I don't know if I watched the whole thing beginning to end.
Okay. Now, you were then asked, you think you had seen these videos 2 or 3 times, right?
The first one, yeah, a couple times. I think I only watched the second one once.
The bystander you saw a couple times?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. And you may have just watched the body camera footage, one time, kind of skipping through it a little bit?
Right, I believe so.
Okay. So you were asked to kind of write based on what you had seen and heard, your recollections of the case based on your exposure to this case in the media.
Yes.
And you wrote a pretty lengthy explanation that, and I'm going to somewhat paraphrase because there's a few things I want to ask you. You understood that Mr. Floyd may have made a purchase with a counterfeit bill. That's why the police were called. When they arrived on the scene, you wrote, Floyd appeared distressed, according to the witnesses, but did not resist as he was placed in handcuffs and led to the squad car. So my question is that your impression of Mr. Floyd's behavior based on your own formulation of watching these videos, or your own opinion watching these videos, or is it are you relaying what other people have communicated?
I am basing it off of what I have seen from the videos, yes.
Okay. So you had formed an impression or opinion that Mr. Floyd had not resisted arrest?
Correct.
Okay. You were ultimately, you wrote about Mr. Chauvin having his knee on the back of Mr. Floyd's neck, that he stared into the camera but did not respond. The other officers at the scene also did not react. For about 8 minutes later, Floyd fell silent and unresponsive. Chauvin eventually took his knee off of Floyd's neck, but at that time, Floyd was dead. So have you formed an opinion as to what the cause of Mr. Floyd's death was?
I guess not. I mean, I have heard a couple things. You know, I have heard that it was maybe due to his airway being closed because of the knee. I've also heard other things about a possible drug overdose. And I guess what I believe is that maybe it was a combination, could have been a combination.
Okay, because you do reference that an autopsy report stated that Floyd had been under the influence of fentanyl. And you wrote, you've got some arrows here, so I have to follow. Body cam footage that was later released revealed that Floyd had been put in the back seat of the police vehicle moments before ending up on the ground beneath Chauvin's knee. Floyd had appeared distressed, but unarmed and cooperative, apparently suffering from a mental break. Do you recall writing that?
Yes.
Okay. And again, I mean, ultimately you understand that I'm not questioning your intent, right? I mean, it's the presumption of innocence applies in this case. Do you understand that?
Yes.
That means that right now, Mr. Chauvin is innocent.
Correct.
And the defense has no burden to prove anything. We don't have to call witnesses. We don't have to introduce evidence. We don't have to ask a single question. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
And it's not the defense's burden to prove anything to get you back to the presumption of innocence and then make the state, hold the state to its burden. You understand that?
Yes.
That's not the nature of our law. And you can do that.
Yes, I believe so.
You were asked about your opinions or general impression of the defendants. At the time, it was all four officers. But you wrote that you have a very negative impression of Mr. Chauvin, and you wrote, I feel that Chauvin used excessive and unnecessary force and that the other officers should have at some point intervened. So it's fair to say you formed an opinion that what you saw in this video constituted excessive force.
Yes.
Again, you understand that the police procedures, police training, police use of force, all of that may become an issue in this case.
Yes.
And so again, recognizing our biases and where we have to start from being the presumption of innocence, you can put all of your previous assumptions aside, start from zero, listen to the evidence, and presume Mr. Chauvin innocent.
Yes.
You were also asked if you had ever talked about this incident with your friends, family, coworkers, discussed it online, etc. And you wrote, my opinion was that his death was the result of excessive and unnecessary force by Chauvin and a lack of intervention from the other officers involved. Right? So it sounds like you formed an opinion that Mr. Chauvin caused Mr. Floyd's death?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. And again, you know, right? I mean, you understand, do you understand why I would be concerned?
Yes.
And listening to these answers, you can only assume that he will soon be released from this jury questioning. But let's go into a quick 2-minute break. Again, we're watching live here in the courtroom in Minneapolis.
The potential cases of police brutality, and negatively in the sense that it has created divisiveness in people's opinion about the protest. Can you explain what you mean by that?
Well, I mean, obviously there have been a lot of ways in which things have been negatively affected with riots, destruction of property, businesses being destroyed. So there's that side of it, and also, like I was saying about the divisiveness. It's really hard for people to sort of come together and talk about things without being passionate about it or arguing about things. But at the same time, I also have seen some positive things in the community. I've seen a lot of people sort of coming together. I guess actually having, there have been plenty of open discussions about it, even though there has been a lot of divisiveness. People have been actively talking about it and trying to understand other points of view. And I do think that, there might possibly need to be awareness if I guess general kind of awareness of what is happening, I guess, in the police force, and just, maybe a potential reevaluation of how things are done and how things need to be handled in the future. So it is kind of drawing attention to that and raising certain questions about how things should be done.
Okay. There were a series of kind of broad statements, and you were asked to rank your opinion as to each of them from strongly agree to strongly disagree on a scale of 1 to 5. I just want to ask you about a few of them. The question reads, blacks and other minorities do not receive equal treatment as whites in the criminal justice system, and you strongly agreed with that. Why?
I guess just from what I've just things that I've read and seen. I guess it seems to me that a lot of blacks and minorities tend to live in lower income areas, and I usually tie lower income areas as having more crime and therefore being more heavily policed. And just because those areas tend to be have a higher concentration of black people and minorities, I do feel that there is a little bit of a difference there in how often or how much more they might be policed and how they may be dealt with differently.
Okay. The statement reads, I support defunding the Minneapolis Police Department, and you somewhat agreed with that. Why?
I do think that there may be certain things that need to be changed. I guess as far as defunding goes, I think I don't believe so much in defunding as possibly reassessing how funding is distributed, and maybe seeing if there's different ways, different areas that certain funding can go to, as far as maybe creating different programs or funding other programs, better funding for other programs and that sort of thing.
Okay. Now, the statement reads specifically, Minneapolis police officers are more likely to respond with force when confronting black suspects than when dealing with white suspects, and you somewhat agreed with that. Can you explain why?
I guess I've just certain videos and things, certain videos, certain articles, certain things that I've read that people have said and experienced.
Okay. I mean, and it's specific to the Minneapolis Police Department?
I guess I wouldn't say specific to Minneapolis.
Okay.
I don't know, I might have missed that.
So, I mean, ultimately you understand that this case involves the Minneapolis Police Department in a significant way, right?
Correct, yes.
And one of the questions here is, local police departments try to cover up excessive force rather than correct it, and you strongly agreed with that.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I did, yeah.
Okay. I mean, why do you, what do you base that opinion on?
I guess I kind of see that in a lot of other places. A lot of, I guess in a lot of government situations or business situations, a lot of times it just seems like it's in certain groups' best interest to kind of maybe sweep certain things under the rug. Things that might involve a lot of money or having to restructure things or just might give something a bad image. I don't think it's specific to just police departments, but in a lot of organizations, just it might complicate things or hurt financially or give something a bad image, and therefore a lot of things can be swept under the rug.
Okay. So in this case, obviously, you may hear testimony that is called by the state,
Mm-hmm.
and or the defense, right? And these witnesses may be Minneapolis police officers.
Yes.
Do you give credence, to a police officer called by the state versus the defense?
No, I don't think so.
Do you think that an officer who may be called by the defendant would be more likely to be trying to sweep this under the rug or try to make his department look better?
I don't think so. No, not on an individual level. No.
Okay, but on a collective, you do?
Yes, I think it's entirely possible.
And so ultimately, if you were to hear testimony from police officers, can you give that testimony the same credence as just a bystander?
Yes.
You can keep them at the same level?
Yes.
Even though you think that you would be more suspicious of police testimony than a citizen?
I don't think I would be any more or less suspicious.
Okay. But if you have this impression that police officers are or police departments are trying to sweep things under the rug, right? I mean, isn't that a suspicion?
Like I said, I don't think I would just apply that to specifically a police department. I think it's generally just human nature in any kind of organization for that sort of thing to happen.
Okay. Now, I want to remind you that you have the ability to ask for a private hearing, and I know there's some questions about some past experiences you may have had with law enforcement.
Mm-hmm.
Are you comfortable talking about that publicly, or would you prefer a private session?
I think I could talk about it publicly, yes.
Okay. So you have a prior arrest yourself, right?
Yes.
Okay. And were you arrested by the Minneapolis Police Department?
No, it was the Apple Valley Police Department.
Okay. And do you feel that you were treated fairly by the Apple Valley Police Department?
I do.
Okay. I noticed that there's another question that you responded to, saying that you were put in handcuffs and ankle bracelets. Is that the incident that you're talking about, or was that something else?
Yes, that was the incident.
Okay. Were you put in ankle bracelets by the police officers or in the jail context?
By the officers.
Okay. So were they concerned? Were they concerned that you were obstructing or resisting their efforts to arrest you?
Yes.
Okay. And were you charged with obstruction of the legal process as well?
I was not.
Okay. So when you say that you were put into handcuffs and ankle bracelets, were you, that was during the time that they were arresting you?
Correct.
All right. And were you transported to the police station in that fashion?
Yes.
Okay. And you were ultimately charged with some crimes as the DUI crime, right?
No, I wasn't charged at that time for any crime.
Okay. But did you get something in the mail later charging you with an offense?
No, I didn't. I guess the reason that I was, I was arrested mainly for missing a court date.
Okay. So they gave you a court date, you missed a court date, they came and picked you up on it?
Right. I mean, yeah, there was a reason, there was a different reason that they were called, but I did have a warrant out, which is why I was arrested.
Okay. How long ago was this?
I would say 9 years ago, maybe 8 or 9 years.
Okay. And again, in terms of how you were treated by that police department, either at the time of your initial arrest or when you were arrested on the warrant for missing court, is there anything about how the police treated you that biases you against police officers?
No, not at all.
Okay. You were also ultimately had to go to court, deal with a prosecutor, things of that nature, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you retain an attorney to represent you, or did you go in and do it on your own?
I had a public defendant.
Okay. Do you think that the court system treated you fairly?
I do, yes.
Do you think that the prosecution treated you fairly?
Yes.
All right. And so there's nothing about that circumstance that would in any way, again, affect your impartiality towards police officers, prosecutors, defense attorneys, etc.?
No, I don't.
Well, let's take a quick 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox. If you see the break, that means during a commercial. If it doesn't go for you, you'll still see this programming.
And you wrote, yes and no. I believe that our criminal justice system was created with the best intentions and it works well in theory. However, money corrupts even the best of intentions. So are you suggesting that people who can afford more expensive lawyers get better justice, or what are you inferring here?
Yes, I would say that, in the sense that money is involved, I do think being able to afford a better defense is more beneficial. Also, just having the ability to make bail, or there's that, the ability to make bail, and then just also just sort of the way the prison system is set up. I think a lot of money has a lot to do with the whole structure of that.
So, I just have to kind of, I guess, I'll conclude my questions, sir, in this way. You were asked if you wanted to serve as a juror, and you said yes. And you wrote, I've never served on a jury, and I look forward to the experience. But the bottom line is, there are some people who will just say whatever they can.
All right, everybody, we are now going out to Florida. We have the Vice President there, Kamala Harris. She's at a vaccination site, and also she was doing a vaccination site and then also at a hunger for people in need. We are bringing that to you right here on News Now from Fox as well.
With all these leaders, thank you so very much. Please have a seat. So I think we will get started, and Commissioner Freed, I believe you're going to make opening remarks, and then we will
Yes, ma'am.
start our conversation.
Yes, ma'am. Well, Madam Vice President, welcome. First of all, I'm so excited to still say Madam Vice President. Welcome to the state of Florida and to Jacksonville. On behalf of all of the state of Florida, we are so grateful for you and the President's leadership. It has been a hard year for all of us across America, and Florida has been so hit hard by COVID most. Our hearts break for the 33,000 Floridian families who have lost loved ones this year, as yours and the President's does for the 542,000 Americans we've lost. COVID has decimated our economy. Tourism is our #1 economic driver here, and it's down 34%. Agriculture is #2, and we faced 500 million losses at the beginning of last year, and over 1 million unemployed here in the state of Florida. COVID, unfortunately, has had one big, huge hidden impact: the worsening of chronic hunger. Food insecurity hits 3.5 million Floridians, and 1 million of those are our children. COVID made this worse. It used to be 1 in 5 of our kids, and now it's 1 in 4. 40% of Black families and 39% of Hispanic and Latino families face food insecurity. And as the State Department that oversees our food agency, we have one mission: making sure no kid goes hungry. We oversaw last year the federal school breakfast, lunch, and feeding programs across the state. We served over 246 million meals to kids this past year, 144 million lunches, 96 million breakfasts, 5 million snacks, and 71% are free and reduced. We distribute 149 million pounds of USDA food to families and seniors that are in need. We know that the public health crisis that we face every single day across the state of Florida and across our country, this is an issue that we must address. So we cannot thank you enough for being here today. So it is absolutely my privilege and honor to introduce a trailblazer, a history maker, a role model for young women across our entire country. You proved a woman of color can do anything in America. And thank you for the amazing work on food insecurity, which we will talk about today. We look forward to working with you and the President in the years to come. So, Madam Vice President, again, welcome to Florida and welcome to Jacksonville.
Thank you, Commissioner Freed. Thank you very much for that very generous introduction and all the work you're doing. It is my great honor and joy to be with all of you. Congressman Lawson, you and I have served together in the United States Congress over the past few years. I will say in front of all of the friends, he represents Florida well. I see him in rooms when there are cameras and when there are no cameras. And he is always fighting for the people of Florida. Councilwoman, thank you for being here and for your leadership. Councilman, Dr. Green, and Susan King, thank you all. So, you know, here's the thing. The president, he says it all the time, which is the most important thing we can do when people are suffering, when people are in need, is to see them, to hear them, and to help them. And when we think about this issue of food insecurity, let's be clear, we are talking about hunger in America. And this is an issue that existed before the pandemic and was grossly exaggerated and amplified during this pandemic. And the idea that there are children in America who are going to sleep at night hungry. And we've all heard the stories about these young, brave, you know, the older of the kids saying, well, I knew I probably shouldn't eat today so that my younger siblings can eat. What it means for families in terms of, you know, the suffering and also what we are talking about in terms of the impact on our children and what it will have as an impact in terms of their ability to develop and to reach their God-given capacity. I was recently in the state of Georgia, in Atlanta, and I was also in Nevada and in Colorado. And when I was in Nevada, I was visiting a distribution center. And the stories that I heard there, I know are the stories that are taking place around our country. And I'll just share with you one of them. The person who runs the facility where we were shared with me that folks will drive to the food distribution center. And because of COVID, there's no interaction. They'll pop their trunk, but no physical interaction with the volunteers. And it was often the case that the volunteers, when the trunk would open, would see that there was a sheet of paper there with handwriting on it. Because the occupant of the car wrote the volunteer a note of thanks for what they were doing to help them out. And sometimes the trunk would pop open. And the occupant of the car, who has been in a food line for hours, barely making everything in their home and for their family work, would have left a $5 bill to tip the volunteer for the work that they were doing, recognizing the dignity of that work. And so much of what you all are doing is about recognizing the dignity to which we should all be entitled, regardless of circumstance, and understanding that in these moments of crisis, when there's been such an extreme loss of life, loss of jobs, loss of normalcy, that isn't it really living the essence of love thy neighbor, to recognize what we can and should and must do at these moments, not out of a spirit of charity, but out of a spirit of duty. The duty each one of us has to our fellow human being. And that's what you are doing here. We are traveling the country, and I bring thanks on behalf of the President, because the work that we did with the American Rescue Plan was designed with you all in mind and with the folks you serve in mind. We talked earlier about it. It purposely does a number of things that includes increasing through the end of September the 15% increase in SNAP benefits, which again is about families in need, hungry families. It's going to be now, we're looking at $230 a month, so that's the extension. The EBT program, which is a fancy phrase for basically what we do for children who are not in school and to help them with food when they are not in school, that has been expanded through the duration of the pandemic. WIC, which is women and infants and children, but really what we're talking about are pregnant women, mothers with children under the age of 6, and extending the benefits for them, in particular in the American Rescue Plan. That's $880 million, designed to increase the resources we are bringing to those mothers and their children. And then the $37 million that are in the program for seniors. So many of our seniors, we know, have been isolated, they are alone, and they need assistance and support. So these are the things that we have been doing. But knowing also what we know is happening here in Florida. 1 in 7 adults is describing themselves or somebody in their household being hungry. I think you said 1 out of 4 children. 1 out of 4 children. What we're looking at in terms of, again, what this means in terms of the long range impact of this moment, and what we must therefore do with a sense of urgency to meet these families and meet their needs. And so the ARP in total supplies about $1 billion directly targeting the issue of food insecurity. But again, the work that we do in Washington will mean nothing without the work you all are doing here on the ground, which is to make sure that all of those resources get to the folks who need them as immediately, as quickly as possible, and with the spirit of recognizing the dignity that each of us have and the responsibility we have in moments of crisis to respect the dignity of the people that we live with and among. So I thank you all for all that you are doing. And with that, I will return it to the commissioner to moderate our discussion.
Yes, absolutely. And you cannot be more accurate on what is happening across our state and across our country. You know, the stories that I've heard, as you all know, this has been a big pillar of my administration. Before my inauguration, the day before, my entire family and all of my supporters went to the food bank in the Panhandle. And that was part of our day of service before inauguration. And I know that Susan, what you do here at North Florida, I mean, just if you want to tell the Vice President what you are seeing and the changes in the demographics of what is here happening, and other maybe resources and things that we might be asking from DC to help.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Commissioner. You know, it's been really interesting through this last year as those of us in the charity food business have been pivoting so quickly to meet need, to manage changing environments, broken supply chains, food supplies that suddenly went away. For example, when the shelves that you saw bare, our truck saw the same emptiness when we went to pick up food that normally was going to be filling our pantry agency partners. It's been an extraordinary year. The generosity of a community and of a city and of our state has been incredible, but the need has not gone away. We through Feeding America, they are reporting that approximately 40% of the people that we are still seeing are suffering COVID-related reductions in work. They are new to the charity food system. They've just never accessed this before. And we see it from our agency partners that they tell us that these are strangers to need. They're apologetic. Those people that put the $5 in a trunk, they desperately would love to be paying something, but the system doesn't work that way. So It's true. It's true. The problem is not going away, but we are so incredibly grateful for what you and President Biden are doing here, because the programs that, as you just outlined, are things that restore family dignity, that allow people to help themselves. Nobody wants to sit in a food line. No one. And to be able to give them the ability to support their family through this very difficult time, I think is the greatest thing that we can do for those families.
Absolutely. And I'll turn over to Councilman Dennis. You know, some things that you have seen changing as far as the, you know, what you're seeing on a local level. You know, what are you seeing changes and additional support that we may need, not from just locally, but from the state, from your members of Congress, and obviously the Vice President?
Thank you, Commissioner Freed, and once again, thank you, Vice President Harris. I want to thank you and President Biden for the assistance coming right in and really getting to work for the American people and the citizens of Jacksonville. You know, what we've seen here in our city is the faces of food insecurity has changed. It's not the same individuals that you would normally think. You have working families that now have to reach out to food agencies like this to help supplement their food needs. So we've seen the face of food insecurity has changed. The district that I represent, which actually Edgewood, is the dividing line, and it is an area where there are a lot of food deserts. So with the COVID pandemic, there was already food insecurity there. Now it has, you know, gone into a pandemic as it relates to food. And so with this relief package, not only.
We're going to take another quick 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox. We'll be right back.
It helped them put fresh fruits and vegetables, because not only is there a food desert, there's a lot of health issues in those areas. And so it's not just providing food, but provide healthy food. And you know, I know myself, along with Councilwoman Morgan, we partner up with Susan and her organization to provide fresh, healthy food, and try to, you know, give that support and filling that gap for them. So again, thank you for everything that you and the President are doing for Americans and for our citizens here in Jacksonville.
Absolutely, Councilman. And I think also onto that point about fresh and nutritious food, that was one of the biggest things that we saw as an obstacle during the pandemic. Yeah. That while all these facilities across our states are incredible, we got hit during the pandemic in the middle of our harvest. And so many of our farmers had no place to send their fresh crops and their fresh produce to. And unfortunately, our food banks across the country didn't have the capacity to, even though our farmers wanted to donate. And so those are one of the things that we're going to continue to ask for, is additional resources for these organizations that are doing such great work, to have better resources to store a lot of the perishable food. Because after a while, these families who are coming to these food banks, they're tired of the boxes, you know, and how much they want the boxes. They also want fresh fruits and vegetables, and then to learn what to do with these boxes and how to cook new types of ideas, and also make sure that we have a cultural awareness too, because not every family comes from the same background, and knowing that some foods might be foreign to them, that's not their cultural upbringing, and making sure we also have that sensitivity when we're giving out the food as well. And Congressman, you have been such a champion on these issues, and especially, you know, helping with the plans, the recovery plans. And I know if you wanted to talk about some of the things that you've been working up in DC.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, and I'm really honored to be here with the leadership in this community and with the Vice President. It's been a pleasure to have served with her the last 4 years on all the things that she's been involved in. I can't tell you how happy I am that she's the VP of the United States of America. And one of the things that I would say, because protocol has already been established by the VP on the extra funding that we put in for SNAP benefits, the many times that I've called the governor and asked them under the SNAP benefit, could they relax the rules so people will be able to go and get hot food on the SNAP benefits, even if it's at McDonald's. things of this nature. And then most of you know I serve on financial services and then on agriculture. And I always say, when I first got to Washington, I said, let's feed America. That's one of the most important things that I could think about in being in agriculture, that we need to feed America. I have a lot of food insecurity in this District 5 that stretches from Duval to Gaston County. And there are many schools in this district that is on 100% free and reduced lunch. Now, I guess I'm more familiar and have that feeling to want to help more than anyone else, because as a young kid growing up, our house was destroyed and we lost everything. And I can remember moving 4 or 5 times. I can also remember going to bed at night with nothing to eat. And know what it feel like? My brother and I used to say, let's go get this watercress sandwich and call it a night. That means that you drink as much water you can, you know, and that's it for the night until the next day. Especially when there's 7, siblings in the family. And so I work every day in honor to work. And I really like what the president and the vice president are doing across America. In this package that we just passed, and by the way, when I was coming here, I was on a committee meeting, and I told Maxine Waters that I was coming here to meet you, and Maxine said, well, make sure you tell her hello for me. I'm glad that she's down there. See, like, you got a better job than what I have today in this committee meeting, so I forgot to tell you, Maxine, say hello, you know. And so a lot of the financial information that we have in this package, you know, we had the opportunity to work on the financial services, you know. And so it has been really, really stimulating and great for me to bring millions and millions of dollars into this community that is going to help many, many people here, almost 200 million or so. But the most important issue, as the commission has talked about, is feeding kids. You know, the lunchroom workers on Friday, and I talked to Dr. Green about this, many kids, the lunchroom workers, are putting food into their backpacks on Friday so they will have something to eat over the weekend before they come back to school. Now, let me tell you, we are not poor in America, but we have a lot of poor people. And when you have some people saying that, you know, you're spending all this money, this is one time that we get an opportunity under leadership in the White House to bail out America. You know, we bail out Wall Street. And now it's time, because of this pandemic, is to bail out America. And that's what we are doing. And it's going to work. And we continue to get vaccine out and so forth. I've been in a lot of food pantries, you know, because I'm always concerned about what is going to happen. You know, before the pandemic, I was looking at the notes here, and it said there was about 36.8 million people that was on SNAP. Today, it's over 45 million people that depend on SNAP just to make it. You know, and this is something that we can, 45 million that we can, to make it. So I'm so happy to be here with the Vice President on an issue that is so critically important. If you don't know what it's like to go hungry, you know, and I remember one of our greatest presidents said, people will little notice, not long remember what we say here, but they will never forget what we did here. And I know that we will never forget what our Vice President and the President are doing here to help bail out America. And so I'm honored to be here with you today, and I know that we are making a difference, and America is in a prime position to take care of our kids, make sure they get a good education, and make sure they get the nourishment that they need. And that's one of the reasons I'm on agriculture. Greatest committee I've ever served on.
Thank you, Congressman. Thank you. And that was a great transition to our kids. That we oversee the school lunch program. And when we got the notification that schools were going to be shut down starting on a Monday, it was on a Friday, my team worked overtime because we were not going to allow one single child to go hungry because schools were closed. And we worked with school board members and superintendents all across the state of Florida to make sure that that actually happened. And it's the great work of all of our superintendents and our school boards that we had all of our summer break spots up and running. That's also why I've called for universal breakfast. because we know that so many of our kids, they go to bed hungry and need that breakfast first thing in the morning, but the stigma still attached to going into a cafeteria, knowing why you're going in there. And then it's important that we start coming in and thinking outside the box of ways to bring food to our kids, whether it's in homeroom or first period or trucks around the school, that it's imperative that these kids, because if they don't eat, they can't learn. And they go into the criminal justice system and the healthcare costs associated with it afterwards. And Dr. Green, what you have been able to do here in Duval County, one of the largest in the nation of school districts, is remarkable. So I don't know if you wanted to let the Vice President know all the great work you're doing here.
Well, it definitely takes a team, starting with Commissioner Freed. Thank you for your leadership at the state under agriculture. She is correct. On a Friday, we were told we had to open up virtual, and we had to figure out how we were going to still feed close to 130,000 students. And our team came together and developed the grab and go and then the big yellow. The grab and go were for families that could come to our schools, stay in their car, and we gave them breakfast, lunch, and 2 years ago, we started the supper program in Duval County. So over 40 of our schools, our students receive 3 meals a day at school. And through that supper program, even when we went to grab and go, they would have breakfast, lunch, and dinner prepared for them to pick up. Our big yellow, that was our mobile. We started delivering breakfast, lunch, and dinner to our elementary bus stops. And so families that could walk up to the bus stop could get their food, as well as if they didn't have technology when we first started, they could get their instructional materials. So we use that transportation as a way to not only deliver food for our families, but to connect with our families. From March 9th until the last day of school, we served over 1.5 million meals to our families. So even though our students are living in food deserts, the school district is a food oasis for them. Yeah. We ensure that even if they are one of the schools that has breakfast, lunch, and dinner, if they come to after school, we give them after school snacks to take home. So we really believe in ensuring that our children, as long as they're with us, we know they're going to have food. But it also takes strong partnerships with Northeast Florida, nonprofits such as Blessing in a Backpack. For many, we have 20 schools where students are given backpacks of food to take home over the weekend. And those types of programs need to be expanded. We have more students than actual backpacks full of food to serve them. We're finding unique ways to work with our high school students. I have a high school here who has its own food pantry, and they've created their own backpack program, William M. Raines High School, and helping those families. So our educators know that it's not just what's happening in the classroom. They also know if they're hungry, they're not going to be able to learn. And if they're not learning, they're not thriving.
Absolutely. And I think the only one we have left is Councilwoman, if you wanted to also go through some of the things that you have been seeing on the ground here and additional resources that you may need at the state or federal level.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Freed, and thank you so much, Madam Vice President, for being here, and Congressman Lawson, and of course, my colleague, Garrett Dennis, Dr. Green, and Susan King. I appreciate each one of you and the opportunity to just talk about something that's dear to my heart, and that's food deserts. I served last year on the City Council's Food Desert Subcommittee, and I served on it because I represent a district that is so diverse that people just assume that I would not have food deserts. But I have food deserts just like other districts. And so it was really important to me to serve on this committee so that, as Susan knows, I go to many of the food distributions in my district. We have them every weekend. There are certain groups that have them on the first and third Saturday. There are other groups that have it on the second and fourth Saturday. So I have a food distribution every weekend in District 1. We're finding that in our district, We are diverse. We have many from the Hispanic community who feel threatened to maybe come out, even though they may need the help, but they're afraid. So I'm looking at what we can do as a community, as a nation, when we have people who need help, but who are afraid to come for that help. The commodities, more food, feeding Northeast Florida, thank goodness you're here. Susan and her team partner with so many in my district alone. As I was telling Dr. Green, I have an elementary school where they have set up a food pantry. Not only do they have blessings in a backpack, but they also have a food pantry at the elementary school that was set up through some groups in the community. We have a mall that is, you know, as many malls go, they're starting to decay. But at that mall, Susan will tell you that we have a food pantry there. And it was through the auspices of the mall manager who came to me and said, you know, I've been thinking about doing this. I know this area needs it. It's on a bus route. So many people can get to it. So he helped start a food pantry at the mall. So we have many things going on, but we know families have limited resources. I think it's already been said in this forum that people are making critical decisions on whether who's going to eat, can we eat tonight, do we have electricity, do we have water, can we pay the rent? We're making critical decisions. So many people are underemployed. Again, the fear, expanding Meal on Wheels, the one church that I have.
All right, some of you will be entering into a 2-minute break. If you're not, you will continue to see this programming.
So there are many things that are going on right, but we appreciate having the expanded resources that you are bringing to us. So from the bottom of our hearts, we thank you and President Biden.
Thank you. You know, Madam Vice President, you know, one of the things when I first took office, and I spent the better part of 2019 traveling our state and talking to business communities, to chambers of commerce, to law firms, I talked about this issue because I felt strongly that most people didn't know that this was happening in their backyards. They think that it happens in other communities, that it happens far away from them, not realizing that it's their coworkers, that it's people that are living next to them. So a great deal of food insecurity is also about education and making sure that people understand what is happening in their community and the impact that it does have. If adults can't eat, they also can't be successful in the workforce, and increases the healthcare costs, and again, diabetes, overweight, and all the other medical conditions. And so you being here and showing the commitment to tackling this issue and bringing together all of our community leaders helps us to educate the rest of the state of why it's important to donate, to contribute, to be aware of what's happening around them, to open their homes to potentially co-workers who may have food insecurity. Because unfortunately, there's still such a part of our country, even after this pandemic is done, that don't recognize the importance of tackling this issue and what this does to a community, what this does to people's self-pride and dignity, that being able to, and not knowing that you can't provide at dinners for your family, it impacts who they are as a human being. And that's why it's so important for us to continue to raise those voices, to really raise up those people and to bring this into a community partnership, that it's not just the food banks, but it's the schools and it's the council members and it's everybody coming together, public-private partnerships across the entire state. You know, we've been working on legislation here in the state for a couple of years. Again, all the outside the box ideas that are happening to really tackle food insecurity, and really you being here and emphasizing these issues and this partnership with the states, putting additional federal resources down, is a game changer. And not only just these programs, but the American Rescue Plan, the point is to take so many of these families out of permanent poverty and rising up and raising those families up so they won't necessarily need these resources in the future. And so you and the president, and I'm already calling you president, you and the vice president and members of Congress, I cannot thank you enough for what you do to recognize this issue, that if we can't tackle this basic fundamental issue, how are we able to go and tackle everything else that the world needs from us if we can't feed our own people?
So on that point, you're right, and many of you have mentioned it. The American Rescue Plan was designed to see the individual in their full relief, understanding that hunger and food insecurity is but one part of many associated issues that must be addressed, be it an extension of moratoriums on evictions and foreclosure, be it what we did in terms of the money that we gave to schools so that they can reopen safely with the appropriate amount of PPE, plexiglass, the resources that are needed to reopen. The child tax credit, which we believe will lift almost half of America's children who are in poverty out of poverty. The extension of unemployment benefits in terms of the $300 extra through September. So these were designed to see the family in its full relief, understanding that, as you all have described, many of the families that you're seeing that are in those lines for hours were previously working, had never thought of themselves as requiring the assistance of others to feed their families. COBRA benefits, that's something, Congressman, I know you know about, which is that was in the bill to make sure that for folks who had health benefits from their employer, where the employer was helping to pay for their health benefits, that we would extend it so that they could afford to keep their health insurance and their health coverage. So these are some of the things, but I say all that to say that was the design of the American Rescue Plan, which is to see folks in their full relief and through a 360-degree lens. But can you all share with me some of the stories about who you are seeing, who are in these cars, in these lines, and what are the associated, what are the patterns, if you will, that you're seeing about how people are experiencing this moment in addition to the food insecurity piece? What are you typically seeing as also being at stake or where they need assistance or support? What are some of the other issues that you're seeing? Susan?
So one of the things that may not be a direct response to your question, but one of the things that really was illuminated for us during COVID is when, and I'm so thrilled by the funding towards seniors specifically, because what we saw, we have a lot of sort of high multi-level people living in kitchenette, low-income senior housing facilities, subsidized housing. And when we shut down our city, we shut them in. And many of them did not even have congregate feeding sites. We told them you can't go out and get groceries. And it was a silent sort of epidemic on its own that we really didn't see because they were all locked inside. So, you know, a lot of creativity came out of this coronavirus. And we had a number of local restaurants who stepped up and say, how can we help? And we created a jobs program for furloughed workers and closed kitchens. And we produced over 650,000 meals since March of last year through February, which were distributed to those low-income seniors. But really the important point here, and what I think we always have to go hand in hand with, is that they were isolated, and this created a way to bring them closer. Sometimes it was just a handwritten note. Sometimes it was a process note that just said, you know, across these walls, we are thinking of you. And and that situation exists. The seniors might be getting out a little bit more. They might be getting vaccinated. But we have this whole population, 1 in 6 in our 8-county service area. 1 in 6 seniors is food insecure. And they don't have the resources and the capacity to get out. And they, you know, it's not, and sometimes it's physical limitations. So I am thrilled and so grateful to see the acknowledgement of funding for senior hunger is so incredibly important. But in terms of who we're seeing in those lines, we've discussed the families. What we see often is multiple families who are taking each other to these distributions. We'll ask, how many households in this car for people who lack transportation? And they might say, there are 4 of us. You know, it's remarkable, but there is created a sense of kind of community around helping people get the food that they need. But it's everybody. It's literally from every walk of life, every generation, every race. It is our neighbors.
And I would have to agree with what Susan said. So since I have so many food distributions in my community, typically I go out and sometimes I help. Sometimes I just really watch just to see what's going on. Susan is so right to say that this pandemic, it did produce a feeling of I am my brother's keeper to some. And what I'm seeing is I'm dealing with right now evictions. And I'm dealing specifically with one family that called me probably 6 a.m. Thursday morning because they were about to be evicted at 8 a.m. And the question that still comes to everyone's mind is, I thought we had a moratorium. But what needs to happen is there has to be something that is the same at the federal level as it is at the state level, as it is at the local level. But there are too many ways to get around it. It's all confusing to people who are in the situations, and those are the same people who are out at food distributions because they're put in a situation where they feel like they don't have any recourse. So I would really like to see some kind of coordination between federal, local, and state when it comes to the evictions.
Well, I think that's one of the issues definitely throughout the pandemic that has been highlighted. And we've seen various levels of success or lack of success around coordination. I couldn't agree with you more. Couldn't agree with you more. How best do you think we can get out the benefits of the American Rescue Plan, and which populations have we found that have been most difficult to reach? For example, one of the concerns that I've had is that and which is why we're traveling around the country. Just this is meant to be a public education campaign, so people know what they're entitled to receive, right? For example, for people who are in the system, that $1,400 check and all the benefits that should flow from the American Rescue Plan, they're likely to get it in a faster pace. If they're in the system because they paid taxes last year, or they are a recipient of Social Security benefits or Medicare, things like that. But if people are not in the system, then it's likely to take longer. And there are likely to be more glitches, right, in terms of getting the relief to them as quickly as possible. So we are urging people, for example, file your taxes, even if you didn't have an income or a significant income, so that they're in the system. And that's one of the things that we would love your help with, is to let people know how to be in the system so they can get that direct deposit, right, as quickly as possible. But what else are you all seeing in terms of the folks who we may not be hearing from, even though they do need help? You know, I will say to my team, let's sit back and listen to who we're not hearing from. If we're in this region, where would we say we're not hearing from people? I don't mean geographically, but demographically. Who are we not hearing from that we need to reach out to or do a better job of reaching out to?
Madam Vice President, that's a very good question, because that population we're not hearing from, and they are in the shadows. But I do want to kind of piggyback what Susan said, that that in the distribution lines there is a camaraderie and people are helping each other. But what that has shown me is that we do have a transportation issue, and not only a transportation issue in distribution, but also a transportation issue in getting those other services, such as the people that are in the shadows. And so, I know that, here in this community, we are racking our brains on how do we get that information out, or how do we get services to those individuals, or those individuals to the services that they need. And so I think we do need to focus a portion on transportation. And I also think that those individuals that are in the shadows, it's a traumatic time. And so there are some mental health issues, and I'm not saying that they're mentally ill, but it's a shock. When you go through it,
it's a lot of trauma.
It's a lot of trauma. So I think it's very facet. There are a lot of different pieces, but I do think that, my biggest thing is transportation, and Councilwoman and I, we supported some legislation to where we're subsidizing private transportation companies to go out and transport individuals to services, and such as grocery stores and things like that. So I think we need to, again, try to target that transportation, or that that outreach piece.
Yeah. Dr. Green, if you've had new experiences.
Well, for education, it's more about who we don't see.
Yeah.
These are our children who are learning remotely, and they still have attendance issues. For families who are ESOL families, getting those bilingual services out to them. We have bilingual interpreters who we try to send out to get that information out to them. But those are the individuals that we see, that we don't see, are the ones struggling. And those are the same children that we worry, if you're not coming to grab and go, how are you getting food during the day? Even though we have this available for them. So it goes all back to transportation, being evicted. It's kind of a vicious cycle that we see the evidence in the school district, that one, they're chronically absent, or they're learning remotely, even though they have the equipment, the resources, we take care of the internet. Their environment may not be conducive to having school 6 hours during the day. There's other things happening. And those are the children that keep me up at night, that we're worried about. How can we support them? Because we can't see them. We can't get to them as easily as students who are coming into brick and mortar.
And Madam Vice President, we could talk about this all for hours and days. And we're all so passionate about this, but we also want to be very respectful of your time. But this is an all hands on deck, I think, for everybody across the entire country. It is making sure that the incredible work that you and the president are doing, and our members of Congress, is getting that information flowing down to the local level, to the state level, and allowing us the opportunity to be empowered to educate all these individuals too about all of the resources and all the benefits that they're entitled to, and making sure we bring people into the system. So again, thank you for being here. And the first step is you being here, helping this community understand the important work and what you are doing here. And now, hopefully all those who are standing here, all the media, that we are going to help to disseminate this information to our communities. And we cannot just thank you enough for the support that you and the president have been giving to us.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. And it is very important to the president that we are on the ground with all of you who have been for over a year, every day, with many, many sleepless nights. The work you all have been doing is extraordinary. I think that there is, I'm certain actually, that history is going to show that this was a moment of extreme crisis that challenged us, and there were the heroes that just showed up. I think of you as the angels walking among us, the heroes that just showed up, which includes your volunteers, which includes these incredible, the families who have a car, who are picking up the neighbors to help them come to be in line, the frontline workers. There's so many heroes that have been revealed to the rest of us. And it should give us a sense of hope and a sense of faith in who we all are. But you all have been doing the work on the ground. And so, yes, part of the reason I'm here is to talk about the American Rescue Plan, but only to let you know that it was designed and the spirit behind it was intended to help you do the work you all have been doing every day. And again, I think that without any question, in this moment of crisis, the kindness of humanity has revealed itself, the generosity of spirit, the courage, the commitment. And so let that kind of guide our optimism in this moment of crisis. And again, all of that to say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And be well. And thank you.
And help is on the way.
And hope is on the way.
All right, so that was VP Harris there in Florida, talking a little bit there about trying to distribute food to those in need, especially senior citizens. This caps off her day in Florida. A little bit earlier, she visited a vaccination site there as well. So here's what we have on the books right now. You got a COVID update there in Connecticut. We'll go to that maybe a little bit later, maybe not at all there. Live look right now at the White House. We got this feed up for us as well. Live look now at the Senate floor. You have Senator Susan Collins there right now, and we'll be getting to some of the Senate floor activity a little bit later here on News Now from Fox. But this next story I want to go to is very interesting. Why? Because, you know, for people that are in TV news, they want to stay out of the news, but unfortunately for a Fox 5 DC anchor, they're in the news not because of anything they did, because something happened to them. Their car got jacked. Take a look at this, as car thefts around the country are seeing an uptick, unfortunately.
Well, the district saw a huge spike in motor vehicle thefts last year, averaging about 272 car thefts a month. That's almost 100 more a month than the year before. Last week, my car was stolen. Here's the surveillance video here. And you'll notice the suspect casually walk up. He remotely unlocks the car, gets in, takes about 20 to 30 seconds, and starts it. Here's the thing. I had the only key fob. So, of course, I was wondering, how in the world is this possible? To share more information on how this was done and how to prevent it from happening to you is AAA guest John Townsend. John, good morning to you. Thanks for joining us this morning and kind of breaking down how this is possible. I know it's going to shock a lot of people. Good morning.
Good morning, Jeanette. As you mentioned a moment ago, first of all, let me say I'm sorry your car was stolen. Let's just say that. That is a catastrophic loss. And there's a sense of invasion of your personal property and your personal space, so my heart goes out to you. But this happened, as you mentioned a moment ago, thousands of times in the District of Columbia last year, when auto thefts were up 50%. Auto thefts were up 15% in Prince George's County, 9% across the nation. And the strange and paradoxical thing about it is that car thefts have been trending downward, and then the pandemic hit, and then all of a sudden car thefts began to increase, not only across the region, but across the country. And one of the things that these are doing is to use the same kind of caper they use with you, which is to triangulate or to seize your signal from your key fob, and then they can trap it and then utilize it to take your car, even though you have your own key fob. And it can happen, as you mentioned a moment ago, Jeanette, in a matter of 30 seconds. That's all it takes for them to capture your key code, the signal from your key fob, and then seize the car. And it's disconcerting, but even before the pandemic, when auto thefts were trending downward, about 56% of all cars stolen in the United States was because someone left their key fob in the car or because some thief stole the signal.
Right. And you know, I know we've talked in the past about cars being stolen, the cars that were running, right? And key fobs left in the car, which is why I was so confused. Fortunately, I should mention, I was able to track my car on an app So I saw it on the move as the thief was driving away, and we were able to track it down only because of that. I'm not sure if we would have been able to get a hold of it so quickly if it weren't for that. Another thing that I was fortunate to have happen to me is that I took all of my valuables out of the car, even though I was just running upstairs really quickly. Talk to me about what people should do in terms of protecting your belongings when it comes to car thefts.
That's the most important thing, is what you mentioned a moment ago, which is to take your valuables with you or to store your valuables inside the glove compartment, or better yet, inside the trunk so no one can see them. Number two, always park in a well-lit place or park in the garage if you can, especially at night when you go home. And then if you have a key fob, store the key fob in a metal container inside your home. Do not leave it on the coffee table. Do not leave it on the kitchen table. Don't leave it on the counter. Put it in a metal container, and you can buy these. And then there's another device you can buy that's called the Faraday bag that you can store the key fob in. But the thing you don't want to do, which is what so many people are doing, is to store the key fob in the microwave or the stove or in the refrigerator or the freezer. Don't do that because you can damage it. And then, as you mentioned a moment ago, you track your device. So or your car rather. So if your car or your key fob are stolen, then what you should do is contact the dealership and then switch code or change codes too.
Because the thieves would already have it. You know, these are things that this is something that I wish I had known, right? I would have done things differently. Fortunately, it worked out for me. And the reason I'm sharing this is because a lot of people out there don't know about this. So if you can apply any of these tips, do it as soon as possible. This was certainly a shock to me. John, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate the tips.
I'm glad you were able to recoup your car.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, really good tips there. Unfortunately, that anchor had to learn it the hard way there. All right, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox. When we come back, looks like this is just about to get going here, so it's the perfect tease. When you come back here, if we are taking a break here, some of you will see it. And if you don't see the break, you'll just stay in programming. You'll stay right here in Orange County, Florida. Looks like we'll be getting an update on some COVID numbers out there. We'll be back for some of you just in about 2 minutes.
And good afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us here for our first COVID-19 press briefing of the week. We have much to discuss in this ever-changing climate, and we have many guests with us here as well. Today, Orange County Mayor Jerry L. Demings will discuss the various vaccination sites, vaccination for the homebound, and those with a difficulty getting to our sites. The mayor will also discuss our COVID infection numbers, our positivity rates, and Orange Connects, our online mental health initiative. Orlando Mayor Buddy Dyer could not be here with us, but we do have epidemiologist Alvina Chu from the Florida Department of Health to discuss details on the vaccination process as well as COVID-19 numbers trending in our area. We begin with Mayor Demings. Mayor?
Thank you, Dr. Williamson. Thank you to all of you for joining us here today. I brought back up, we have Orange County Commissioner Victoria Siplin with us and Orange County Commissioner Myra Uribe. And if there are any questions in Spanish or Creole, we have today Ms. Ilia Torres who will assist with the Spanish translation, and we're going to toss it to Commissioner Siplin if there are any questions in Creole. How about that? So with that, we're going to begin. We have had a busy weekend so far with everything that has been going on in our community. Orange County is working hard to get COVID-19 shots into the arms of as many people as possible. On Saturday, the convention center site surpassed the 150,000 milestone for vaccines administered. We are now expanding to 3,100 vaccinations a day at our convention center. and there is a huge demand for wanting to get vaccinated. This morning, the vaccination appointment portal opened for anyone 40 years of age and older for the convention center site only. 7,000 appointments were filled within 13 minutes. If you didn't get an appointment, there will be other opportunities in the near future. Stay tuned to our news conferences, web pages, and social media, and we will make an announcement as soon as we get word from the Florida Department of Health in Orange County and our other various inventory suppliers. Please remember that you cannot just show up at the convention center for a vaccination. You must have an appointment at that site. Now, each week we try to begin with giving you the goals for the week. And so there are 4 goals that we have, and our goal is to stop the spread of the coronavirus. So the number 1 goal is to make the vaccine available to more residents within our county. Number 2, to make sure homebound residents have a chance to get vaccinated. We'll be talking about that in just a few moments. And number 3, continue to offer free testing within our county. And 4th, to help those with mental health related issues, perhaps caused by the pandemic. So I want to mention to you that earlier today, a message went out from me via the Everbridge system, which is similar to a reverse 911 system, in which we sent messages out to some 10,000 homes in the Pine Hills area. Starting tomorrow, we will be partnering with state officials to get the vaccine out in the underserved communities in Orange County. We want more seniors to get the vaccine. We will have teams of canvassers and firefighter paramedic personnel, numbering about 150 of them will collectively be out in the Pine Hills and Lockhart areas of Orange County. They will be ringing doorbells and checking to see if there are homebound individuals who would like to get the COVID-19 shot. Those individuals for this purpose must be 50 years of age or older, in that the supply is being provided by the state of Florida. If the homebound person agrees, the canvasser will register. The Orange County Fire Rescue paramedics will then administer the shot to the individual. I'm going to ask some of the individuals who have joined us today to stand in just a few moments, but we have the Director of Outreach Services for the state, Ben, is here, and Deputy Director Terry. If you all just wave your hands. These are 2 individuals that the Florida Department of Emergency Management have assigned here to help run the program. The canvassers will be wearing a shirt that is either bright blue, green, or red. So I'm going to ask the canvassers, if you will stand at this time, I want people to see what they will look like when they're in the neighborhood. So turn around for the camera so they can see you. All right. The shirt will say State Emergency Response Team, or CERT. Each canvasser will have a picture identification, and you can see the lanyards around their neck with the photographs on it. In addition, Orange County Battalion Chiefs Renee Stone and Scott Egan are here. Chiefs, if y'all will stand as well. They are helping to ensure that the logistics are worked out when our canvassers and our paramedics are out in the neighborhoods. They will be available after our briefing to talk with the media should you have any questions. Thank you all for joining us today. You may be seated at this time. In the future, canvassers will also be going door to door in the Rosemont area, so please be on the lookout for these canvassers. We are proud to be working in partnership with the state to help homebound residents ages 50 and up with getting vaccinated. If you visit our website at ocfl.net/vaccine, you can find out about all the FEMA vaccination sites currently available. And the good news is there's currently a number of them. Eligibility at these FEMA sites align with the governor's executive order, meaning you must be 50 years of age or older or fall under the state guidelines for eligibility. I'm pleased to announce a new COVID-19 vaccination site at the South Trail Library branch located at 4600 South Orange Blossom Trail. Likely, this site will be in place for the next 6 weeks or longer and will be considered a state vaccine site. This new vaccine site opened today and is running 7 days per week between the hours of 9 a.m. and 7 p.m. or until the supply runs out. We are told this site will run again for the next 6 to 10 weeks while vaccine supplies last. At the South Orange Youth Complex, there is another federal FEMA satellite site running through tomorrow between the hours of 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. At that site, no appointments are necessary. Again, that is a federal site. And the FEMA Hub site, again, a federal site, continues to run 7 days per week.
All right, folks, we are going to get out of that, go to some breaking news right now. Austin Police doing a news conference right now on the suspicious death investigation. Let's listen to that right here on News Now from Fox.
That's unclear. Correct. That's unclear right now. It's still very early. We're still canvassing the area, looking for surveillance video and that type of thing. And once again, we're asking that anyone that may have seen something or that has access to any of these cameras around here, that you come forward and help us with this investigation so we can bring the suspects to justice.
So the male victim was found inside the room?
That is correct.
Does the motel have surveillance footage that you guys have used?
I don't know.
How did they flee? Go ahead.
So the preliminary information said that possibly 2 suspects fled on foot. That's correct.
Which direction?
I don't know the direction.
So it's a total of 4 people involved, correct?
Preliminary information does show possibly 4 people.
And it all happened in one room, one of the hotel rooms.
That is my understanding, correct. Any other questions?
You said that they don't know if the suspects knew the victims.
Correct. The relationships between everyone is unknown at this time. We don't know if it's completely strangers or if there was some type of prior history.
Do we know whether the victims are from the Austin area or if they're from out of town?
We don't know that right now.
What time did this come in?
At 1:13 p.m.
And you said detectives will be here for several hours still.
Yes, that's correct. They are on scene and they have a lot of work to do. All right, thank you, everyone.
Okay, so we caught the tail end there right here, but Austin Police still investigating a suspicious death on Pavilion Boulevard there in Austin, Texas. Happened about 1:13 local time there. And once we get more information, we'll bring that to your attention right here on News Now from Fox. Let's take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you.
That Orange County has launched Orange Connects, which is an online mental health initiative and is completely confidential. Orange Connects helps connect our residents and their emotional needs with behavioral health providers and services. If you or someone you know is struggling, there are many types of support, treatments, and other options available to them through our Orange Connects program. Your mental health does matter. You can go to ocfl.net/Orange Connects or go to orangeconnects.com for more information. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Alvina Chu, the epidemiologist from the Department of Health here in Orange County. And Ms. Chu, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor Demings. As the mayor had mentioned, the Orange County has seen 120,412 positive cases. This is as of today at 1 p.m. Our current recovery rate remains at 97%, and our 14-day rolling percent positivity rate is 5.2%. Since the last time we spoke, we've had, unfortunately, 11 additional COVID-19 related deaths reported to us in Orange County residents. The age range of these deaths were 51 to 93 years old with a median age of 79. Our condolences go out to the families for their loss. 5 of these deaths were in females, 6 deaths were in males, 2 were in Asian, 3 were Black, and 6 were white. 2 were Hispanic and 9 were non-Hispanic. 6 had known underlying health conditions, and 5 had no known underlying health conditions. 6 dates of death are from February, and 5 dates of death are from March. 4 of the 11, or 36%, were reported from a long-term care facility residential address. Since the last time we've spoken, we had 2 additional B117 variant cases identified in Orange County residents, and that brings our current total of these COVID variant cases to 21. The age ranges of these cases are 15 to 84 with a median age of 31 years. The dates of infection were from January 18th to February 27th. 2 of the 21 had known travel, 11 had no known travel, 8 had an unknown travel history. 9 of the 21 had known contact with a confirmed case. There are no known deaths or hospitalizations associated with these variant cases. As the mayor mentioned, this morning, within 13 minutes of opening the portal for COVID-19 vaccine at the Orange County Convention Center, we booked 7,000 COVID-19 appointments within 13 minutes. We'll keep you updated when the next round of appointments opens for our Orange County Convention Center vaccination event. To be ready for the next appointment opportunity, we encourage you to visit the CDR Health Pro website to create an account ahead of time. The web address is www.patientportalfl.com. If you need to cancel an appointment, please log on to your CDR Health Pro account and cancel your appointment so that others can take advantage of the vaccine. As of March 21, we've had a total of 386,122 doses administered at the site. 337,279 were administered to Orange County residents. We've administered 253,385 doses to persons aged 65 years and older. And we've had 118,368 Orange County residents with the vaccine series completed for 8.36%. For those residents who are 60 plus receiving 1 or more doses, it's 137,945, or 61%. So we're optimistic that as we can increase the capacity in our county, that we can get a handle on the pandemic. And as a precaution until that happens, until we can build the community immunity, we'd like to encourage everyone to continue practicing good pandemic precautions, especially with this increased time of travel. And, you know, spring break is upon us, along with a lot of travelers and visitors. And so please remember to continue until we get a handle on this to wear your mask, watch your distance, and wash your hands. And I'd be happy to take any questions later. And I'll turn it back over to Mayor Dominguez.
All right, thank you, Ms. Chu. We also have Commissioner Maribel Gomez-Cordero, who has joined us now, and she can assist with the Spanish translation if necessary as well. So with that, we'll open it up for any questions that you may have.
Mayor Dominguez, this question is for you. This is Emily Braun with News 13. Have you at this point faced any backlash for moving in a different direction from the state's vaccine eligibility? And is there a chance that that backlash could mean challenges for people aged 40 to 50 who want to get the vaccine in the future?
I'm not sure how you define backlash, but I'm going to say no. At the end of the day, I do believe that the governor's goal is to increase the number of people who are vaccinated within the state of Florida. And so my goal is to ensure that that happens within Orange County. You heard that some 7,000 appointments were made within 13 minutes. So that speaks to the demand. For the last several weeks, we had not reached our maximum capacity at the Orange County Convention Center. So the fact that when we open it up today, we were able to reach that capacity, that's good news. We are approaching some nearly 70% of our seniors who have been vaccinated within Orange County, which means that there's going to be a natural slowdown, I think, at some point. Not 100% of our seniors are going to want to get vaccinated first, and we're doing outreach to try to get that number up. But in addition, there's an overwhelming demand for wanting to get vaccinated by the entire community. So today I received requests via email from the postal carriers saying, include us. Those who work in the hospitality industry said, include us. and then various other subgroups of workforce within our community want to get vaccinated. Well, I think it's a responsible thing to have increased the potential eligible pool of individuals to 40 years old. It's a measured approach that we have used, and I would not expect that there would be any type of retribution or backlash, as you would put it, because we're making decisions to protect the people in our county. I don't know how you can argue with that. That's my goal. It's not a political goal. It's not a partisan goal. It's about getting our county vaccinated as quickly as we can. Okay.
Mayor Lauren Seabrook, Channel 9. Following up on that, it did sound like the governor had some words for you through the media about your decision. I'm just curious if he reached out to you personally or if anyone in his administration has reached out to you.
No, the governor isn't going to do that. I mean, you know, those are just words that he's using, so we'll move beyond that. Again, my goal here is to not make this a personal issue. This is about the life, health, and safety of individuals in our community. So I'm going to stay there. I'll always take the high road. It doesn't mean that I won't disagree with strategies that the governor may use. In fact, I want you to think about something. Up until recently, it was the state of Florida. It was the governor that controlled which sites were selected for distribution of vaccination within our state. With very little input from local governments. He certainly had very little input from here. So when we see the numbers not being what we desired them to be, who's responsible for that? Am I responsible when I didn't choose the sites or the locations? That, I heard the governor in his response, kind of retort that Orange County was at 63% for the vaccination of seniors. Well, our numbers are slightly higher than that, but irrespective of that, at the end of the day, if our numbers are below what it is in other counties, it's because of the...
All right, everybody, we are going to just showcase some breaking news that is happening. We're keeping an eye on this story right here. Boulder, Colorado Police Department tweeting out this alert saying an active shooter at the King Soopers on Table Mesa. Avoid the area. They have a PIO there en route, so hopefully we'll get some more information, but it's sounding like this is still an active police situation there. We're hoping for the very best for everybody that's around that area and for the local law enforcement as well, but that is the alert that is happening right now here at this hour. Active shooter at the King Soopers on Table Mesa. Avoid the area. That's coming from the Boulder Police Department in Colorado. We're going to keep an eye on this story. We're going to go to a quick 2-minute break.
.3 million cases deep. And the average time for a case to be presented in court is now 2.5 years. Nevertheless, the Biden administration, by revoking the previous policies without having a plan to replace them, has created a perfect storm that anyone could have told them would end up in this situation. We have experienced migration surges in the past, but never of this magnitude, and especially in the midst of a pandemic. Secretary Mayorkas has said that we are on track to see the highest number of border crossings in 20 years, and the administration needs to take action now to keep things from getting any worse. As migrants continue to make their way to our southern border in record numbers, law enforcement, local officials, and non-governmental organizations, notwithstanding their best efforts, are not equipped to manage the influx, certainly not in these numbers. They don't have the facilities, they don't have the policies, the funding, or the resources to manage the crisis in a fair, efficient, and humane way. That needs to change. For folks who are not from a border state or haven't spent much time at the border, it's difficult to understand just how complex the situation is. They may have learned what they think they know about the border from movies or novels, or they may have read news articles and assume border communities are dangerous or lawless places. That assumption could not be farther from the truth. But it is true that our border communities are being asked to carry more than their fair share of the weight during this crisis, when the past year has already been challenging enough with the pandemic. Like cities across the country, border communities have had to cover a range of expenses created by the pandemic. But unlike those other communities, they now have the added economic struggle created by limits on non-essential border travel. Pre-pandemic, folks from Mexico could travel across the border to shop, to eat at restaurants, and visit family members. These were huge drivers of the economy during our entire border region. But the pause on legitimate non-essential travel by Title 42 has created a serious economic strain on these communities, and leaders are struggling to understand the disconnect between the Biden administration's two very different approaches. At a recent roundtable, my friend Congressman Henry Cuellar from Laredo and I hosted recently, someone said, "I don't understand how you can catch and release the migrants and not let our neighbors across the border come over and spend money in our communities to help bolster our economy." This confluence of crises is a 1-2 punch for our border communities, and it's unfair they're expected to carry the burden of this crisis that is the federal government's responsibility. This Friday, my colleague, Senator Cruz, and I will welcome a number of our colleagues to the Rio Grande Valley where they can hear and see about these challenges firsthand. I welcome any member of the Senate or the Congress to join me at the border at a time of their choosing. I know I've benefited from the feedback and advice from the experts on the ground who are dealing with this crisis firsthand. And I'm glad to bring some of my Senate colleagues on Friday along for a visit at this critical moment. Hopefully, that will help us to find a way, along with the administration, in a bipartisan way, to reduce some of the pull factors that incentivize people to come and navigate our system. You're never going to deal with the fact that people want a better life or are fleeing violence. We all get that. We understand that as human beings, why people would want to leave that. But we also know that the cartels are getting rich off of this business model, and certainly they're incentivized to encourage as many people as possible to come and pay their extortionate fees in the process. But the combination of those at this point, both the push factors and the pull factors, especially with the Biden administration putting a green light on our border and basically saying all comers are welcome to enter the country, is creating an unreasonable expectation about what people are going to encounter, as well as overwhelming the capacity of our Border Patrol, Health and Human Services, and the Office of Refugee Relocation to being able to deal with it. And we know that the incentives involved in a catch and release system where people are asked to return perhaps months, maybe years for a future court date to consider their asylum claim is nothing but an invitation for them to not appear and simply melt into the great American landscape. And again, continue to incentivize people to come because they know they can beat the system. They certainly can game the system, and unfortunately, too often people beat the system, creating the situation we find now at the southern border. Madam President, I yield the floor, and I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
All right, guys, just want to say thanks again for being here with us on News Now from Fox. We're taking a live look of our chopper up in the air here in the Boulder, Colorado area. Now, again, Mike Page was just telling you that we do have, according to police, an active shooter at King Soopers. Now, that's a supermarket brand, and it's in, again, Boulder, Colorado. Working on getting some more details for you as we're getting these live pictures in here to our News Now from Fox desk. So at this time, police had tweeted out, active shooter at King Soopers on Table Mesa, avoid the area. They do have police en route. I also have been keeping an eye here on this chopper feed as they've been circling around here this area. It looked like they were following another helicopter, and now they're looking to be showing us this area here. So we're going to continue to try to keep you up to date on this possible active shooter. They were saying suspects could have fired shots towards officers. Again, this is all at King Soopers in Boulder, Colorado. If you're from that area, it's on Table Mesa Drive. And they are having a few reports come in to our desk. Our Fox 31 Denver team says they've been searching for what's been described as an active shooter situation. Officers originally called there to King Soopers for reports of a man shot in his vehicle. When they arrived on scene, the suspect then began shooting at police. This is all according to the police, and Boulder police have confirmed the situation. They're telling everyone to avoid this area, and they are continuing to keep an eye on the breaking news for us. So that's again from our Fox 31 team. You can see we do have a fire engine here in this parking lot, so we'll continue to try to keep you up to date. There's the more active scene that we've been trying to wait for. You can see multiple squad cars here, and as well as many ambulances here on scene. Looks like this could be an area where they're getting the teams together and trying to get organized here as we continue to fly above and give you a live look here in Boulder, Colorado. So once again, we are taking this live look above with our chopper as we are giving you views of Boulder, Colorado, with multiple agencies here in this parking lot area in Boulder as police search for an active shooter. So police in Boulder are describing it as an active shooter situation. They initially were called to King Soopers on Table Mesa Drive for reports of a man shot in his vehicle. When officers then arrived on scene, the suspect then began shooting at them, police say. Now, Boulder police have confirmed this situation. We are taking this live look here for you on News Now from Fox. And they are asking anyone in this area to please avoid the area. Do not come here just because you see this heavy police and law enforcement presence. Don't let your questions and your intrigue bring you to this area. They're asking everyone to please avoid the area so that police can conduct their work as safely as possible. And as we continue to give you this live look, I just want to remind everyone, News Now from Fox is live, raw, and unfiltered. So just a reminder, we do want to say viewer discretion is advised, just in case we do stumble upon something. We'll, of course, try to stay ahead of that for you so that we don't see anything that you wouldn't want to see on your televisions at home. But once again, we are flying up above this live breaking news situation off Table Mesa Drive. For those people in the area, the major crossroads are not only Table Mesa Drive, but South Broadway. It's over by the Denver Boulder Turnpike, 36. So we do have a lot of our police here, as you can see them all gathering in this one area here in this parking lot. I did have one of our team members say he counted, I believe, 10 ambulances still on scene here as we continue to take a live look at this breaking news situation. And once again, police are saying that if you're in this area, you must try to avoid it because this is still an active scene. And we are getting word that the police, law enforcement, has not been able to enter the store. You can see here we're getting a close-up look at the front of the store, and it does also show you that we do have multiple response vehicles there in the front, as well as that bigger SWAT vehicle. And it does seem like they are trying to make a safe entry. That way they can get to if there's victims inside, possibly inside here of this store. So once again, you are watching this live, raw, and unfiltered on News Now from Fox. And this does look like they're flying in a helicopter here. This was the helicopter that we were first getting an eye on when we were getting these first few pictures here. And again, we're still trying to learn more as this is a breaking news developing situation. It does look like this could possibly be a medical helicopter. It looks almost like the Banner Health heart is on the side of this helicopter here as it lands in this parking lot. So we are continuing to work hard. Our team is trying to dig up more information as they do have this continuing to unfold here in front of our eyes. And we are seeing reports, too, that they do have the front windows of the store all broken out. Police do have drones up in the air and are trying to monitor the situation as well. Oh, and there are 2 helicopters here in this parking lot. So not only have we seen about 10 ambulances, we do have also 2 medical helicopters here near the supermarket store. So from the top, just want to remind everyone what's been unfolding here this afternoon. We were alerted by police earlier today that we do have an active shooter. The suspect had fired shots towards officers at King Soopers after they were called there for a person who was shot in their car. So we do have police, law enforcement agencies all on scene here. You can see those lights from way over here. You can see just how many vehicles they do have trying to keep people out of this area as they try to block off a perimeter. And again, they're trying to safely work away inside of the store. They do have drones up in the air monitoring this situation as well. We have heard that they do have those front windows of the store now broken, and the choppers that we just saw in that parking lot that had landed do say medvac on the side. So once again, thanks for being here with us as we continue to keep you informed on this breaking news situation out of Boulder, Colorado. And you can see there we do have teams of police in uniform. They're gathered in the parking lot. Again, they're probably working on coming up with the safest plan to try to get personnel inside of that store so that they can attend to any possible victims that they do have, as well as trying to safely bring that active shooter into custody. You can see them all gathering here inside of this parking lot. Right now, we're seeing at least 4 ambulances. Again, we have seen about up to 10 here in this parking lot. So this is a very active scene. We're going to keep our eyes on it, continue to dig for more information for you right here on News Now from Fox. And there you can see a tactical team making their way across the parking lot. Looks like they have a giant shield that they're holding up, walking behind. And again, I just want to remind you, viewer discretion is advised. Here's the front of the store. And we do know at this time they do have some of those front windows broken. And so they are going to try to safely make their way inside. And there you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, that major road, that is the road that we've been talking about. That's the Table Mesa Drive, and again, they are inside of King Soopers here on Table Mesa Drive in Boulder, Colorado. It's a supermarket. You can see it is a large store, and again, we have multiple agencies and crews here in the parking lot responding to this active shooter situation as they search for this person, and hopefully we can all give you that good news that they do have that person in custody soon, and also a known number of victims at this time. So we do have 2 medvac helicopters that we saw landing in another parking lot nearby. We have multiple not only agencies here, but we have about 10 ambulances who have also responded here to this scene. We do have also police drones up in the air, keeping their eyes on the sky as well. So we're going to continue to watch this as it continues to bring breaking news. Hopefully we can find out more information as we watch this more here for you on News Now from Fox. And as we watch this helicopter up in the sky, you may have seen on top of the supermarket, there were also some SWAT team members on top of the roof. So we are continuing to just see more and more of this breaking news situation unfold here before our eyes on News Now from Fox. And just want to make sure everyone remembers viewer discretion is advised. We're going to do our best here to try to keep you informed on this situation. But if we do need to break away, we'll have to do so. Another helicopter that looks like it's circling around as ours gives us these views from above with our eyes down on Boulder, Colorado, as they continue to try to deal with this breaking news situation. For those of you who are just joining us, again, this is an active shooter situation. This is at a supermarket in the area called King Soopers. It is on a couple of major crossroads. So if you are from this area, it's off of South Broadway and Table Mesa Drive, and it is also near the 36. So we do have a lot of businesses here in this area. Once our chopper does go back to our supermarket view, you can also tell that behind the store there seems to be like a strip mall, and that's where in that parking lot we do have a number of our law enforcement agencies all parked and gathered together to try to safely deal with this active shooter situation. And you can see UC Health on the side of the helicopter there. It also says Lifeline. So this is going to be the third one that we know of at this time of some medvac helicopters landing here near this breaking news scene. So they do have to obviously find a safe space for these helicopters to land and take off in, but they also want to obviously be nearby in case there are some victims who need to be quickly transported to the hospitals. At this time, we do also know we have news crews on the ground. They're en route to this breaking news situation and scene, and they're being passed by a number of ambulances and police drivers. KDVR's reporter Vicente Arenas, he had posted a video about it. So we're going to try to do our best to continue to keep you up to date for those of you who are watching here with us on News Now from Fox. So once again, thanks for being here with us on News Now from Fox. You can see we are taking a live look at the supermarket King Supers on Table Mesa Drive after there was an active shooter situation. Now, police were called to the scene for a person who was shot in his vehicle. And when officers then arrived here, the suspect began shooting at police. Boulder police have told people to avoid this area, and we do have not only multiple agencies who have responded here, we have a lot of medical teams who have responded here to this breaking news scene. scene as well. We've had a look at more than 10 ambulances. We've had about 3 different medvac helicopters who have also landed nearby here of this area. We've been watching as not only have those agencies been meeting in a parking lot, but we have seen some SWAT teams make their way up to the front of the store where police have broken through the glass. You can also see some people moving around on the rooftop there. That's also some SWAT members who are up on top as they try to safely enter this store and try to get not only the shooter into custody, but also try to help any victims that there potentially are. And with this many ambulance and medical teams responding, it's not looking like a great situation for that, but we're going to continue to try to work hard to see exactly more information on that. But you can see those multiple ambulances here as there's a lot of law enforcement cars also parked here in this nearby parking lot of the supermarket. Now, again, this is near Highway 36, where we have had some reporters on their way get passed by emergency vehicles who are headed towards this scene. You can see a lot of people standing by. Police have asked for these people to please avoid the area. Obviously, when you see a lot of these squad cars and lights, it can kind of draw some of the crowds. But again, this is an active situation. So they are asking people to please avoid this area if at all possible as they continue to try to make their way into this store. You can see even more crew equipment arriving here on scene. And just want to remind everyone you are watching here on News Now from Fox, live, raw, and unfiltered. And there is a look at the front of the store. You can see some of those SWAT teams standing there behind their vehicle. And there's a look at the roof. They do have some team members who were up on the roof earlier here when we were looking. So fire crews, they're helping the SWAT team get up on the roof. Looks like they're sending in another team here to help this person who's walking out of the store. That person with their hands up, it looks like police is escorting that person to the side. Hopefully this is starting to be some people who may have been shopping inside safely getting help. Looks like they do have one person in custody, a bloody leg. Just want to remind you that this is live, raw, unfiltered. This man not wearing a shirt, and again, his leg looks to be dripping some blood. So this could be possibly someone who obviously needs medical attention. Does look like his hands are cuffed behind his back and also has some blood on his hands that are, again, cuffed behind him at this breaking news situation. And again, this person being escorted not only by police, but a medical fire team member as well. Does have handcuffs, his arms handcuffed behind him. Looks to be like a wound to some part of his hip or leg area, as there is blood dripping down that leg, and his hands also seem to have some blood on them. But he is walking, so that is one thing to just take a note of as we continue to watch here. And again, this is a scene where police were called to because they had a victim who was shot inside of their car, and then they said that they were searching inside of this supermarket for that active shooter. So once again, we are watching it all unfold right in front of us, live in Boulder, Colorado. You're watching live, Ron Unfiltered with News Now from Fox. And they do get him onto that stretcher. They're going to be taking him by ambulance, obviously to go and get medical attention. As we saw, not only were his hands that were handcuffed behind him at one point were bloody, but also that leg was also bloody. And once more, this is just a live breaking news situation. So I just want to remind everyone, viewer discretion is advised as we continue to watch here. And there they are getting this person secured in the back of the ambulance, going to be taking them obviously to get medical attention. And there is more than just this one ambulance that has responded here on scene. A reminder, when we first arrived here, we saw just how grand a scale this really was, as they did have multiple law agencies responding here to this situation. We're trying to learn information if this is the person who they may have wanted. We did see the person who's in the back of this ambulance with their hands handcuffed behind them, and again walking with just shorts on, no shirt on, and it did look like they had a wound to some part of their right side, as their right leg was covered in blood. Hands that were also cuffed behind his back were also covered in some blood too. So again, police first initially called here for a victim who was shot inside of their car, and we have also seen, as we've been watching this breaking news scene, multiple different helicopters, that medvac helicopters, arrive nearby. So they obviously can't land right here in the middle of this commotion. They have to find a safe place for them to land and possibly even take off from. But this person who's in the back of this ambulance looks like they may be getting a police squad car escort as well. Did get walked all the way from the supermarket all the way to this ambulance. So once again, just want to say thank you for watching this breaking news here with us on News Now from Fox. So I just want to say once again, thanks for being here with us on News Now from Fox. As a reminder, we are keeping an eye here on this breaking news as police in Boulder had been searching for a suspect. They said this is a active shooter situation. They were initially called here to King Soopers on Table Mesa Drive. And witnesses say they had just left the store after checking out and heard what sounded like fireworks. And the witness says a guy was wearing a tactical gear carrying an AR-15 style weapon. The witnesses say they ran back inside, told police about the shooter outside, ran into the back of the store, and had left through the delivery entrance. Now, the witness also goes on to say they ran to the fire station down the street. It wasn't open, so they found a business to shelter in. And the witnesses said the shooter was in the parking lot and they were unclear if he had entered the store. Obviously, police still asking everyone to avoid this area, and we do have at least one person who had their hands behind their back in handcuffs who is inside of that ambulance being taken away from this scene here, again, in Boulder, Colorado. And there you can see the ambulance finally leaving this scene here. And again, there's a lot of, looks like people who have flocked to this area, taking pictures, taking videos on their cell phones. Police have asked, though, that you avoid this area. And once again, the person inside of this ambulance, we haven't gotten any confirmation on it, but that person did have their hands cuffed behind their back, blood dripping down their right leg. They were able, though, to walk from the store to this ambulance, and now they're obviously going to go and get professional medical attention at the hospital. You can see just how many people had to respond here to this scene as this ambulance makes its way away from the supermarket. You can see all of those cop cars and enforcement vehicles that are lined up in the street. So once again, you are watching here on News Now from Fox as we've been bringing you this live picture ever since it came here to us on our desk. And we're going to watch this ambulance make their way all the way to the hospital here in Boulder, Colorado. And lights flashing on that ambulance as it continues to make its way down the road. For those who may be familiar with this area, I just want to again say it's off of South Broadway and Table Mesa Drive. It is near Highway 36. And it is just a short distance south of University of Colorado Boulder. So this breaking news scene had happened at a supermarket called King Soopers, and this is in Boulder, Colorado. It does look like we're starting to have some teams who are with Fox arrive on scene from the ground. So it does seem like we do have a few reporters making their way. Just want to remind everyone we are live on Unfiltered. Our reporter here doesn't know he's on camera quite yet, so I'm not going to stay on him for too long, but I wanted to show you we do at least have a camera here on the ground. So once again, our helicopter following this ambulance all the way to the hospital. We do now start to have news crews that are arriving on the ground. Hopefully we'll be getting now a live report as to more details of this breaking news scene in just a few minutes. And I am listening in. It sounds like our reporter's doing a mic check, so hopefully we'll be getting a live report on the ground from KCNC here in just a few minutes, again at the King Soopers grocery store in Boulder, Colorado. And again, we do have some crews that have arrived here on the ground. Looks like we do have some emergency team who are helping kind of duck and cover with this person.
Getting him to safety. Can't quite tell if there are any injuries here, or if this is just them assisting them, getting them to a safer place. As again, as you have been telling people for the last while now, it is quite active here. We still have officers in position with weapons drawn, watching everything very closely, but you can still see they are getting people to safety here. Looks like about 2 people there that officers are helping. 3 officers are helping them in total. And we do see plenty of other officers around here. Again, this is a very active scene. Dozens of police cars around here, mostly Boulder police, but on the drive up here, we saw Denver SWAT teams and undercover cars racing up here in the HOV lanes on Highway 36. We saw tweets saying Jefferson County was sending its SWAT team. And as I was passing here, we actually passed by Fairview High School. And there in the parking lot is where we saw those 3 helicopters that you guys were showing each other from our Copter 4 earlier. All 3 of them were parked there. There was a large crowd of emergency personnel. You could tell they were getting briefed and being prepared for whatever was going to come their way. So we do have a large scene here, but just not even a mile or so from here, there is a whole other one where emergency crews are getting ready for anyone that may need some kind of medical assistance. Again, right now, though, very active. We're seeing some officers still hiding behind and taking cover, but we're not going to say too much about what they're doing in case there are still things going on. There is a large crowd here across the street on Table Mesa Road of a lot of curious people, a lot of concerned people trying to figure out what has happened here and make sure everyone is safe. You can see some of them there just kind of watching, pointing. There are some drones in the sky as well. A lot of people with cameras just really trying to make sure everything is safe here at this popular King Soopers in South Boulder.
All right, so once again, we were just listening in there as we got a live report thanks to CBS Denver, KCNC. They are the ones who are on the ground, who we just saw the reporter giving us some details as to what he's been watching, not only as they were on their way to this scene, but also what they've been seeing since they've been here. Now, we all got to see it on camera here on live video that they were escorting some people out safely. It looked like they were ducking behind these agency members who were helping them get out of the store. Right now, we're taking a live look at this hospital here in the area. It is the place where we had that ambulance that had the person who had the handcuffs behind his back. He has been in that ambulance. It transported that person to this facility here. So we're continuing to keep you updated with all of this live, raw, and unfiltered coverage in Boulder, Colorado, right here on News Now from Fox.
Here. Not sure if they're still thinking there might be another suspect inside.
Have you seen any evidence of people with gunshot wounds at this point? I mean, obviously people could have sprained their ankle running out, but have you seen anybody that appeared to have been shot?
I haven't, but we've only been at this vantage point for the last 5 minutes. And again, this is the first customers we've seen come out of that store. We talked to a few witnesses out here who say they haven't really seen anybody walk by just yet. No obvious signs of injuries. So at this point, we don't know that. This is just certainly a good signal that we're seeing, or a good sign that we're seeing people coming out of the building at this point. But still, as Vicente's mentioned, and you guys have been talking about a huge law enforcement presence here, and it doesn't look like a lot of officers are going into the store just yet.
This probably backs up what we saw earlier, which was another person being led out of the store right behind that suspect. That was probably a customer or somebody who worked there. They were not in handcuffs. They had their hands up, just as these other people that we've just seen leave the store. Now, you can see officers. I don't know how tight a shot we want to show this, guys. If we can go back to the helicopter, perhaps. I'm not sure we want to show these positions live on the air. If we could get away from that shot, that would be good if we can. But we just do want to tell you that, obviously, Kagan, real quickly, if I could ask you, in fact, we saw 3 air ambulances on the ground in the parking lot. Have you seen them take off at all? Are they still there?
Yeah, we haven't seen the ambulances take off at all. And I do want to bring in a couple guys you guys were standing out here. I know how long you've been out here. Maybe you can kind of describe, have you seen many ambulances leave the scene, and what have you witnessed happening in the front of the store? I know you've been here longer than I have.
We were just, we live over here on Table Mesa. We just heard a whole bunch of police sirens, about 20 minutes. I was talking to my dad, wishing him a happy birthday. And, it was big. And as we started, we walked out here because it just kept coming. About 20 minutes straight of police station, just police were coming over, and we just decided to walk over here and see what's going on. We saw an ambulance started going by, and we just watched we saw a couple hostages right now. It's just crazy.
Sure. And of course, none of this is confirmed just yet, but we did see another look like a couple employees walk by us a second ago. And how many of these employees have you kind of seen walk by here? Have you seen anybody that's been obviously injured?
We did see someone come out without a shirt in their underwear, leg bleeding. We possibly believe it's a suspect. It seemed like they were in handcuffs.
The only person we saw in cuffs came out they were right from their right knee down, was completely covered in blood, and they were only in their boxers. So that was a little peculiar. And we know that through police scanning, the guy was tacked out in a lot of tactical gear, so we don't know if he stripped himself or the police officers stripped him of that gear before they took him out.
And we've been talking just a few moments ago, we saw a lot of those customers leaving the building. Have you seen many customers leaving prior to that? As we see another presence of officers here kind of surrounding the front entrances here, any shouting, any large escort of those customers other than what we saw moments ago?
As Kagan continues to ask questions of those witnesses, we want to check back in with Vicente Arenas. He's there on the scene, and this is obviously a very gripping scene live from our crews on the field there. Presumably these were folks inside the store at the time. among first responders there too, and what a heartbreaking afternoon it has been. Although details are few, we do know that there's been an active shooter situation at the King Superstore on the south side of Boulder, just off Table Mesa, and you can see some very emotional people there as they sit in safety in the parking lot and await more details, just as we do. Vicente, I know you're there. You're seeing what we're seeing. Do we think these were people who were inside the store at the time?
That's what we're thinking. And as you mentioned, Jeremy, how emotional. Look at the emergency workers now, giving them blankets to warm them up. You could see them hugging each other. Apparently some very young people here as well. Someone who appeared to be a medical worker, maybe like a nurse or a doctor. They were crying. Some of them just staring into the side. You never know what they saw or the fear that they're going through. We can never put ourselves in their shoes. But clearly, these emergency workers are trying to console them as they wrap them in blankets here on this sidewalk. This parking lot is about, it's in a very large parking lot away from the entrance now. They were let out of the store, as Kagan was mentioning, with their arms up in the air. And this is what happens. They have to make sure that none of these people were involved in the shooting in any way. Right now, SWAT officers are using notepads to take everyone's name, and they're making sure that they're okay, but they brought them over here to this area of safety. One other thing that we saw as we continue to look at these very emotional pictures from these customers who we believe were in the store, they were taking more battering rams inside the store. And again, I just found that a bit odd, but that may be just part of the strategy that the law enforcement uses when something like this happens. But once again, these, you can see